Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The umpire holds the footy up. These are the games that you wait all year for.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
The curtain comes up. Boy, we're going to have some fun.
Louder and louder. Soon the world is going to shout my name.
Bailey Smith is a superstar. Phil Thorpe, goals.
Anderson kicks a brilliant running goal.
Nick Dacos. No one can stop him.
Move faster and stronger. Feel the blood pumping through my veins.
What a stage. What a finish.
How good is that? Finals football at its best. It's brilliant, isn't it?
The pressure's certainly gone up. Tailor-made for September.
Step in the ring, I'll be coming for you.
He's hooked it through. And the Hawks are landing early punches. From 45, Cuba Puggage. He's ready for finals football. This is why you watch footy. Games like this. Every game you win from here, the bigger the next.
I'm born to win.
Drop punt, it's there.
Goes back with everything he's got. And snap. And goal.
Beautiful combination of courage and skill, wasn't it?
Chesa slips his man. Goal. It's bouncing. It's through. That is simply sensational. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
I'm born to win.
Listen to the roar.
Welcome to the show.
The kick from Walker. Back on the September stage.
It's a big goal.
You want to win it all?
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through.
Welcome to the show.
Spins around and buries it.
It's online. It's through.
Oh, yeah.
That is out of this world.
It doesn't have to be your night,
But it can be your moment.
This is my name, this is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
Ball jump free. Sugar shake button. Oh, that's so sweet. Drop punt. He's caught. And this man's fan club is growing.
45 metres out. Of course he delivers.
This is my town, my territory.
Kicks on goal.
Massive moment for the young man.
You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
You've got to be excited. You've got to enjoy this moment.
Baker's goal square. Goes for glory.
This is what you sign up to day one of pre-season. You want to be there in September.
Can give it up to the goalies. This will bring the house down. Yes, Jordy.
This is my name, this is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
From the centre square. Cam Rayner. Unbelievable. Soak it in.
The left foot is a goal. What a way to send the Suns to September.
Welcome to the show.
Runs the 50 out.
You want to win it all?
What a way to finish.
Better be ready to go. Welcome to the end of the road. Ready to go.
The second qualifying final, Geelong versus Brisbane, live from the MCG.
Arcs are out from 45 to get the party started.
Better be ready to go.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
To finish it off, it's good.
On radio, on digital and on the ABC Listener.
It is showtime. And it is second qualifying final night at the MCG, the best game of last season. Of course, reliving their preliminary final date in a quali. The winner gets a home prelim this time around and the week off, and perhaps premiership favouritism for the winner tonight. It is Geelong versus the Brisbane Lions, second versus third. Two teams that have met 3 times since the same stage last season, and the Brisbane Lions prevailing on all 3 of those occasions. What will happen tonight back here at the home of footy? It is going to be a cold night, but it is clear. It's currently 11 degrees. It's going to get down to 4 during playing time. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. The premiership picture starting to take shape. We already know that one team is into a preliminary final. That is the Collingwood Football Club. They're on the same side of the bracket as tonight's loser, plus the winner of Gold Coast and Fremantle. On the other side of things, it'll be tonight's winner, the Adelaide Crows, and the winner out of the Hawks and the Giants. So that's how it's looking here on ABC Sport. And we're the first at the footy and the last to leave. We're still over an hour away from the game starting, which means teams are still another 5 minutes from now. Whole gang's here. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Great to be here. It is the perennial finalist against the reigning premiers. Incredible record for the Geelong Cats, which Cameron Ling was a part of. 17th finals appearance in 19 years begins for them tonight. 15 top 4 finishes in that period, just truly remarkable. But the Brisbane Lions have proven to be a Rubik's Cube that they just cannot solve at the moment. So their last 3, they've lost, as you alluded to, in 3 different ways. And this place, Cathedral to Football, has become a very favourable venue for the Brisbane Lions, having won their last 5 here.
Oh, there's a whole lot to chop up in the hour before the bounce. The legendary Cat, 3-time premiership player, premiership captain, Cameron Ling. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Benny, Mick, Hodgie, everybody out there. I love this time of the year. I truly do. Last night's game was a beauty, even though low scoring, and they say we need more goals. Nah, give me a really tense, high pressure, big environment like finals footy last night. I reckon we're going to get the same here. I rate the Cats really highly, of course. I'm trying to be as neutral as I possibly can. They're really balanced across the field. Their midfield's good. Their forward line is super dangerous. They've got a sound defence. But fresh in my mind is the Brisbane Lions absolutely cutting them to shreds down at Kardinia Park not that long ago. So we know the Lions are a brilliant football team. So I reckon this is going to be a thriller, going to be a beauty, and I reckon we're going to be on the edge of our seat all night.
I feel like I've said it so many times since then. They've beaten them the last 3 meetings, 3 different ways at 3 different venues. So we had the prelim last year here at the MCG. Yeah, they came from a long way back, but then it was the seesawing affair in the finish, and Brisbane won more of those big moments and ultimately won that game. They had to come from behind in the wet weather game up at the Gabba, way back in round 3, where they Lions kicked 8 of the last 10 goals. And as you said, that game we all did at Kardinia Park, they just blew them off the park right from the start. And as a result, the game was really done early.
That was almost the game where they kicked back into gear, Brisbane. And it was, they cruised, or not cruised, but sort of been a little bit up and down. And and that motivation factor was there. They hit that game, they destroyed Geelong, and then gone, right, let's get on to finals and our build.
Amazingly, in the last 21 years, the Cats have played in 14 prelims. So 14 in the last 21 years. 2 of the last 3 years they play in a prelim. And for the Brisbane Lions, they've lost only 3 of their last 21 on the road. So 3 of their last 21 they've lost away from home, the Brisbane Lions. So their game does travel. Now this man, he's not only the coaching icon, he's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL footy. His name is Mick Malthouse, and boy has he had a week. Mick, firstly, it is so good to see you in the health that you're in, firstly, and I mean that in all sincerity. It's great to have you with us every week, but particularly this week on ABC Sport.
Thanks, Corby. Good day, Ben, Lingy, and thanks for all your messages, and thanks for all those messages that I haven't replied to. It has been an interesting week, to say the least. Are
you okay?
I think I'm okay. I'm on my feet. I think the little peripheral things, the bruises and the bits and pieces, they all heal. I worry about Nanette because, she was up on top of the balcony watching 3 blokes run down the road and not me, and she's thinking, where is he? Mm-hmm. So that was a little bit, that got a bit, but, I'm okay. I guess what you do on reflection, it's what you do, you think, the advice from the police were outstanding, let me just say that, they were just outstanding, but then you think, why did you do it? Once I got rid of him at the door, why did I chase him down the stairs? And I still can't answer that outside the fact that I suppose I was that annoyed that someone's trying to break into my house, and the only resistance really between me and Nanette was me. Or the door and Nanette was me. So you think, no, they're not getting away with it that easily. So that'll be the pondering thing. Then, and I also ponder why I didn't put bloody shoes on, because I could have run down the street with them. Anyway, there's lots of things that you think about, and look, I wouldn't change the fact that I needed to be there, and look, whether they would have got in, the way he was, going at the door, something was going to give. So I'm pleased I did that. But what it does say, though, look, this is me and people now, you're talking to me on ABC Radio. How many others are affected? How many others have been affected? How many of those are going to be affected? And we've just got to do something about it. Look, I had a crack at the government, but I'm going to have a crack at anyone who can't do something about this. Because, interesting enough, there was I was on one of the TV shows last night, and the cameraman said to me, and I won't use his name, and I said, "Where do you come from?" And I just had a hint it was South Africa. He said, Joburg. He said, "I've just entered another Joburg." He said, "I left Johannesburg because of the crime." He said, "This is just as bad." And that is really terrifying to me, being a Melbourne person, thinking that have we gone that far back?
Yeah. And you haven't experienced anything like this previously? I mean, you've been on the planet for 70-odd years now.
Yeah, well, not when you've...
Lived in Melbourne most of your life?
Yeah, well, no, Ballarat first 7 and 18 and 10 in West Australia. But to open that fire door and thinking, wow, there's a bit of resistance here, and then, get clobbered by the crowbar, and 3 blokes there all masked up, hoodies, gloves, and clearly wanting to get in. No, it's the first time. I'm hoping it's the first and last time, because what clicks in then is something that you don't think about.
Yeah.
You either react one way or you probably react the other. I reacted a way, right, wrong, or indifference. That's the way it was. And it's probably my nature. Where, someone might, I don't know, other people might do something. I'd hate it had to be Nanette doing the door. And me sleeping through. So, the different circumstances. Why did I chase them down? Because I just didn't see, I just wanted to think, this cannot be. You cannot just wander into my joint and without some repercussions.
It's a terrifying episode. I'm so glad you're okay, Mick. I think that's a sentiment that all our listeners share, and says a bit about Mick Malthouse too, doesn't it? Mick Malthouse too, doesn't it, Lingy? To think that the situation starts out as 1 on 3, and by the end of it, it's the one that's making the 3 retreat.
No, I'm not surprised Mick was able to make them do that, but no, it is, Mick. As I said in my message to you, it's terrifying, and for you and Nanette, and you're high profile, so we're talking about your incident, but there are others out there who have been through this, and it's going to unfortunately stay with you and Nanette for a period of time.
Oh, it'll stay forever, Lingy.
Yeah,
because you'll remember it. You will remember it, and that's the thing.
So we're glad you're okay, Mick, and Nanette too.
And I'm going to add on here. Don't think for one moment I did it for bravery, and please, I'm going to be like the police. Think about it.
Yeah.
Because this could have ended up the other way.
Correct.
Oh, I agree.
Because when you just said then, when other people start saying things, you go 3v1, you go, oh, you only was 3v1. But when you say it, you go, geez, yeah, did I make the right decision? Yep. So please, don't think bravery is the first step. It's got to be common sense. If you've got enough, I didn't have enough, clearly, but you can. Some can think quicker, others react. So all I'm saying to the others is vote well, and we never know. We might. Just with the coppers, I'll just say this: they are understaffed, under-resourced, beautiful human beings who have a real care. And I'm going to say this: my statement was handwritten, whereas most of the world it's done by AI. That's got to be typed by him. He's off the street, and he's a fantastic copper. We've got to grow up, and we've got to support these people by giving them opportunity to be on the street. If they're not on the street, guess what? Others are, some that we don't want on the street. So therefore, we've got to support them. And I know this is that's not political. That is simply just the facts of life.
I think there's certainly a growing sentiment, Mick, on that path. And again, our thoughts are obviously with you. And it's great to see you here tonight, and so healthy given the events of the week. Mick Malthouse alongside Cameron Ling for the call tonight. Your special comments. Experts throughout the night here on ABC Sport, Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call the action, and Tim Hodges on the boundary. We'll check in with Hodgie in just a moment. The news in the footy landscape clearly all centres around what happened last night in Adelaide. An incredible evening in which Collingwood flipped the final series on its head. They'd won only 2 of their last 7 games heading across to South Australia, and they beat the Crows, who had won their last 9. It was a huge win I guess the anxiety from a Collingwood fan going to sleep last night was, would Jordan De Goey be free to play in a preliminary final? The answer is yes. So he's come away with a fine for his rough conduct episode in which he was looking to smother. In the end, there was contact made to the jaw of Josh Worrell. Came back as careless, low and high, so De Goey was fined. He's free to play. And Josh Worrell, who was involved both sides last night, he was on the receiving end from De Goey. He also gave out a hip and shoulder to Lockie Schultz. It was listed as a striking charge. He too got a fine, so same grading, came back as careless, low and high. Is that the right outcome? Jordan De Goey free to play in the prelim?
Yeah, I felt so. I thought he was, we saw when the Braden Maynard on Angus Brayshaw, the AFL said we're going to change that rule, and when he was trying to smother, but then it was the forceful front-on contact. This was different. This was De Goey genuinely trying to smother and almost incidental contact. So I thought, I actually didn't even think he'd get a fine, but I mean, okay, if it's a fine, that's okay.
Yeah, I've got to be very careful here because I had my mind on other things and just didn't get around to, it was so patchy, a bit of patchy of watching that. I had no focus, so a bit of that plus the rugby and this sort of stuff. So I'm going to plead that I'll go with what you said, Lingy, because, I mean, you've been around long enough, and if you say that, I reckon it's
what I think
pretty accurate.
What I think last night did show was finals footy is very, very different, Corbs, very different. Adelaide have been superb all year. Brilliant team, top of the ladder, great. But most of their players haven't been hardened and tested and exposed to finals footy. And just when it really got cracking, unfortunately, they could not go with the Pies.
I think, just to make a correction there, my apologies, Mark Keane was free to play. He was the one that was fined for his hit, which came back as careless, low and high. I had that listed as Josh Worrell. So Worrell didn't get fined. Mark Keane did for a separate incident on side bottom. Okay. The short end of all of that is no one's free to play. Everyone's free to play, basically, for their next game. The two Crows, as well as Jordan De Goey, out of last night. It was a huge win for Collingwood. You talk about the finals experience. It was telling last night, wasn't it? Adelaide had 16 guys playing their first final. Wow. Collingwood had 16 premiership players. Yeah. And it felt like that was the game.
And who were the true class and execution players when under enormous pressure and the heat was on, their bodies were going everywhere and they were just able to still finish with their skill? It was Steele Sidebottom. It was Jamie Elliott. It was Jordan De Goey. It was these...
Well, that goal of Dacos was
a
freak goal. How you turn that, your body like that to do a drop punt goal is extraordinary.
Yeah.
That's the ballet stuff.
Because we talk often with finals about the hardness and the toughness and the contested ball. All crucial, absolutely crucial. But the ability to execute skill under that sort of pressure and intensity, that's finals footy as well. And Collingwood were clearly a level above the Crows in that area last night.
I'll flip something to you. As I said, I was patchy watching. I look at the stats and see my check kicks 5 points. Any gettable?
Yeah.
Yep.
There were a couple he should have put away last night.
Which is really interesting because he is a... I threw that in there because I know how strong and accurate he generally is. His mind plays such a... Is his mind... Am I still here? Am I going to be playing next year here, or do they want me? That's probably dismissed in the club rooms, but you know what? A little bit lingers, just that little shadow lingers.
Absolutely. There were certainly moments for him last night. And then Taylor Walker in the second half, who kicked a couple of first-half goals in his 300th. He ended up finishing with 2 goals, 3, and he was in the same boat, some gettable set shots that didn't go in late. The other point out of the night was clearly Isaac Quaynor, who was subjected to being roundly jeered every single time he got the footy. Now, the backstory to all of this, and I'm sure you've been able to fill in the pieces in between, is that he was the player that received the homophobic slur from Isaac Rankin.
It's disgraceful.
It was shocking, wasn't it?
Oh, it's a player who, as you said, received it, has not asked for anything out with the Isaac Rankin stuff, just got on with his business, and he is copying it. I would have been embarrassed if I was any one of those fans who was booing him last night. So
I mentioned that when I was lucky enough to call the game, and I mentioned it as part of the broadcast. Imagine if you were a parent and you took your 6 or 7-year-old along last night and they said, "Hey, Dad, how come they're booing this guy?"
Explain that one.
How are you possibly meant to pass that on as to why that took place last night? I had a chat to Jack Crisp post-game on ABC Sport, and I put the same questions to him. Isaac Quaynor tonight, who was obviously roundly jeered every single time he got the footy. Yeah. Why was that?
I presume it's from a couple of weeks ago, but it's clearly unfair on him. We're just trying to make our game a better place for everybody. And he's out here playing some really strong football, and he stood up tonight and did that really well, even though he was getting booed by so many people, which I thought was quite uncalled for.
Yeah, so calls out homophobia, and basically that's the response that he gets when he walks into an opposition venue.
Yeah, unfortunate. That's how it went tonight, but we'll move on. We got the win, which is fantastic, so we'll regroup, stick together as a team.
Did you notice it out there?
Yeah. It's hard not to notice when you got 40,000, maybe 30,000. I think we had a lot of Collingwood supporters here tonight, which is awesome. But he stood up, did really well, and we stayed connected as a team and played some really good football.
Adelaide's statement was short today and just reads as follows: "We want members and footy fans to be barracking and passionate. However, they should do so respectfully, and any behaviour contrary to that is disappointing and not appropriate." So that was the word from the Adelaide Crows earlier today. We're at the MCG, counting down to the start of Geelong and Brisbane. It is the second qualifying finals footy here on ABC Sport. No late change. Teams are in. Jai Clark is the sub for Geelong and Sammy Marshall for the Brisbane Lions. Let's duck inside the Lions camp and say a very good evening to our own Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, crew. Mick, nice to see you and hear you on the airwaves after what you've been through. Danny Daly's been good enough to join us from the Brisbane Lions as the team run out onto the ground. How's the feeling in the camp? 85,000 people here tonight. This is what you play for, right?
Oh, absolutely. Start of a new season, September. It's always nice to be part of September action. There's about 10 other clubs who like to be here, so all goes well for a pretty big game tonight, I reckon.
It's an awesome challenge first up for your mob, isn't it?
It is. We've had some good battles against the Cats over recent times. Played them a couple of times this year and been lucky enough to get just over them. And obviously last year in the prelim, which was a pretty good game of football. And again, we were lucky to be in front when it counted. So, that should be a good game.
And to have the names on the whiteboard, Neil and Berry back in this team, that would make you much happier in the coach's box, wouldn't it?
Oh, it does. Obviously, Lockie's missed 4 games, I think, with his quad, and he's obviously a dual Brownlow medalist, and I think he's won about 3 or 4 BNFs with us. And Jared Berry's played such an important role for us on the wing, and he's tough. He runs all day, so to have both of those boys back in the team tonight, so it's really important for us. But unfortunately, it means a couple of the young blokes have gone out, but they've been able to go back and play in the VFL tomorrow. So yeah.
Lockie jumped off the bus. I think he was out on the ground about 5 o'clock. How's he feeling? He must be a little bit nervous after missing a bit of footy.
He's a competitor. He just wants to get out there and play football, and I don't think he's missed too many games of football over his journey. So to be able to come back in tonight for a final, he's just champing at the bit, and he can't wait to get out there.
We appreciate your time. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Danny, thanks so much for your time this close to the game. Just on those decisions around Lockie and Jared Berry, what's the conversation like when there is the potential, if you get the job done tonight, you get the week off, of going, okay, we run the risk, we get through tonight, we get the extra week and then flying versus playing tonight? Just take us inside some of those chats that you have as a footy club.
It's a good question. I think the first thing you do is you obviously have a discussion with your medical team and see where they're at in terms of both individuals. But Lockie, for example, he probably could have played against Hawthorn in round 24, but we made the decision then that it's probably best for him to give him another week off, which in turn turns into 2 weeks before we play tonight. So that's the decision we went by. So based on that, he's 100% ready to go tonight. So there's no dramas with him at all. And obviously Beza hurt his shoulder against Fremantle, which had popped out, but fortunately for him it went straight back in, and we got some MRIs done the next day after the game, and they all showed that he was fine. He had a little bit of damage there, and something that the medical team thought we could strengthen up through doing a weights program for a couple of weeks. But like all guys with shoulders, potentially they could go ahead at any time. So we know the risk in playing him, but at the same time, he trained all week, did a lot of competitive work, and so he's right to go as well. So it was a no-brainer in match committee that we just put him straight back in, to be fair.
Thank you. Appreciate the insight there that you guys go through. We were just discussing before, the last 3 times you've knocked off the Cats, 3 very different ways of winning. Obviously the absolute belter of a preliminary final last year, in the wet, coming from behind at the Gabba, and then just completely took the Cats apart on their home deck. What's the game got to look like early on from your perspective to think, okay, we've got this the way we want the game to be flowing right now?
Look, I think in finals the early part of the game will be will be pretty intense. The heat will be on. There'll be a lot of scrambling, a lot of pressure, a lot of tackling, I think. But once we can get into the game, I think if we can move the ball freely, try not to kick too straight. We know that Geelong like to set up skinny in their defence, so we've got to be able to work the angles and run to receives and try and penetrate the first line of their defence and get it inside 50 before they get numbers back. So if the game can be played like that, we feel we're in a good position to hopefully get the job done.
Danny, good to speak to you again. Ben Cameron here. It was reported during the week that you pulled out of the Melbourne race for the senior coaching gig. Is that accurate? And if so, why?
Yeah, that's accurate. I mean, the reality is I think probably talking to about 30 blokes, to be fair, so I was one of those, which was nice and a bit humbling. But as Mick would know, you've got to be 100% committed in the role as a coach. It's a tough gig. There's a lot asked of you, and just right now where I am with not only my professional life but my home life, I just didn't think it was the right thing to do at that point in time. I didn't think it was the right thing to do during the finals, to be preparing for a coaching interview. My role at Brisbane is really important, I think, and I just wanted to put 100% into that at this point in time, so that's why I made that decision.
Is it still something you want to do, though, you think, in the future?
It's something that, potentially I would like to do. Again, I understand how hard the job is, and I understand that there's a lot of people and a lot of assistant coaches out there that are in the same boat as myself, so down the track it'd be nice to probably look at doing it something, but as I said earlier, you need to be 100% committed to doing it, so right here and now I'm not. No.
Danny Daly ahead of the second qualifying final, Geelong and Brisbane. Danny, Corbin Middlemass here. Does that mean you'll be at Brisbane next year or not necessarily?
Look, I hope so, unless they want to get rid of me, but I don't think there's anyone else knocking the door down for me at this point in time. But I love it in Brisbane. My family love it there. The club's an outstanding club. It's one of those things you help build a culture and you help build a team to where we're at the minute. So, right here and now, I'm happy where we are.
I'm not sure it's a worry of whether Brisbane want you. I think there'll be plenty of other teams in the competition that'll be more than happy to have you, Danny. Last year, obviously, you played that preliminary final against each other, and Chris Fagan famously came out in the aftermath, and it's been replayed a lot in the lead-up that, we were battle-tested and they weren't, basically referring to the fact that Geelong had a bit of a softer lead-in, and you're looking at similar storylines, I guess, here. Geelong, haven't played a top 8 team in their last 6 games. Do you think that's something that you can exploit tonight?
Well, we hope so, and that's the message we've been delivering to our players this week. I mean, when you get to this point in the year, it's a lot about the mental side of the game than the actual game plan in itself. So, our boys feel like that the last 6 or 7 weeks we've had some really tough affairs and playing against some of the really good teams. Geelong would argue that their form's been their form regardless of who they've played and that they're ready to go as well, but it's something that we have spoken to our boys about this week and that they go into the game pretty confident about.
Can you give us a little insight into any kind of theme that Chris might be rolling with? Of course, last year you famously had the skating on thin ice. Anything that you can reveal?
It's a little bit the same, to be honest, a bit around that. I think it's been well documented in the last few weeks. I think Fage has come out and spoken about running into the fire, which have had a little bit of theme around. So there's no bigger test than tonight, and you can't bypass it. We've just got to run straight towards it and give it our best shot. So a little bit about skating on thin ice still, but also a bit about running towards the fire and don't be afraid to go hard at the battle.
We love watching your team play, Danny. Appreciate your time and all the best throughout the spring.
Thanks very much for having me on. I must admit, I was on 3 times last year during the finals. We won, so I was pretty pumped when you asked me to come on tonight, to be fair. So I hope that continues.
Let's make it a date. We'll get you on prelim final night.
No worries. Have a good call. Thanks, guys.
Danny Daly, the footy boss of the Brisbane Lions. He's got a good memory. That's right. We did speak to him every week, and I remember before the grand final we said, can we chat to Danny Daly? We've had him a number of times so far, and when we've had him, they've won. And he was pretty happy to chat to us on grand final day, and sure enough, they walked away with the trophy that day.
Who says footy people aren't a bit superstitious?
Well, no, he was, because he spoke to us the year before on grand final day, so he wasn't sure about grand final day. But we said, look, it'd work the other finals 2024. So do it again, Danny.
It's a great story, Danny Daly.
What's the line from The Office? I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. I feel like that might be Danny Daly and the Brisbane Lions. Teams are in. No late change. More from Mick and Lingy next. Hi, I'm Corbin Middlemass.
And I'm Ed Cowan.
He played Test cricket for Australia.
And Ed Cowan gets his first Test match century.
And he commentates the cricket.
Stark tries again. He rocks in straight through it. Smith. Together, we're giving you your weekly cricket conversation.
We're pulling apart the biggest stories in the sport and delivering them to you each and every week.
It's called the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2025 AFL Finals.
Atkins kicks goal and Dempsey in the goal square takes a hanger.
Bumped by McCluggage. 2 steps, shoots. Another goal for Brisbane. Wow.
Stingle wins it, gives it to Manor. Manor goals.
This is my name, this is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
Kicks around the body on the left. Oh, that will bring the MCG to its feet. To Bailey. Some Bailey brilliance. The Lions are building momentum.
Welcome to the show.
Bailey Smith, full stride. Makes them pay.
Better be ready to go. Welcome to the end of the road.
The second qualifying final, Geelong versus Brisbane, live from the MCG.
45 to get the party started.
The 2025 AFL Final Series.
To finish it off, it's good.
On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
It is showtime. The second qualifying final on deck, the best game of last season. They're at it again. Last year's preliminary finalists in the Brisbane Lions and the Geelong Cats, 2 of September's recurring characters. The Lions here for a 7th straight campaign. Meanwhile, in the last 22 years, Geelong have been absent from the final series only 3 times. They're here again. They qualify high. They give themselves 2 home finals, and they're trying to advance straight through to the last 4 with victory here tonight against those pesky Lions who have beaten them the last 3 times out. There is no late change. Jai Clark and Sammy Marshall, 2 of the young guns for both the Cats and the Lions, are the respective subs. The whole team's here. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call the footy. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Cameron Ling, the legendary Cat, and the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse. It's a fascinating matchup. We've got ample time to pull it all apart. We've just chatted to Danny Daly moments ago from the Brisbane Lions, their footy boss. And coming up, James Riley is going to join us from the Cats as well. Top line thoughts to get us going, Mick?
Well, I was going to throw this to Lingy. Can Geelong improve their side by anyone who's like the emergencies or anyone out?
Out of the team at the moment, only Reece Stanley being out with his injury as a frontline ruckman. But from what you say, Hammy, he might not play. If they were to lose, he might not play next week. But other than that, no, very healthy.
And if we put our collective hats on, has Brisbane got many, outside of the fact that some can't come back?
Yep.
Eric Hipwood's probably the only.
That'd be the only one, isn't it?
Yep. The other guys have lines through them for the year. So Answorth's not coming back. Coleman's not coming back. Link McCarthy likewise, and same with Jack Payne.
Yeah.
And Oscar McInerney played in the VFL last week, but he is not in their first choice team at the moment. They haven't been able to trust his body, and as a result, Fort is the ruckman and McInerney is watching on.
Is that the body? Is that the shoulder?
It's been a back issue throughout the year, reportedly.
Back? Because I've got a theory on ruckman. They're when you do your right, if you're a right tap ruckman, you do your right shoulder, which they quite often do. You generally do your dominant shoulder, believe it or not. Is that you don't want to get. Do these ruckmen get a little bit hesitant? Not that they're running at each other from a long distance, but when they hit and slide, that arm is under massive pressure. I'm just wondering whether psychologically because remember McInerney at his best would hit the ball 15, 20 metres out.
Yep.
Since he's come back, I know he's played it not a lot of games, but the games I've watched, he has never attempted a bigger hit. I'm just wondering whether, one, psychologically he's feeling it, and 2, Brisbane are going, well, that was our advantage to get that space. Now we've changed because Fort won't hit the ball there. He brings it in, so we need different players right at the ball. And that's why Berry's probably playing in these sort of plays, because it means the ball is different. You know, that structure is now different.
They can probably cover it because of how deep that midfield is now.
Yeah.
It's Levi Ashcroft has come and made it only deeper. Hugh McCluggage has gone to a whole new level this year.
Yeah.
Very good player.
Rayner goes in there too.
Rayner goes in. Zach Bailey goes in there. Jasper Fletcher comes in there, and obviously on the wing as well. They are so deep, so if they're not quite as outside hit dominant by Oscar McInerney, as long as the opposition ruckman is not outside hit dominant.
Right.
So Darcy Ford is so strong.
It's not been a Dooley.
No, and it's funny, I've spoken to a number of the different Geelong ruckmen and some of the guys who've worked with Darcy Ford over the years when he was at the Cats briefly. They describe Darcy Ford as, that old school, like, farmer, almost dad strength, where they just feel like they're so strong. Darcy Ford, despite being kind of wiry, kind of awkward looking, is just so strong and you can't move him.
Well, that's what I've noticed.
And at very worst, the ball just drops in a small radius.
That's why I've raised that thing about McInerney, because he gave them a different look in the middle. Because you can get on the run. It's hard to stop a runner in the middle because you're blocking, buddy. But that ball's out of space. But now it's inside. And you talk about last year we sat in here watching a grand final, and the first ball bounced down. I thought, what is Grundy doing crossing the line and not jumping over Fort? And he did it all day. That's the way that Fort loves it.
Yeah.
And right now, Stanley would. I know they've beaten Geelong, but I know Stanley's not playing. But Stanley would jump at him and be able to push it away. So that makes and would know him too.
So that's the next point. Who is going to ruck for Geelong tonight?
I think it'll be Sam De Koning. I think it'll be Blitzarves at times as well. But I reckon, and to be perfectly honest, I think out of everyone in the Geelong lineup, Sam De Koning has just been going and been okay and fine, but not really as good as what we probably all thought he would get to at this stage, given that...
so it might be good for him.
I think running, jumping, freedom, not that pressure of having to be really deep.
That's where I'm coming from, Lingy. See, this will be different again. He's been used to probably Stanley running and jumping over him, so therefore he moves in underneath him and Stanley then has to either drop the ball. You can't keep whacking it when you're reaching for the football. It's virtually you're tapping it. So I'm just whether De Koning with his jumping power might change the dynamics of the middle. That to me means you've got to do a lot of homework on something that you've only had a week to think about because they wouldn't have known that Stanley was out. So the intrigue to me will be the tactics on. You only score one of three ways, and one of them is stoppages, and that's going to be critical tonight.
They certainly wouldn't have known if they looked at Geelong's injury list on their website, Mick, because Stanley wasn't on there all week, in spite of the club seemingly knowing from Monday that he had a hamstring issue. But the interesting point around De Koning in the rucklingy and Mick is that I saw something from Lee Montagna, and it was fascinating that after that round 15 match between Geelong and Brisbane, Harris Andrews was able to completely outbody Shannon Neal and took a number of intercept marks, and that set up Brisbane. The week after that, Blitzarves went forward, and Geelong have played Blitzarves forward from that point onwards. Lee Montagna
they're going to play Brisbane at some stage,
that was for Harris Andrews. Now, maybe Blitzarves has to go a little more in the ruck, but if it is De Koning, he doesn't, and that plan that they might have put together for Brisbane remains intact.
Yeah, because you've got to ask the question, who is then the cut-off player at Brisbane? If you, it's a bit like going back. You guys will correct me on this, but a couple of years, or you in particular, Lingy, when they worked it out, you know what we're going to do here? We're going to make sure that Stewart doesn't become that intercept player all the time, to the point where he got moved into the middle because they become so effective. No plan survives contact. Nothing changes but change. So that will be the intriguing thing, is who is going to be the player who can intercept if Andrews is not the player. Because if you're doing your homework, I'm sure Geelong are, and they look at that and go, because Darcy Moore last night was outstanding. We know that Andrews, that night that we watched that game on a narrow ground, he only needed to move 20 metres off the line each time. He covered everything. So you take him out, what happens?
And it's a great question. Obviously, on the back of last night, it becomes more of a question. Shannon Neal had to learn where to position himself. I reckon that game he was thinking, I've got to stop Andrews, Best way to stop Andrews is to be where the ball is and the ball is kicked to, and compete in a one-on-one. Make sure you end up in dangerous spots so Andrews has to defend you.
Make him have to defend.
The other point is as well is that Brisbane aren't overly tall in their forward line, so they can probably afford to take De Koning out of there and play him in the ruck.
Well, Dale play some role there in the ruck. So. Yeah, it's the intrigue behind the line, behind the in the coach's box. It's fascinating.
It's a fun matchup. We've got plenty of time to pull apart a couple of those other threads. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling all night long on ABC Sport. Corp and Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call the action. We are half an hour away. There's no late change. Jai Clark, the sub for Geelong, and Sammy Marshall will be the sub for the Brisbane Lions. Let's go inside the Geelong camp. Back down to Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin joined down here on the boundary by James Rowley, Geelong assistant coach, the old Warrnambool College mate of mine. James, this is the big stage. How much are you looking forward to it? Your assistant coaching team, the coaching team, and your team looking forward to tonight?
Yeah, no, very much. This is what you do it for, especially coaching, and the year we've had. It's been an exciting year, and we've got some new players together, even from last time when we played this team in a prelim. So I've got a new team, and we're very excited to see how they go.
Can we just ask on Reece Stanley, your big omission first? When did you find out that he was struggling, or has it been did you know at the start of the week that hamstring wasn't going to allow him to play tonight?
No, we knew he had something earlier in the week, and then later in the week it looked like he's probably going to miss some time. How much, we don't know yet. But, it's disappointing for Reece because I think he's had a pretty strong year and is very important to us.
We were just talking about that before the interview. He's had a great year. Yep. You must be really disappointed for him.
Yeah, definitely. And Reece, I reckon it's as good a year as he's had, or as consistent year as he's had. And it allows Mark Blitzarves to play in other positions, Sam De Koning and Shannon Neal. So they'll have to help out tonight.
How much pressure is on Sam De Koning? Will he take the bulk of the rucking, would you think?
Yes, him and Mark Blitzarves. We all know how much Mark Blitzarves can run and not even come off the ground. So there's no doubt he'll do a little bit as well. Sam might start there, but we've also got Shannon Neal, who, yes, he's deep forward a lot, but he likes to get up the ground and run.
The challenge for your team, what's ahead? A lot of people said it was a light 6 weeks leading into finals. The readiness for what's to come, could they be much readier than they are right now?
Yeah, I think if you look at the last couple of weeks, we got to play on the MCG, which we believe is really important against Richmond. And we actually thought the Sydney game was pretty high pressure. Now, that was pretty even for a lot of the game, and we thought their form was pretty strong coming into that game. So we believe that game was, even though we ended up running away with it, was a pretty strong game of footy, and we were happy with our lead in.
The bye, what does that do for an assistant coach? Do you stress how much vision you have to pour over leading into tonight? In particular, I mean, it's rare that you play the team that you're playing. You've played them 3 times in the last 12 months.
Yeah, I do. I like to watch a lot of vision. It's good to sort of review the year. So I showed a lot of positive vision this week on how we play and against Brisbane and on the MCG. So we had a look at that. But it was good to have a break and reset, and I think we're ready to go.
Would people be staggered to know how much an assistant coach, how many games of footy, how much behind the goals you look at?
Yeah, I think so. I think we don't really we have days off, and obviously at Geelong and Scotty, they're fantastic. But even when you have a day off, you're still thinking about football, and you're always watching some vision and obviously the opposition. So it is a lot, but I enjoy it.
So from the prelim final last year, from earlier in the year at the Gabba and later in the year at Kardinia Park, what was the game that you focused most on against the Brisbane Lions?
A bit of everything, but yeah, look, last time we did everything wrong, really. So as far as how we played that game and how we set that game up, that was a bit on the coaches and the players. So we think that was leading into a bye round. So we think we can learn a lot from actually that game, even though we didn't do a lot right. We did a lot wrong, but we got a bit out of it.
Can I ask a simple question? What is the best way to beat Brisbane?
Oh, look, it's a simple answer because it's probably how we beat them a fair few years ago, and that's around the footy. They've just got stronger bodies around the ball, and they've grown together, and they've been a really strong team. So around the footy, when I say that, their midfield, but their high half backs and their high half forwards is really strong between the arcs. So we need to win that battle today.
And your big superstars, we all know them, the Camerons, the Dangerfields, the Smiths, the Stewarts. Do you look at them at the moment down in the rooms and think, I can feel these guys are going to have a big night tonight? Yeah,
there's no doubt. We want to have a really strong team performance, but you need your good players playing well. And they're set. Obviously, Paddy and Jeremy, they love the rest. They love to have the bye and to reset again. So they're ready to go. And then you've got, Bailey Smith has given us so much energy, and even Max Holmes through the middle of the ground. We're looking for them to have really strong games.
You spent a hell of a lot of your footy time in Adelaide. Did you watch last night? Oh, I know you're a footy nuffy. Did you soak up what a great contest that was?
Yeah, no, I did. Yeah, I did. Obviously, spending 3 years at the Crows, you sort of keep a close eye on them, and you want them to do well, and been so proud of them this year, the year they've had. And then their first final. I was speaking to Tex today, and they're obviously a bit disappointed, but they've had a great year, and I think they'll be okay in the next couple of weeks.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't have taken it off. Talking about Adelaide Crows. Hey, thanks so much for your time. Hope it's a great night for you and the Cats.
Great, thanks. Cheers.
There you go, James Rowley from Geelong, former Warrnambool College boy. Back to you, Corbin.
A Warrnambool gang with us on ABC Sport. Thanks to James Riley, and all the best to his Cats tonight. And our own Tim Hodges down there on the Boundaries Edge. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
I'm not certain it actually is a college. I think it's just Warrnambool High School, and Hodgie's gone with that to make it sound a little more highbrow.
We'll get back to Hodgie in a few moments, I'm sure. I've got some key questions out of tonight. Jai Clark is the sub for Geelong, and Sammy Marshall is the sub for the Brisbane Lions. The news of the day is that Jordan De Goey escaped with a fine for his rough conduct charge, so came back as careless, low and high. He's free to play in the prelim, as is Mark Keane and Josh Worrell. Worrell wasn't cited. Keane was fined for a striking offence, but both of them will be able to play in Adelaide's semi-final next Friday night. They'll take on the winner of Hawthorn or Geelong, and of course they will find themselves on the same side of the draw, same side of the bracket as the winner of tonight's game here at the MCG. The other news today kicking around is that Richard Goyder is stepping down in March. So there was some reports and some speculation that he would stick around until as late as 2028. He replaced Mike Fitzpatrick as the chairman back in 2017, and we now know that his reign as the chair of the AFL will come to a close in March next year. So the race is on, Mick, to see who will join the commission, and in all likelihood, the person that joins the commission is going to become the next chairman of the AFL.
So only one position that they expect to fill?
Yes. I think there might be 2 seats, but
2 seats.
I think out of the people that are coming on, the existing commissioners, none of them are going to be the chair.
Right. Okay.
So the person that comes, or the people that come on, are in line to be not only a new commissioner, but also the chairman of the league.
Straight up.
So have they stated that the current commissioners, none of them will be
Yes,
the chair? Okay.
That's what's been reported.
Who are you hearing? You got your ear to the ground.
Well, there's 3 names that have been reported, and Mitch Cleary broke this news earlier today on 7 News, that the 3 names he listed: Jeff Brown.
Yes. Well, that's been well known. Yep.
Peter Gordon, former Western Bulldogs chair.
Yep.
And Craig Drummond, Lingy.
Oh.
So, obviously, the former Geelong chair, those names have been put forward. There is a league nomination committee which has been assembled to help select who the new commissioners are going to be. That includes the likes of John Olsen, Andrew Wellington, Sonia Hood, Andrew Bassett and Andrew Pridham. So they're 5 current club presidents, as well as members of the commission as it stands at the moment. So, what do you think the game needs, rather than maybe even giving us some names? Like, what kind of chair does the competition need at this particular stage, where feels like there's a bit of heat on the current administration? They've already made moves with Greg Swan and Tom Harley, obviously joining as executives. But what does the AFL need?
If I had one fundamental thing that is asked about nearly every supporter, we can't forget the supporter. That if you said to them, make $1 million, win a premiership, they'd all go premiership. Okay, some just don't get you need to do money, but nonetheless, I reckon this might be a very simple question to ask, but a supporter wants to go to the game, in my view, and go, who will we hope our side wins today? We don't know. Not, we play a top side, we're going to get flogged. Oh, we're a top side, we're going to play a bottom side, we're going to flog them. We want uncertainty of the result.
So back to the any given Sunday theory. We need a bit more jeopardy week to week.
Absolutely, all year. Not around 15, 16, it's all done and buried.
So for you, equalisation's the number one thing we need to get sorted.
And the methods, we'll talk about maybe in our show, but yes, I think that's fundamental to a strong, vibrant competition, is to have uncertainty who will win the game as often as possible out of the 9 games right through to week. Right through final, everything.
Can I put to you, though, Mick, that is not done by bringing the better clubs, the well-run clubs, the high-quality clubs down?
No, I totally agree.
Raising
You've got to raise the standard.
Yep.
Got to raise the standard. But you also, Lingy, to do that, you've still got to have a fairness that gives that bottom club that's busted its guts and pick the right player, not to lose the player in the first 3 years because he goes,
correct.
The grass is very much green on the other side, and I'm moving to that club, which only strengthens that club. The penalty's always got to be that the player who goes from a bottom club has to be worth more to the bottom club than the top club.
Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron to call the footy. Tim Hodges on the boundary, the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse and the legendary cat Cameron Ling. Tonight's game, I've seen it reported this way. Do you believe that the winner tonight is the premiership favourite? Is it that simple to say whoever wins this match is the team to beat from here on in?
Absolutely. The winner of tonight's game wins the premiership, but the winner of tonight's game wins the premiership against the other team tonight.
Okay.
My statement. I think either one of these teams goes through the back door to the grand final, but having taken the longer road, ultimately will fall short. The winner tonight has the better path and wins it. So I'm still tipping a Geelong-Brisbane grand final.
Yeah, that's mathematically, clearly that works.
I just feel like they're both. I know we're yet to see them play in tonight's final. I feel like there's a little bit above the Adelaide, Collingwood, and then the bottom four of the top 8.
Well, the bottom four are the bottom four for a good reason, even though it's a mixed draw. I wouldn't discount Collingwood after winning that game. The older players get a week's rest. They have been enormous. You got Sidebottom kicking 3 last night. Pendlebury keeps getting the ball. Darcy Moore, 29-30, whether you wouldn't call him old, but bits and pieces I saw, I've got to clarify this. But over the last few weeks, to drop games, I think we forget that they were 2.5 games clear. So I wouldn't discount Collingwood.
No, I'm with you because I agree that I feel like that late season form was as a result a little bit of what they were doing with their training blocks and
the Goey hadn't hit his form, so the Goey's now in form.
You can hear that famous beat in the background. It was one that was ringing around the MCG after the final game of last season, of course, when the Lions lifted up the Premiership Cup and were awaiting their arrival again onto the MCG on a cool night here. It is second qualifying final night. The winner obviously goes through to a prelim. It'll be a home prelim and the week off to match on the way through. What a story it's been for the Brisbane Lions already in their title defence. They have not only qualified for September, they do so in the top 4. And there's the reception for them as they hit the MCG in the colours of old Fitzroy, predominantly in the red tonight with the yellow line, the blue chest and the white shorts. Incredibly, a reigning premier has not won a final as the reigning premier since Richmond in 2020.
Wow.
So the last 2 years, the reigning premiers didn't even qualify for the finals. We had the Cats miss in 2023. We had Collingwood miss the year before. If you want to go the year before that, Melbourne went out in straight sets.
Yes.
The year before that, Richmond didn't qualify, 2021.
Yeah.
So you have to go back to 2020 when they were the reigning premiers from 2019, and they ultimately won the flag. So the Brisbane Lions have already, just by being here, done something that we haven't seen in 3 years as the reigning premiers qualifying for the finals.
Did the Dogs win a final? Did they make the finals the next year? I've got a funny feeling they didn't make the final.
I don't think they did in 2017.
No.
Yeah.
It shows how long and hard a run to win a premiership is, and
the butter up again.
Yeah, the last 2 years have shown that really clearly. But it is a brutal game. It's a brutal season, and to go all the way and win it, and then the impact that has on off-season, pre-season, operations at the end of the seasons, the clean-ups and all that. They say, I love when they just dismiss it as, it's just a couple of clean-up ops. No, they went in for full surgery.
Yeah.
That takes time to recover from.
The one thing I love about Brisbane is their record against the best. So they're 7-4 against top 8 teams. That's the best record out of any of the finalists.
Fremantle was pretty close to that.
They've gone past Freo, given they beat them in the second last round. So 7-4. And the other thing is they've lost only 3 of their last 21 on the road. So it feels like when the situation appeals to them, their best comes out, the Brisbane Lions. Here comes the nominal home team tonight. The Geelong Cats hit the G. They got the navy blue shorts on tonight as they're about to burst through the banner back on the September stage, and they have been living here in recent times. 14 of the last 21 preliminary finals. And as I touched on earlier, just 3 times in the last 22 years they failed to make it through to September. They have won 6 in a row, but the rider on this, Lingy, is that they haven't played a single finalist since round 18. There's not much they can do about that. No. And when they did play that finalist, they lost to GWS. So it sort of leads us into the same kind of storyline we had into last year's preliminary final between these two teams. Would you rather the tough run, even if you have a few hiccups along the way, or would you rather the smooth entry against lower quality opposition?
And the answer to that question is only ever going to be whatever eventuates, win or loss, as to what's the best path forward. So Geelong can't do anything about who they played against. It means if they had a soft run to finish the season, they had a tough run at some stage in the season and still handled it well enough to finish second on the ladder. But, yep, it's a fair argument, because then you think, okay, maybe they're not quite that really hard and tough.
Only if they were a very young side. This is a highly experienced side. So I don't think there's a lot to say we're not prepared, because they know. And it's, Dangerfield and Stewart and Brissaves and keeps going right through, they know. And
with the pre-finals bye now, it almost takes that little edge of the momentum or the hardness away and just brings everyone back to the same level and says, okay, now we get on with finals. So, Corbs, I can't answer it until we see the next month of footy.
We might just have a listen to Chris Fagan. So this was him after last year's preliminary final, and you can imagine the Brisbane Lions keen to lean into a similar theme, but this was the way he put it.
The other thing that, and this is not Geelong's fault, but if you look at their last game of the season against the West Coast, they were 100 points in front at half-time. It was a low-pressure, low contested game. Then they have a week off, and then they play Port in a final where it was a similar sort of game, low pressure, low contest game. Then they have another week off, and I just felt like it's good to have the time off, but you need the games that you play to be really hard, tough games. And maybe at the end that showed our harder preparation enabled us to run the game out. And I would have thought that would have been a real challenge. I wasn't there, but I would have thought that would be a real challenge for Geelong coming into this week's game, and maybe explains a little. We lifted, but maybe explained a little bit of why we're able to do that.
So that was Chris Fagan after last year's preliminary final. And as you said, Lingy, a lot of this will be told in retrospect as to which preparation you'd rather. And really, no, it's not as if the teams can do anything about it. It's not like college football where you pick your own schedule. It's you play who they schedule you to play, and you can't help whether they're top 8 teams or they're also ranked.
Yeah, and it also comes down to how you play those games against softer teams, whether you've got that edge to your game, whether or not you're reviewing them as strongly and still holding each other to the same account and the standards and all of that. So if that's all happening, then it's effectively good, hard match play, and you're learning from it and you're trying to improve from it. But yeah, time will tell. You look at these two teams, though, and you just think both teams are built for finals-type football. They've got strong contested players in all the 3 different areas of the ground. You've got highly skilled match winner type players in the important parts of the ground. You've got those intercept defenders who can really kickstart their team's play. You've got dynamic midfielders as well as inside beast midfielders. They are truly finals type football teams, which we don't always get a nice even final because one team breaks the other team and it blows out a little bit and there's no thought of percentage or anything like that. But you feel like tonight's going to be close because of that evenness and the built for final stuff.
Geelong do a lot well. Clearly, you finish second on the table. You're going to be green in a lot of key areas when you put their stat line on the board. But the one thing that is an extreme outlier is against the best teams in the competitions, the scores they concede out of the back half, where teams are able just to score freely out of defence and Geelong seemingly powerless to stop it. So they're 18th in the competition against top 8 teams for teams scoring out of the back half against them, and particularly Brisbane. So Brisbane, 59 points from the back half in round 15, 52 points in round 3, and 6 goals from the prelim.
Well, if you asked me to just take a snapshot in my mind of that game in round 15 at Kardinia Park, that's what stood out. Brisbane sliced them apart, and every time they went inboard or run past handball, the Brisbane Lions, it felt like Geelong were about 3 or 4 metres off them and never even looked like getting a hand on them. So I would imagine in all the preparation they've done for this, they can't say, Let Brisbane move the ball down the ground and then we'll try and get an intercept deep in defence and we'll get going again. They need to cut off that dangerous free ball through the middle of the ground for the Brisbane Lions tonight.
So that's midfield accountability?
Midfield accountability, forward pressure, great structure, the almost the gap between where the defenders are set up and the mids and where the ball is positioned at any given time is the right amount of spacing so that Brisbane don't have those holes that they can use.
Yeah, I just look at... I've gone back to round 15. It's such a long time ago. And I'm just looking at some of the players that did and won't be playing. But you've got Stewart's had 15 and 7. But if I looked at, say, and we're talking here about tagging a key back in Andrews. Andrews had 10 marks. If I'm just trying to chase these up, he had 13 and 3 and 10 marks. So I've got a feeling that a lot of those were intercept marks, weren't just cheap marks given to by his teammate. Because I can just remember him being in the right spot because of the pressure that was up the ground. He positioned himself beautifully. Geelong, from memory, Lingy, and you would know this, they go 5-6. They go 5. They kept Stewart. They kept 1 free in the back half, which I think GWS and Gold Coast both try to make Geelong accountable. I don't think Brisbane did. What they were able to do was make sure that Stewart, even though he might have got a lot of the football, not be as productive with the football.
No, he definitely wasn't that night. Mind you, Geelong's defenders, you could have had Bruce Doull, Matt Scarlett, Dustin Fletcher, whoever playing down there. That ball was flying down.
Yeah, it was only 58 to 51 inside 50, so it wasn't a hell of a lot more, but it was 60 odd possessions more, of which 30 were hand passes, and they're the ones that you were talking about going through the middle. I'm just going to have a look at the marks in the forward line. Sometimes that's a real giveaway. Marks in 13-16, so it was relatively even. I'm surprised at that.
I think, Geelong did put a little pretty face on it, didn't they, towards the back end? But it was the first 4 goals, and it was really Brisbane's game from start to finish. Just on since last year's prelim, so obviously this is the first final they play against each other since then, and ultimately for Geelong it was the last final they played, obviously, as their season ended that night. Both teams have 17 players, so they've changed 6. Interestingly, when you look at the 6 that have changed, so for Brisbane, it's young guys like Levi Ashcroft, Marshall, Gallup, plus they bring in Fort, Gardner and Day. Whereas you look at the ends for Geelong, it's Bailey Smith, it's Jack Martin, DeConing didn't play last year, Mark O'Connor, one of their premiership players, O'Sullivan and Clark. So if you look at the 6 that are different, clearly Geelong have the star power at least that have changed since this time last year.
Yeah, but both coaches know and understand that, let's say Geelong were just off a grand final, given the result of that prelim, so right at the very pointy end of things, and Brisbane are the premiers. You don't just repeat with the exact same team the next year, and they're both smart enough to know that, so that the fact that we see a couple of young players in this team now, so O'Sullivan and Jai Clark for Geelong, as you mentioned, Gallup and Marshall for the Brisbane Lions, they know they need to bring different looks in so that they're not just trotting out the same team as last year. Because as good as it was, and it was a premiership team, it's still got to have a different element to it.
We've still never seen a premiership side trot out again together, Lingy.
No, that
never happened.
Stands, doesn't it?
It does, but I think your point's broader than that. Continuing to evolve, isn't it?
Off the SMS, Steve from Ballarat. I don't know if there are any easy games at the elite level. You might win a few easy ones, but you still have to work hard to win them. I think referring to Geelong's obviously 6-game winning streak on the run in. Rich from Ocean Grove tuning in while making pizzas, nervous about tonight's game, but I've loved how the Cats have attacked the game this season. I think we have as good a chance as anyone in the finals. Thanks, Rich. Appreciate that. And from Mark from Upway, hi, gents. I'm thinking of Collingwood-Hawthorn grand final for the first time. So for two September regulars, never played a grand final against each other, but it's alive at least for another night with the Magpies in a prelim, and of course Hawthorn still to come tomorrow.
Who kicked all the goals last time, Lingy?
Logan Morris kicked 5.
So that's got to change. That's at Hipwood none and Cameron none. So, how often do you get the same sort of result? Very rarely.
Matt Edwards is the MC. The lights have dimmed. And welcome to country, and the national anthem is coming up. And then finals footy right here on ABC Sport. The second qualifying final. The winner gets the week off for the home prelim. And what a juicy matchup it is. perhaps premiership favouritism on the line as well for the winner in the month of September.
The Australian Football League and Premier Partner Toyota welcome you to the 2025 Toyota AFL Finals Series and tonight's second qualifying final between the Geelong Cats and the Brisbane Lions. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to our elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, here's Uncle Colin Jr.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this evening we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people. And I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here this evening. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us and pay my respects to them also. Wominjeka welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yimin Kondi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Bunambor War, Kondi Nengnak Duban Bik Bulikbor Tilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountain to the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Wurrung language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka welcome, enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Colin. If you are able, would you now please rise, remove your hats and join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem to be performed tonight by Kai.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, our beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia
Oh, the Goosebumps activated the national anthem at the MCG in September. There's only 8 games to go, including this one in the race for the 2025 Premiership. The Brisbane Lions and the Geelong Cats, there is no late change. The Lions, of course, the reigning premiers. And for Geelong, they know all about September, all but 3 of the last 22 final series they featured in. As Harris Andrews and Patrick Dangerfield make their way towards the middle, 2 milestones tonight. Max Holmes plays his 100th game. The last 2 finals he's played here, he has done his hamstring. Of course, in last year's preliminary final, in which was a key turning point when he went off the ground and they made that decision. It was a 23-point swing in the game, so it happened at the most inopportune moment. A milestone for him tonight and the 50th game for Kai Lohmann. The last time he was here, he kicked 4 on grand final day and played a starring role in the Lions Premiership. Tim Hodges is with us on the boundary tonight, as he is every Friday night in Melbourne throughout the season. Good evening, Hodgie.
What an atmosphere, Corbin. It is electric after that national anthem. A win at the toss for Harris Andrews. The Lions will kick to the punt road end. That's, of course, left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening into the ABC call. And monster crowd, as I said before, an awesome atmosphere. Melbourne's only Week 1 final. The MCC expecting to hit 85 to 86,000 people. Honestly, it feels like grand final day here in the members. It is absolutely chockers. Just a word on the weather. It's cold and it's windy. So currently just 11 degrees. Been into a low of 4 tonight in Melbourne. But I feel like it's the wind that's going to be the issue. It's swirling wildly at ground level. So I think it will really play a part at times throughout this evening. No late change. The subs for the Cats, Jai Clark for Brisbane, it's Sam Marshall. It'll be tough, but I hope tonight can provide us with a ripper like last night. Good calling to you all up there.
Thanks, Hodgie. In a word, Lingy.
Oh, you know what I'm going to say.
Geelong, Mick.
And you know exactly I won't agree with him.
We wouldn't have it any other way. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling on ABC Sport. This is finals footy. 2 of September's recurring characters. The September Cats and the reigning champs, the Brisbane Lions. The second qualifying final for a spot in the home prelim and the premiership favouritism. Here's Ben Cameron.
Blitzarve starting in the ruck, wins the opening tap, soccering it forward though for the Brisbane Lions. Dunkley coming out, Stewart, he gathers the footy, he's tackled quickly, and a ball up in the middle.
Interesting, Berry starting on the wing with Smith, which won't be on the wing, of course, I wouldn't imagine.
Up it goes, Fort palming it down, Bailey over the footy. Eventually Holmes picks it up there for the Cats, out to Blitzarves. Levi Ashcroft goes in, gets a handball away. Ball in dispute in the middle. It's tight, tough and contested to begin this final. Finals footy on ABC Sport. We've barely left a 15-metre radius.
Blitzarves rucking, grabs it out of the ruck, turns into Dunkley, and Dunkley says, come here, tackles him straight to the ground.
4 stoppages already.
Yeah, so Blitzarve's in the ruck. Obviously, Sam DeConing is starting down back on Sam Day. We thought maybe DeConing would start in the ruck.
Keeps us guessing. Fort palms it down. Bailey knocks it out to Fletcher. What a player he's becoming. Kicks inside 50, and there's Stewart. That's his MO. The intercept marking across the half-back line for the Cats. Flares it wide to Humphreys. I loved his chat with you, Mick, after that last regular season games. You asked him who he wanted in a final, and he said, the Lions have got us. Yeah. Recent times, I want them again. Chance to be able to get one back. He finds Manor, hands it off to Smith. Short kick down the line. Starcevic breaks it up, wins it from Dangerfield. Kicks Brisbane down to half forward.
Looking for Morris. Up he goes. Henry breaks it up. It spills down for Day. Kicks for Cameron. Back leading to goal. He's got it and walks in the first. Brisbane off to a flyer. Charlie Cameron back in form in the last few weeks. 1 straight 6 plays, no score. 2 minutes in, finals footy on ABC Sport.
I found it strange that Geelong seemed to be outnumbered at true centre-half forwarding. You know, I've got to see this again, but I just thought the way that Brisbane were able to take the ball away from here, it looked like they had multiple chances. And I know that Cameron ran through that, but it just looked like one defender was short for Geelong.
Yeah, I think what it came from, Mick, was the fact that Geelong were confident in having the ball. It was such a bad kick from Bailey Smith to Patrick Dangerfield that the moment Brandon Starcevic turned the ball over, Brisbane just got on their bikes and did the right thing, got forward and ended up with an easy first goal of this game.
I think if DeConing had his time again, he wouldn't play that wrong. Let's just see.
The reigning premiers kick the opener, spills down to Holmes at the restart. He's got Geelong going forward. Stengel at the drop. Good spoiled. Gardner had to wait late, but got a fist in there. Fletcher scoops it up under pressure, gives it to Lester. High up and under down that southern wing. Waits for it to land. Bailey and Blitzarves wrestle for it. Blitzarves off his knees. Gives it to Guthrie. Hand pass to Myers. Retreats with the kick to O'Connor. The Cats in their home jumper, in their home shorts. They've got the navy blue shorts on with the blue and white hoops. A long kick for O'Connor inside the forward 50. Andrews puts his fist through it in customary fashion into the path of McCluggage, now an All-Australian. Away to Dunkley to Starcevic, locked up by Close. Umpire says, my ball. And the ball up centre half forward for the Cats.
Got some great umpires. Brett Rosary for Stardust, the best. Yeah. He's out there.
Yeah, a lot of other umpires would have got sucked into pain that is holding the ball, wouldn't they, Mick? Yep, there was no prior opportunity.
Berry with the clearance there for the Lions. Umpires Rosebery, Hosking, Broadbent and Wallace. Cats win it back on the wing. O'Connor just pokes a kick over the top. And Dempsey marks. High half forward. Wheels and kicks long inside 50 for the Cats. Up they go, Cameron! Wow. Juggles it down in the pocket. 15 out, 45-degree angle.
Oh, some great work by Brad Close.
Unbelievable work.
Off the ball. So Harris Andrews, he just got his body in between the ball and Harris Andrews. In the end, Andrews had to almost throw him out of the way to try and get the spoil, but was a fraction of a second late. Great work by Close.
Yeah, bad play by the opponent of Cameron, not jumping with him.
To not just make it a goal apiece, a Cameron apiece, he can't. Charlie at one end, Jeremy misses at the other. The Lions lead by 5 points, 4 minutes into the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Too close to the man on the mark then, Nick.
I reckon.
Could have had a Ben Cameron calling both of them as well, but not to be, as Levi Ashcroft marks the kick out to Fletcher to Zorko. Great turnover. Stengel wins it back, kicks it to the goal square. Jazz is all alone, and he marks 12 metres out right in front.
Yeah, you can't make those mistakes. Not in finals footy. You pay a great penalty. Good play by Geelong, though, keeping their eye on the football. Just keep your eye on the ball. You don't know how long that player's going to hang on to it.
Missed his first look. The Coleman medalist pops it through. Cats are in business. And the first lead change of the night, and I dare say it won't be the last. We are 5 minutes in. Geelong 1-1, Brisbane 1 straight. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse.
And Nick, we spoke in the pre-match about the fact round 15 the Brisbane Lions just sliced and diced the Cats all night. Their ball use was dangerous, it was quick, they flew through the middle of the ground. Geelong needed to be aggressive and try and take the ball off them early because Brisbane are going to try it again.
Yeah, of course they will.
And on that occasion there, just that ball gets hung up a little bit and maybe just a little skill error, nerves early on in a final. You create that turnover and you're forward half of the ground, a nice easy shot at goal.
And your backs are already on the move going up forward, so they can't turn around and get back.
16 away from 100. Jeremy Cameron with that goal. Blitzarves taps it down in the middle. Bailey Smith out after it. Neil beats him to it, doesn't gather the footy. Fort goes in, leaves it behind for Blitzarves. Snaps the Cats towards half forward. Cameron again. He marks it centre half forward. Too far out to score, you would think. Pokes it over the top, and Dempsey's on the end of it. Plum in front, 40 out for the Cats.
Who's on? I'm just trying to pick up who's on Cameron because
Ryan Lester.
He's getting done in the air. That's getting done badly in the air.
So Lester did the job on him last time. Did a superb job on him.
Yeah,
but
not now.
No, that's the worry. Is if Jeremy Cameron starts getting on top, do they have to turn to Harris Andrews in a hurry and lose what Andrews brings to them?
Last year's Rising Star winner puts his laces through it from 45, and his star continues to rise. The Cats have kicked the last two after Brisbane kicked the first. They lead by 7. 7 minutes into this opening stanza. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, the scoreline is evident with the possession rate for a start off. Geelong 21, Brisbane 16. Geelong going at 86%
by foot.
By foot. That is extraordinary in a final. To 60, which is probably normal for a start of a final. So one's normal, one's above that. And I would say that Cameron's kick for goal prior to that would have been one of the reasons why it's only 86, not 90%. Dominating at the moment, that type of play plus the loose ball.
So Mark O'Connor's coming to the centre bounce of the Cats on Cam Rayner, so clearly going to go with him wherever he goes, I would imagine.
Lions kick the first goal, Geelong the next two. And the Cats by 7 points back in the middle. Scrap on for it, and Blitzarves collects and he's tackled immediately.
So that's dangerous, Lingy, because then you've got a mid that may have to go back.
Fort palms it down. Holmes trying to break free of the Dunkley tackle. Got it out to Bowes. Tumbles a kick up to the wing. Jack Martin can't trap it. Does well to go back a second time. Wilmot runs him down. The tackle lingered. Free kick Martin.
I reckon it's Oisin Mullen, though, Mick, who's going to Hugh McCluggage, and he's happy to go back.
Jack Martin flares it out to half forward. Good kick, finds O'Connor. Dabs it inside 50, and he's Dangerfield hitting up on the flank. And he marks 45 out, right half forward for Geelong.
That's gone from 80 to 88%.
Yeah.
Geelong aren't wasting the ball. They're finding targets. Brisbane are just hanging off their man just too much for a final.
So that was O'Connor. We just spoke about him from the centre bounce. Got forward on Rayner, able to take that mark. And from there, it was a nice, easy little hit up for Dangerfield. But tough shot, a goal from this pocket.
I think Brisbane had the first two inside 50s. Geelong have had the next 6. Here's Dangerfield. Drop punt, sails goalward. It's on the behind line and it's knocked through for a minor score. So 2-2 to 1 straight. Cats by 8 points, 9 minutes in. And Geelong with a bit of pep in their step.
Zorko with the kick in, goes up the middle, finds Neil, who gets rid of it. Away to Will Ashcroft, the Norm Smith medalist, kicks for Dunkley, fighting with Dangerfield. Dangerfield hoovers it up, gets rid of it to Bose. He kicks to half forward for the Cats. It'll sit for Close, has men on in the corridor, charged down by Zorko. Great pressure, smothers it out of play. Throwing 45 around from the attacking goal for the Cats, attacking the city end in the opening term. They led it by 8.
Feels like that's the one thing you notice about September football, the amount of smothers and one percenters.
And the pouncing on the loose footy and the mistakes.
Any fumble and you're just gone.
Oh, you pay a penalty.
And Cats by 8 points. Neil knocks it free into the path of Dangerfield, left it behind. Bailey has to get a quick hand pass away, does so to Fletcher. Hurried kick out of defence, out on the full.
Yeah, well, look, at the end of the day, that's not a bad kick. I know it gives the ball to Geelong, but they've got to now have 2 shots to kick a goal.
Guthrie into a crowded forward 50. Neil the target. Swatted down by Martin in the end. Close has got it. They've got him. Umpire says holding the ball. Didn't do enough to get it out. Free kick. And it'll go Brisbane's way. And Zorko to take it at full back for the Lions.
He was one of the architects in that round 15 win. He kicks up to the wing here. Cameron goes up, drops the mark. Lester tries to follow up. Dempsey does so too, but out of play. Throwing on the worn wing.
Jeremy Cameron's looking a little dangerous. Flying for his marks.
In the air. Because that's not really his go. He's made it all tonight so far.
Umpire brings it back in. Blitzarves and Fort. Blitzarves hooking it down. Fletcher there for the Lions. Wins the footy. A kick on the outside of the boot. Around the wing. Low down. Gallup takes the mark. Called to play on. He gets a handball away. Pinched by Stewart and the Cats are out. Here's Dempsey in space. Half forward. He'll kick long to full forward. Dangerfield's down there. Cameron too. And Dangerfield holds out his opponent. And Cameron marks. Deep in the left forward pocket for the Cats.
Great shout out, Benny. That was superb by Dangerfield. That's what it looks like when we talk about protecting your teammate in a marking contest without getting caught for it by the umpire too. Subtle enough.
Well, it's quite legal. You're allowed to hold your ground as long as you don't put your arms out. He was.
Here comes Jezza on the right and snapping it through. The big stage is his natural habitat. And he's got a couple early. And Geelong have the last 3 in the game. 3-2-20 plays 1 straight 6, 12 played. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, Mick, you look across some of the stats and we think contested possessions, clearances, that type of thing, Geelong must be dominating. No, it's pretty even in those. It is sheer efficiency right now. Geelong's ball use, their kicking efficiency, 83%. Brisbane, 60%. And what is that is then leading to is inside 50s 9-2.
Yeah.
And as Corbs mentioned, those 2 were at the start of this quarter, start of the game.
It's been a domisation. And the frightening thing here for Brisbane, if you don't make a change right now, Cameron's going to get his 100th tonight. So Brisbane have got a bit of thinking to do.
85 and counting for Jeremy Cameron. And all of a sudden a 14-point lead for Geelong. They're going forward again. Martin off the square. Hands it to Atkins. Kicks inside 50. Cameron almost a one-hander. Reels it in. Hooks it on the left. Jezza for 3. He misses. He's got 2 goals too, Jeremy Cameron. He is a problem for Chris Fagan and the Lions. 3-3 to 1 straight. It is all Geelong after 13 minutes. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Fletcher, the short kick in. Away to Gardner, who moves it on towards Will Ashcroft, who looks further out wide. And now Neil chips around the wing. Loman goes up, doesn't take the mark. Punched away from him to the boundary line. And throwing coming out there in front of the AFLCA best young player. 28-year-old Sean Manor.
I heard Tom Stewart, a previous winner of that, was rapt that Manor got it because he's now no longer the oldest young player.
Sam Day wins it down. Mullen manages to get a handball out to Manor, who soccers it around the boundary line. Too wide. Out of bounds on the full. Brisbane to get it back. The Cats by 15 points, 13 minutes in.
Doesn't matter about that's going out in the full. That's a smart kick because what it's done, Brisbane have proven right now they cannot penetrate the centre line. And why not put the ball where it is?
Berry off the back flank. Long contest kick down the line. O'Sullivan got himself in front. Takes the intercept mark. Beats Gallup in the one-on-one. And then rushes the kick. Touched off on the way through. Oh, clean bowls Leicester. There's a free for a push in front of that. And Berry giving an illegal shove to close, so it's a Geelong free just forward of halfway. Cats by 15 points. We're only 14 minutes in and they conceded the first goal, so it's been all Geelong after Charlie Cameron kicked the opener. Back to De Koning, retreats to Jack Henry, and he's given a hurry up by Rayner. Takes the mark centre half back for Geelong. And now the Lions can try and press and put a bit of pressure on Geelong, exiting their defensive half. Comes wide with the kick and Bowes marks on the wing.
Gets around Levi Ashcroft on the mark. Kicks the Cats to half forward. Andrews going back. Takes a strong mark in front of the pack.
That's the first one he even looked like being in the right position. Twice he's been in the right position. One he got blocked out, but again being forced back.
Brisbane on their back flank. Goes back to Ryan Lester, who kicks for Wilmot. Centre half back here, the Lions. Wilmot pokes it out wide for Lachie Neale. Coming back from that quad strain. Off to Lester to Wilmot. Under pressure here, the Lions. Starcevic back to Lester now in the middle. Sweeps it out wide for Fletcher on the logo.
He's had a busy start. Looks inside the forward 50. Gallop takes the mark right on the 50. What a moment for this young man. He's played 2 games, been subbed out in each of them. Gives a hand pass back to Jasper Fletcher. He has started on a heater. Fletcher goals on the run. And the young man shows us what he can do. And Brisbane with a critical goal just to steady up in this opening term. It's Geelong 3-3, Brisbane 2 straight. 15 minutes in, the Cats lead cut to 9. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, finals footy on ABC Sport.
Lingy, I think it was the method that's reminiscent of that game where they won a few weeks around 15. That type of play, it's risky, highly risky at this stage of a season when it's finals football, but I think I guess that's their modus operandi against the Geelong, who do hang off just a little bit. But if they make a mistake like we've seen, so they've got to make it almost perfect.
Yeah, and I think it was Ryan Lester's handball that got
big
to
one
the
over
outside,
the top of the wing.
Because for a moment there, it looked like Geelong was going to get a tackle and nail them, and a mid-turnover that was going to end up back the other way in a hurry. He got it to the outside. And from there, Fletcher just drifted down nicely, and a lack of communication from the Cats. Get the handball receive and nailed it.
Sam De Koning into the ruck. Fort wins the tap. Holmes coming through for Geelong. Sweeps a handball forward. Zorko can't trap it. The ball bobbles towards half forward. And a ball upcoming. The umpire crosses himself.
I know I've emphasised it, but 7 disposals, 199 metres gained and a goal for Jasper Fletcher to start his night.
Good start.
All up centre half forward for the Cats. De Koning the tap. Bailey pinches it. Free kick picked out. And it'll go the way of Atkins. Attacking edge of the square for Geelong. Kick smothered by Neale. Ricochets to Dangerfield. Gets on the left. High kick to full forward. They come from everywhere. Lester drops the mark. Fletcher robes the pack at fullback. He's under the pump. Tackled. Ball up. Full forward here for the men in hoops.
Fletcher in his 65th game, but it's his 8th final. He's won 6 of the previous 7, including a premiership, of course, last year. Comes down to Berry. Has his pocket picked by Manor. Light ball top of the goal square for the Cats. Bobbles out again. We throw a blanket over 8 of them here. Umpire circle says ball up.
Yeah, we focused a lot on the Ashcroft father-son picks for Brisbane. Fletcher is just a superb player.
Yet to miss from debut. 65 games straight for Jasper Fletcher. Umpire Rosebery tosses it up in the goal square. Half the field's in the Cats attacking goal square at the moment. Berry has to get it out. Handball in front of Bailey. Sockers it off the deck. Jack Henry intercepts. Centre half forward for Geelong.
Yeah, Geelong had a perfect setup outside 50. If that one little mistake, if you didn't clear 50, 55, you're in trouble. And that's probably the fault of the Brisbane player on him. He just let him have front position.
He's kicked one behind for the year, Jack Henry.
Beyond his distance, I would have thought, unless he flushes it.
His drop punt sails goalward here and looking for that extra distance. Lingy alluded to, he tugs it to the left. It's all behind. So the Cats 3 goals for, Brisbane 2 straight. It's been Geelong's quarter. 18 minutes in, the Cats by 10.
Would have been his first goal of the year. Not to be. Short kick in from Zorko to Andrews to Lachie Neale, just beyond the defensive arc here for the Lions.
This is perfect setup by Geelong. They've had to go very well. In this case, they did pull that one.
They go right back. Neale goes to Andrews, who switches to the opposite pocket. Finds Wilmot. So Geelong doing a good job here. Wilmot shorts it to Fletcher. Forward handball to Neale. Left back flank now Brisbane. Kick around the wing. Logan Morris launches at the footy. Comes down with it. Has it high half forward. He'll kick inside 50. Smothered Max Holmes does well, knocks it down to Atkins. Geelong ball again.
Oh, Fletcher trying to mark, runs into Shannon Neal on the wing. There's a free kick.
I don't know what that free kick's for.
To Fletcher.
I cannot see a free kick there.
I think I agree with you, Mick. There's a handball away to Zorko. Kicks to centre half forward. Bailey spills it, but gives it off to the Norm Smith medalist. Will Ashcroft, long to Lumen. Lumen marks in the goal square for Brisbane.
It's great play by Brisbane because of the depth of the kicking, but
they're two blondies that lit up the grand final combined. Will Ashcroft to Kai Lohman. The easy finish. And Brisbane have found their footing. They kick back-to-back goals and the Cats lead trimmed to 4. 3-4 to 3 straight. As we tick into time on in quarter number 1. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
I agree with Mick. He said there was no free kick in that incident with Jasper Fletcher. He threw his head back wildly, and that caught the physio and the doctor who went out to him to bring him off for a HIA. He got to the bench and almost smiled at them, and I think it was totally staging. So they haven't even spoken to him since he got to the bench after whatever he said, which must have been along those lines. So I think you were spot on again, Mick.
Once it did get through, though, after the free kick, the ball use is excellent by the Brisbane Lions. They're just starting to get rolling now. Their efficiency's there. Their kicking efficiency's gone right up to 74% instead of the 60%. Starting to break through a little bit more now.
Goal number 50 in game number 50 for Kai Lohman. Restart in the middle. Fort trying to get a kick away. Tackled off it there by Dangerfield. A big bull as he gets back to his feet. Up it goes again. Tapping it down, Blitzarves. Bounces off the bonce there of Atkins in the middle. Still really, nowhere to go.
Yeah, some really tough players in there. Really strong-bodied players in there.
Both rucks miss it this time. Still inside the outer of the two circles in the middle of the MCG. Spits out to Wilmot. He's tackled straight away. Umpire Wallace comes rushing in. Wallace family, no strangers to big finals.
Oh.
Son of Terry.
Of course, the Hawthorn premiership start. Socked away by Fort in the middle. And then it's actually marked. So travelled the required distance. Guthrie hangs on to it. Handball away towards Bailey Smith. Trying to get him going. Runs with the blonde locks flowing. Gives a handball away to his teammate O'Sullivan. Hand pass back to Smith. Puts him under pressure. Rayner breaks it up. Good tackle though. Great follow-up. O'Sullivan holding the ball.
And correct decision.
Yeah, and he just saved Bailey Smith there because Smith trying to get involved and get touches ended up running his team into a whole lot of trouble and needed Connor O'Sullivan.
Looking for the little one too.
Yeah.
As Myers, short kick to Holmes, and he's off. He is a runner. He is a track star. Kicks inside 50. Turns it over, Max Holmes, and the intercept mark for Starcevic. Back pocket for Brisbane.
He repels for the Lions. Long kick in the Day direction. Myers, opposed to him, does well. With the hands of Day, it comes down for Myers. Handball out of play. Throwing in front of the members.
That efficiency rate's dropped by Geelong from 88 to 70, and Brisbane's has gone from 66 to 73, so it's quite extraordinary how that last 10 minutes has happened.
Cats lead by 4 points. The ABC's own Ian Burrows spins it back into play. Blitzarves emerges with the footy. High tumbling kick inside 50. Martin comes out. Leaping chest mark. Just inside 50, 5 metres in from the boundary line, right half forward.
Gee, that's a good grab.
That is a really good mark.
Read that in the air. That ball was floating around everywhere with bodies around him. This would be an amazing goal if he could kick it from here. He's literally against the fence and will be kicking from outside 50.
I'm not sure Jack's... It's a 50-metre kick, but that's going to go... It's got to go 55, doesn't it, that kick?
You got the Cats this year from very wide out. It's not a bad-looking drop. Punter goes to the line and Fort swats it through there for Brisbane. Cats lead by 5 points. We're 5 minutes away from quarter time. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Depending on how this spring goes, you can just imagine the next chapter in the great Geelong stories and redemption arcs that they're able to put these players on, and Jack Martin seemingly the latest of those. Zorko brings it into Starcevic. High bomb to the wing. De Koning puts his fist through it. Back down to half forward. Oh, Darcy Gardner had it, lost it. Atkins keeps it moving forward. Then becomes tackler as he locks up Leicester, and the ump says, I'll have it. Ball up half forward for Geelong.
Tom Atkins only knows one way, Mick. It's just straight at it.
Forward in line with the ball. As he keeps it moving in that general direction. Fort won the hit out. Ball comes back to him and he's tackled immediately. Lions in their red jumper tonight with the blue chest and the yellow line and the white shorts. Shannon Neal wins the hit out. Gardner collects for Brisbane. Handball to Berry. Good smother front on by Martin. He was run down though from behind, and Atkins will be rewarded for the chase down tackle. Still at half forward for Geelong. Berry's okay despite the diving effort front on from Martin.
Here's the tackle leader in the AFL. Kicks to full forward. Henry flying late. Comes down for Mullen. His first goal in AFL footy. O'Sheen 6. And the Cats lead by 11. 4-5-29, plays 3 straight 18. 25 minutes into the opening term. He has swarmed the Irishmen, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, they set it up well. So Jack Henry was the one who flew from the side. We've seen other teams try that. Alex Pearce did it successfully for Fremantle with the key defender drifting down. And that took a fair bit of the attention of the Brisbane Lions defenders. And O'Sheen Mullen playing the role on Hugh McCluggage tonight. Right spot, right time, and what a moment to kick his first goal in footy.
And better still, McCluggage has had one hand pass.
Yeah.
All Australian one hand pass with 4 minutes left.
Fairly timely. The Cats by 11 points. What a moment for O'Sheen Mullen. 41st game. Played all bar 1 this year. O'Sheen Mullen for the Cats. Restart back in the middle. Blitzarps knocks it down to Smith. Hits the centre break for Geelong. Kicks to half forward. Jeremy Cameron leaps up and marks. And Ryan Lester has got a handful in Jezza.
Too early and didn't do the body work early. So if you're going to jump early, you really got to stay in the air. He didn't. And no body work meant that Cameron really just might as well be taking a mark by himself, which practically he has.
We often sort of focus on the defender side of it. Leicester did a great job previously on Cameron and everything else. The great players, they don't like to be beaten too often, and they certainly don't like to be beaten more than once.
It's a good call.
And Jeremy Cameron, I'm sure he would have set himself for this tonight, for a bit of payback. Jeremy Cameron for his third, he hits the post.
Wow.
He's got 2 goals, 3 in a quarter, Jeremy Cameron, and he is threatening to rip this final apart.
He's at the most positions for Geelong. I mean, that's like he's hardly came outside 50.
When do you make the move, Mick?
About 10 minutes ago.
Cats by 12, 27 gone opening term.
What are the options down there for Chris Fagan?
Well, not Andrews. Not Andrews at this stage. You go to the next one.
Darcy Gardner?
It has to be Gardner.
The Lions chip it up to the wing. Fort coming up, juggles the mark. Knocked out of his hands by Atkins at the last minute. Geelong lead by 12 points. Fort backward of the logo. Just as Brisbane looked like they were getting going, Geelong have come back at them. Fort kicks up towards Dunkley. The most courageous player in the game. Shanks his kick inside 50. Bouncing ball. Works out for Logan Morris. Forward pocket for the Lions. Handball to Jack Henry. Turnover. O'Connor with the clearing kick for those in the blue and white hoops. Up towards the wing, and Cameron does well. Gets it out of play and a throw-in coming. Clatters into Dunkley. 12 points the Cats lead. 27.5 minutes into the first.
I think the significance is 10 shots to 3, really. That's the worry.
Yeah. 4-6 to 3 straight. 12-point game. Boundary throw-in. Comes down to Dunkley. First possession. Handball to Berry. Handball to Lockie Neal. Turns boundary side. Tumbles a kick to half forward. O'Connor picks it off. Dumps a kick down the wing. Berry a touch on the way through. Fort couldn't trap it. Now Blitzarps for Geelong clean. Little fumble from Smith. Regathers to Dempsey by hand. Now to close. In front of the benches for Geelong. Kicks to half forward. All letting it bounce. Archie back behind the ball late in the quarter. Kicks on the 45 to Wilmot. Brisbane starts something on the counter-attack. Hang time in the kick, and Rayner up to it. Marks in front of O'Connor, middle of the G.
The Lions through the corridor. Rayner, shallow inside 50. Off the hands of the pack, down at ground level. O'Sullivan there for the Cats. Knocks it out towards Blitzarves. Back to O'Sullivan. Dispossessed, picked up by Zorko. Brisbane in the forward pocket. Handball error, and Jack Henry picks it off. And the Cats repel. Close kicks up to the wing. Looking for Dangerfield. Too strong on Leicester. And Danger's got it in front of the interchange gates.
Can't go quick though. Harris Andrews is set back in a good position. He's got to control the footy.
80 seconds left in the term. Geelong by 12. 4-6 to 3 straight.
Now they're trying to set up the down the line where there's a contest against Andrews. Or go back to Dangerfield.
Dempsey finds him. So Dangerfield in front of the Geelong bench. He runs off inside. Then a long kick inside the forward 50. Cameron with Gardner for company. Gardner spoils down towards Wilmot. Tackled by Myers. Somehow got boot to ball. Levi Ashcroft waited for DeConey. DeConey wins it. Gives it to Jeremy Cameron. High up and under into the pocket and out on the full. Good chase down effort. Able to affect the kick. In the end the ball spills out of play, but seemingly that matchup's been made. Gardner to Cameron and Lester to Dangerfield.
Andrews with the kick. Moves it short to Gardner, who wants to go right back to fullback. And Archie is back there. He's often the man who does go back when they're under the pump or late in quarters. He moves it to Zorko, who kicks to Bailey on the wing. Brisbane down the members' side of the ground. Out in front of Dunkley. Waits for it to sit. Has to trap it. Now rushes a kick inside 50. It's all the Cats.
Yeah, that's bad play. And had a runner inside.
Jack Henry just runs up to mark defensively, kicks laterally out to Myers.
Myers in front of the benches. Dempsey the target, hand on it from Dunkley, and that is quarter time. And for Geelong fans, they'll be happy with what they've seen. 10 scoring shots to 3. 4-6-30 Geelong. They lead Brisbane 3 straight 18. Geelong by 12 points. They've had 7 more scores. And at quarter time, they lead it by a couple of goals. 2 for Jeremy Cameron. He's kicked 2 goals, 3. Threatening to tear this qualifying final apart. 1 goal each for Dempsey and for Mullen. Mullen's first in AFL footy, and then singles for Lohman, Fletcher and Charlie Cameron kicked the first of the final. Off the SMS, Rob in Greensboro, they're playing songs after Geelong goals. Disappointing. That's a thing, isn't it? They've been doing that.
Well, yeah, they have been doing it. And because it's technically their home game, they have control of that entertainment factor.
They've got the aux cord.
Yes.
They get to decide what gets played and what doesn't. Darren and his 3 mates who are in Spain listening to the call. So shout out to you, Darren. Nice to hear from you. And a different Darren who's in the ACT says Geelong kicking themselves out of it. Got to take your chances. Getting looks, but tough looks. That's Darren from the ACT. Appreciate all of that. We'll hear the thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling coming up next. It's quarter time in the qualifying final. Geelong by 12 points. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Enjoy quiz shows on ABC iView.
Everyone on your buzzers.
Like Guy Mont's Spelling Bee.
Brought to you by Silent Letters.
Spicks and Specs.
Correct.
And Hard Quiz.
Let's play. Hard!
Always free, always winning. ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Looking for Morris, up he goes. Henry breaks it up, it spills down for Day. Kicks for Cameron, back leading to goal. He's got it and walks in the first.
Levi Ashcroft marks the kick out to Fletcher to Zorko. Great turnover. Stengel wins it back. Kicks it to the goal square. Jazz is all alone. And he marks 12 metres out right in front. So missed his first look. The Coleman medalist pops it through. Cats are in business.
Pinched by Stewart and the Cats are out. Here's Dempsey in space. Half forward. He'll kick long to full forward. Dangerfield's down there. Cameron too. And Dangerfield holds out his opponent. And Cameron marks deep in the left forward pocket for the Cats.
Great shout out, Benny. That was superb by Dangerfield.
Here comes Jezza on the right and snapping it through.
He's had a busy start. Looks inside the forward 50. Gallop takes the mark right on the 50. What a moment for this young man. He's played 2 games, been subbed out in each of them. Gives a hand pass back to Jasper Fletcher. He has started on a heater. Fletcher goals on the run. There's a handball away to Zorko. Kicks to centre half forward. Bailey spills it, but gives it off to the Norm Smith medalist. Will Ashcroft long to Lohman. Lohman marks in the goal square for Brisbane. They're 2 blondies that lit up the grand final combined. Will Ashcroft to Kai Lohman. The easy finish. And Brisbane have found their footy.
Here's the tackle leader in the AFL. Kicks to full forward. Henry flying late. Comes down for Mullen. His first goal in AFL footy.
the 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Home prelim in the week off. That is the prize. The second qualifying final, Geelong and Brisbane. It is the Cats by 12 at quarter time. Finals footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
In the end, Mick, Brisbane Lions get the 3 goals, and they looked highly efficient when they got those 3 goals, but Geelong pretty much controlled the quarter. They certainly dominated around the contest, plus 11 in contested possessions. Clearances were plus 6, which is often a strength of the Brisbane Lions, and that meant that the majority of the quarter was able to live in the forward half of the ground for the Cats. 17 inside 50s to 7, but you would say at 4 goals 6, perhaps didn't quite.
Couple of wasted, maybe a couple of wasted, and the way that Brisbane got their goals was quick play. There was no structure set up more so than the run through the middle. It's got the ball over the top to Cameron, the first one. I think Loman's was the second one, and I was trying to think who kicked the third one. Fletcher took the hand pass. So games have been played totally different, Lingy, and every indicator right now, the contested football, finals football, is vital. Geelong I don't think I've seen a Brisbane side so smashed, but it's not. But when you look at McCluggage has had 1 possession, Rayner 1 possession.
So they're the two.
Ashcroft 2 possessions.
They're the 2 clear matchups. So Mullen's gone to McCluggage, and O'Connor's gone to Rayner.
Yep.
Given 1 possession each for each of those Brisbane players, as you just said.
Yeah.
Big ticks for the matchups.
Massive.
For the Cats.
But you know, when your players getting done over like that, you've got a double tag. So McCluggage now should lean in on Smith and give the kid who's on him something to think, well, I've had 1 job now, and if all of a sudden now he's going, I know I've got him, but he's leaning in on Smith. What do I do? So you've got to throw doubt into the tagger. You know better than most of us.
Yeah, and instead what's happened, so McCluggage is going to start the quarter on the bench.
Yeah.
And that's to maybe just lose him for a second, maybe come on a minute into the quarter and lose him. But Geelong will shuffle that quickly and get Mullen back to him. So as you're describing, it's got to be in general play.
Yep.
If you can shut off the right-hand side of Bailey Smith as he wants to exit the stoppage, or even if it's Max Holmes around there, the most dynamic of the Geelong midfielders, you just might be able to force Mullen, well, should I go and win the ball?
That's it.
Or should I stick with Hugh McCluggage now?
So, if you give one man 1 job, simple. If you give him two positions, which way am I going? He has to quickly think, which way am I going? So you've cast doubt. Yep. In finals, doubt's so important.
Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, the best call team in footy with you on ABC Sport. The winner tonight, it's a home preliminary final. They'll be on the same side of the bracket as Adelaide, and the winner of Hawthorn and GWS tomorrow. Cats by 12 points, entering the second qualifying final. And it's 1 down in front of Lockie Nearly. Got his shoot to it, but straight to Atkins. Hand pass to O'Connor, to Humphreys, to Smith. Now on the wing. Shoots a handball forward, turns it over. Such a little rush tonight, Bailey Smith. And Dunkley pokes it out in front of Bailey.
50 metre. No, it's a hold way off the contest going to Loman against Stewart.
I'm looking down here thinking, wow, maybe 50.
So all of a sudden, Kyle Loman's going to be given a gift for a hold against Tom Stewart in the right forward pocket. What a way to advance the ball. Zach Bailey had that between wing and half forward. Loman does the rest, finishes, and cuts it to a 1-score game. We're less than 1 minute into this second term, and the Brisbane Lions with a gift. Loman's got a couple. The Lions 4 straight. Geelong 4-6. 50 seconds travelled into quarter number 2. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
And we'll talk about the incident in a second when we get a replay, because it was so far off the ball, none of us saw it. But you mentioned the Bailey Smith rushed possession. That comes about when somebody just wants to get possessions, get a touch, look after my numbers early on.
Is that a mindset or nerves?
Oh, you know what he's done? He hasn't grabbed him, he's pushed him. And they're going to say that is. I'm going to say that is not a free kick. Stand up front. He pushed him in. He pushed his chest, but he wasn't in the contest, Lingy. He was no contest there. He's just pushed him over. Well, whoopee. I mean, that happens.
It wasn't 5 metres off the ball though.
But it's not shepherding. It's contact. Have a look down there. They've got contact. They're 60 metres off the ball. That's what happens in football. I'm dead against that sort of stuff. You've got to stand up. Be a big boy.
Just on Bailey Smith, is that nerves or is that his mindset?
I think it's a combo of both. He's nervous, but he wants to get possessions to settle those nerves.
Here go the Lions out of the middle. Berry outside of the boot towards full forward. O'Connor's back there for the Cats. Intentionally fumbles it through. Umpire says that's okay. Cats lead cut within one straight kick. 5 points, 2 minutes into the second.
Smith marks the kick out in the back pocket.
The trouble is when you are nervous, apprehensive about a big final, you just think the best way to settle that is to get possessions, rush the... But you still got to efficiently get rid of the ball and get it to a teammate.
His 8th final tonight, kicks down to half forward. Archie trying to win it back for Brisbane. Hand pass back into dispute, coughs it up to Koning, to Blitzarves, to Atkins. Tumbles a kick forward, turns it over. Wilmot, his kick smothered. Back into the rubble. Extracted by Day. Gives it to Zorko. Handball out to Archie. Smother again, Guthrie. Ball trickles out of play and everyone's happy about that. Throwing 60 out from the Lions goal.
Yeah. Taking up what you said, Corby, before, the number of smothers in it. We've seen 3 in this, what we've gone 1 minute.
I know it's the holiday for the other parent on Sunday, but maybe it's a happy Smothers Day tonight.
Oh, of course. Wow.
Dad joke for Sunday, I think. As Blitzarves shovels a handball forward and no room to work for anyone. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
How long did he work on that for, Benny?
I don't think it's original. I might have borrowed that.
Where does Corby get his good lines from? Plagiarism mainly. Another ball up at half forward here for the Lions, attacking the city end of the ground. Ford palms it down. Myers takes it for the catch, shovels out a handball. Neil will get there first. He flicks it out to Fletcher. He'll look into the pocket with a kick. Lohman goes up. Zach Guthrie's back there. Marks back pocket for Geelong. They lead by 5 points. 4 played in the second.
That's a very good mark.
Guthrie, one of the 12 Geelong premiership players out there. Brisbane have 18 and played in last year's flag. Kick up the line, spills down towards Manor. Now the long kick into an open forward 50. Gardner getting back with Jeremy Cameron. Ball spills out as Gardner spills the mark. Here's Stengel, 70 from home, drives it deep to Shannon Neal. Punched away from him at the drop, Jeremy Cameron. Handball sets up close. Close hits the post.
Yeah, that was good play.
How about Jeremy Cameron, the ground he made to be front and centre. Cats by 6 points, 4.5 minutes gone in the second term. And this has been a hot start to the second quarter. Finals footy on ABC Sport, Geelong by 6.
Little watch on Darcy Gardner behind the ball in that contest with Jeremy Cameron. Trainer went out to him. He said he's okay and sent him back, but his foot looks sore.
Fletcher with it on the wing after a long kick into Dunkley, who shorts it to Fletcher, who now does the same back to Dunkley. Warm wing side of the ground. Dunkley kicks around it. Stewart in good position. Drops the mark. Humphreys rows the pack. Free kick anyway to Stewart.
Yeah, interesting matchups. Just McCluggage, has he got the football this quarter again? I don't think
not yet, Nick.
No, he hasn't.
Stewart goes short to O'Connor. Back to Stewart, looking to complete the switch out for Zach Guthrie, members side of the ground.
As Guthrie keeps it moving, up to Blitzarves, marks, handball away to the runner Mullen, 60 from home, kicks deep inside the forward 50, Neil and Jez are both down there, punched through by Andrews. That is his want, just punches it into the advertising hoarding to rush behind. Cats by 7, 4-8 to 4-1, 5 minutes gone in the second.
Zorko brings it in quickly, a tangle between Dempsey and Berry, and the free kick will go the way of the Lion Berry.
We're talking about round 15. Andrews took 10 marks, so he's now in a position where he's not marking, he has to spoil. And that's good that he has to, but he's not now driving the ball forward like he did in round 15.
Berry takes the kick, a bullet pass up to the wing off the hands of Bailey Smith. Lohman ends up with it, under pressure, handballs back into the middle. Now the ball's into the congestion, and Lester picks it up. He's wrapped up immediately, and a ball up in the middle of the MCG.
4-8 to 4-1. Geelong by 7 behinds. Punch forward by Fort. Brisbane had it, lost it, tackled straight away. Zorko as soon as he grabbed it. Now Pat forms behind him. Umpire calls for the ball up. Blitzarves, of course, who punched it forward, given Geelong are headed towards the punt road end. It's Fort here, though. I promise, palms it down towards Lockie Neal. Hand pass out in front of Zorko. Paddles it further afield, straight to Dempsey. And then he gives it to Dangerfield. Kicks into the pocket. And Lester settles it down, takes the intercept mark, switches to the opposite flank and finds Archie.
Archie, who was so big in that prelim last year between these two sides. 3 goals on that occasion. For the next week on grand final day. Kicks it short to Fletcher. Now wide for Andrews in front of the interchange gates. Counts by 7 points, or as Corbin put it, 7 behinds. As Andrews comes infield back to Fletcher. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Fletcher dangerously kicks into the corridor on the 45. Good for Ford. Off to Will Ashcroft. Off to Berry. Breaks the 50. Eyes the goals and finishes. The Lions daring through the middle. And Berry delivers. And it's back to a single point the difference. 7.5 minutes into the second. 4-8 plays 5-1. The Cats 32, Brisbane 31. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
It was really well read by the Brisbane Lions. So when they had the ball here at halfback, and it was Fletcher, I think, understood that Blitzarves was on his mark.
Yep.
And he knew he had Darcy forward in the middle of the ground. And you called it, Benny. It was a dangerous kick. But when you're kicking to a ruckman versus a small
medium,
mid, it was always to the advantage of Brisbane, and perfectly executed. Fort takes the mark. Then you get the runner flying past at speed. Jared Berry gets involved. Terrifically well worked by the Brisbane Lions.
1 point game. Geelong lead it. 9 minutes into this second quarter of the second qualifying final, and Fort tackled in the middle by Blitzarves. Ball up. He's done most of the ruck work, Mark Blitzarves. Whacked forward a second time. Spills to Levi Ashcroft, or hand pass meant for Zorko. And then bobbles away. The greasy footy towards Holmes, who hurriedly shoots goalward, and in the end carries the head of Shannon Neal and through for a minor score, so a behind for Max Holmes. And Geelong's lead doubles. 2 points. 9-minute mark, second term.
Short kick into the pocket for Leicester. And a tough start to the game. Jeremy Cameron turning it on at the MCG. Leicester kicks beyond the defensive arc for Brisbane. Berry shoved off it by Dempsey. Wins it back for the Cats half forward. Away to close. Pokes it into the pocket. Cameron again. Jezza marks. A metre in from the boundary line. 25 out. Deep in the right forward pocket, which is the right side for a left footer.
The turnover there came about because Geelong set up and Brisbane could not find a way through, and then took a gamble. Bad gamble.
Jeremy Cameron will snap on his left boot, curl it towards goal, and Fort slaps it through on the goal line. Hit it skinny. Cameron didn't quite get the elevation required. And he has threatened to tear this game apart, but not quite.
Wasn't the most convincing spoil on the goal line, was it?
No. He could have either chest marked it on his head, whatever he wanted to do.
I reckon he got very nervous. There was someone coming from behind.
Wasn't quite a fist as a forearm, was it? Just to sort of whack it through, but it got the desired result. A rush behind. Cats by 3. 10 minutes gone in the second. Short kicking game in the back half for Brisbane. Lockie Neal to Will Ashcroft. Lockie Neal, the Gary Ayres medalist last September, which is feels like an award we should talk more about. The player of the finals. It's relatively new. Levi shares it. Will rather shares it with brother Levi, and he just dabs it further afield to that man, Lockie Neal. Patrick Dangerfield, the winner, and the Cats won the flag in their finals campaign back in 2022. Another on the ground tonight. Goes long to half forward, Lockie Neal. Guthrie almost, not quite, couldn't complete it. Hits the deck. Pack forms. Lohman tried to run away with it. Guthrie went and got him, and the ump says ball up. Half forward for the Lions, kicking to the city end. Geelong by 3. 11 travelled second term.
Up it goes. Half forward here for Brisbane. Neither ruck decisive. Bailey Smith fighting through the tackle, but a quick whistle means another ball up.
Colin and Carmel from Torquay off the SMS, listening to the Mighty Cats from Wi-Fi at the Lisbon, Portugal Zoo. Good call, boys. Nice to hear from you. It's Colin and Carmel. It's one way to take it in.
Zach Guthrie trying to fight his way through. The Cats somehow get it moving into the middle. Cameron, a fresh airy, picking it up. Zorko for Brisbane. Handball to Will Ashcroft. To brother Levi. Back to brother Will. Runs away from them. Not his best kick inside 50. Low ball, and the Cats are there. Mark O'Connor gets rid of it. Away to Stewart. Kicks up for Martin on the wing, and Leicester does well to halve it out of play. Throwing coming right in front of the members. The Cats by 3 points, 11.5 into the second.
Only 6 guys out there in their first final. 2 for Geelong, 4 for Brisbane. And 2 guys who are playing in September for the first time, both subs, Jai Clark and Sam Marshall. They'll have to wait. Neither of them used. Lockie Neal from the stoppage, hit it at speed, tackled, got it out. Crowd shouts ball. Holmes extracts it, leaving it behind O'Connor. Socket back into the corridor. Clever. It'll work out for the Lions. Gallop rather kicks into the forward pocket. One bounce out of play. Intended target slipping over. Deep forward in Morris and a boundary throwing.
Yeah, I'm just about to say he led middle and then slipped and he had to go back. Well, he couldn't get back, so wasted kick.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Tim Hodges, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling.
Blitzarves hooking it to the back, and Dempsey will clear the defensive arc but turn it over. Fletcher marks for the Lions, attacking edge of the square.
He's having a big impact on this game. Jasper Fletcher.
He'll kick deep towards the pocket. Wants Logan Morris. Humphreys launches at it, doesn't mark. Off hands. Dempsey's there, coughs it up. Morris comes up with it, might have been clipped high. Umpire says, let me ball it up.
Really good umpiring that, because he ducked. Really good umpiring.
Quickly tossed towards the sky. Ford taking it out of the ruck. Blitzarves engulfs him. And another ball up, left forward pocket for Brisbane.
Oh, and a free kick. Spotted in all of that. It's going Geelong's way. And Mark O'Connor makes them all nervous as he takes it hurriedly. Kicks out towards half-back, opposite flank. And O'Sullivan shoved out of bounds, shoved in the back by Zach Bailey. Free kick for Geelong. Hands it to Stewart. Long down the line. Here's Jack Martin in front of the interchange gates. Pokes the kick to half forward. Close has got it. Cats on in transition. Shannon Neal and Jeremy Cameron deep. And Close takes his time and just dabs it laterally to Bowes. And Dempsey calling for it on the fat side. In the end, the kick goes a little deeper to Shannon Neal. Leaping over the back. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Dempsey's got it. Hand pass swatted down. Andrews tackled immediately by Blitzarves and a ball up. Forward pocket for the Cats. 3-point lead for Geelong. 14 gone, second term.
Toss skyward. Ford taps it down boundary side. Onto it, Dempsey from the impossible angle. Snaps it on goal. It won't quite find the major opening and knocked through on the last line there by Leicester. Right close for company. And they want to move it quickly. That seems to be their MO, the Lions. Zorko brings it in quickly.
Looking for Dunkley. Had contact in the air illegally from Blitzarves. Free kick for Dunkley at half-back.
Just an amazing stat, Corby. McCluggage has had one possession.
Wow.
That is unbelievable tagging. It's not easy tagging in finals because the game is so close generally, so you're getting among it anyway.
It's O'Shane Mullen who's got the padlock on him. Newly minted All-Australian, just the one hand pass. Long kick down the line for the Lions. Off the boot of Dunkley, spills to Day. Hand pass to Berry, handball to McCluggage. There's 2. Handball to Will Ashcroft. Tackled straight away and we'll have a ball up. No, he won't. It's holding the ball.
Wow.
And Will Ashcroft penalised, so free kick here for Close in front of the interchange gates. Geelong by 4. 15 gone in the second term.
I don't know how that's holding the ball.
No, it's not.
No prior opportunity. Locked away.
Close taking the kick. Up towards half forward. Andrews comes across and punches it out of play. Throwing right at the elbow of the boundary line, and 50 there for the Cats. I reckon he's the air tag tonight. They got the air tag on the McCluggage. The Geelong Cats.
Wow.
Never want to lose your McCluggage. So
I'll go to second last, thanks.
These two in front of us, Mick, are on fire tonight.
Oh, look, they've been practising clearly.
Bringing it down, Dave, from the throw-in. Mullen fighting after it. McCluggage, he's right there with him. And he's got him wrapped up. O'Shane Mullen. The ball up. 35 out from the attacking goal.
The other one,
the Cats.
Shannon Neal, hasn't had a touch yet. He's the one who Andrews is playing on.
He taps it down. Will Ashcroft coming through. Here is Shannon Neal. Gets out a handball towards O'Shane Mullen. Socket away by Wilmot. Clears for the Lions. Bouncing ball for De Koning. Coughs it up. Loses his grip on it, and the Lions are away. McCluggage again.
I think he heard you, Mick. He's thought, hang on, someone's noticed. I need to start getting a bit at the footy. Hugh McCluggage. Kicked picked off. O'Sullivan to Myers. Handball goes back to Henry. Back flank for Geelong. Now the long kick down the wing. Punched away by De Koning. Spills to O'Sullivan. Sweeping hand pass. Andrews intercepts. Shannon Neal tackles him. And a brawl up half forward for the Cats. Geelong by 4. 16 and a half gone second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. 4-11 plays 5-1. And the team at 4-11 leads the game by 4 points.
In congestion again and out of play. We do have a lot of listeners who are listening from overseas and travelling at the moment, so they'll understand.
Yeah, they will. Kirsty here off the SMS band, listening on the train to Berlin after flying into Frankfurt from New York. Thank goodness for the ABC call. Go the Cats.
Cats lead it by 4 points. Throwing it half forward for them. Neither ruck gets a hand on it. Holmes at the back for the Cats. Rushing a kick inside 50. Levi Ashcroft drops it, chopping at the arms.
Chop, definitely. And they can go quick here if they want the Lions.
Levi bereft for a moment. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Levi pokes it short. Away to Leicester.
They've still got the outnumber, the Lions, if they want to use it.
Gives it back to Levi.
What's back?
He kicks around the worn wing. Nobody near it. Tumbles out. And a throw-in coming. Corbin Middlemash, Ben Cameron, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, Tim Hodges between the benches as well, and the Cats leading it by 4 points.
I call it a bad kick. At the end of the day, it was probably a good kick that it went out. And even if Geelong got it, they had to bring it back such a long way.
Ford hooks it down behind. Dunkley soccers it 60 metres further afield, and that tumbles out of play in the forward pocket. So boundary throw in for the Lions, kicking to the City end. The only 2 goals in this quarter, which is 18 minutes old. So we talked about Geelong's dominance in the opening term. They kicked 4 goals, 6. Cameron Ling questioned, did they just leave the door open? Did they make the most of their opportunities? Well, they've kicked 5 behinds only in the second term. Fort feeds it to Will Ashcroft, kicks goalward, got it skinny. And Stewart marks in the defensive goal square for the Cats. He comes wide, plenty of hang time. Archie breaks it up, knocks it out of bounds and forces it forward. 50 stoppage for the Lions.
See, there's 2 players one at each end. So Archie for the Brisbane Lions and Brad Close up the other end. They do a power of work to let their other teammates shine in that forward line. Brilliant by Archie there.
Ford 50 stoppage for the Lions. Ford down to Will Ashcroft, bursts through, gets rid of it to Dunkley. Hurried kick on goal is off target.
Gee, that's strong play.
Yeah.
Really strong play. That's Will Ashcroft.
For a young player still to have so much confidence that even if I get tackled here, I'll still get my hands free and release it.
Yeah. Big time performer, the Norm Smith medalist. In another September campaign, the Cats have worked it out of defence. Holmes trying to take a juggled mark, spills it out of bounds. And a throw in on that southern wing. Will Ashcroft, he's only 55 games in. This is his 5th final, yet to lose one. Of course, that was all the guys that were part of that campaign last year for the first time. Loman, Morris, the Cats. Sorry, the Lions going from the lower portion of the 8, winning their way through in all 4 finals. From the stoppage, Zach Bailey hits it at speed. Ugly entry inside 50. Gallop can't collect low down. Coughs it up. Henry for the Cats. Handball to Holmes. He's caught. Lost it. McCluggage attacks it. Wins it. Gives it to Day. Hand pass into the pocket. Archie to Will Ashcroft. Kicks off his left. Same thing. Marked on the goal line by Stewart. And the Cats on the counter-attack.
Kicks out in front of Myers. Breaks the defensive 50 for the Cats. Kicks infield. It'll work for Humphreys. Bobbles it first time. Good enough to recover. He rushes a kick up to Stengel. Gathers on the wing. Loops it out in front of Dangerfield. He has to wait for the bounce. Now he's under the pump. Away to Berry. Back to Stengel. He'll rush a kick inside 50. Bailey Smith drops the mark. Has time to recover for the Cats. Dinks it inside 50. Not 15 to Manor. Manor breaks the tackle. He'll snap goalward. Bouncing ball. Gardner can't trap it. A chaotic passage, and eventually Zorko can clear.
Goes long, straight up the middle. Intercept mark for O'Sullivan. Too tall for Archie. The crowd yelling at him to move it in quick. He decides to go laterally out to Henry. And the logo, short kick to Max Holmes. Still on that southern wing. Closes to half forward. Now the kick from 70 out inside 50. Is there a mark there? Not to be for now. Shannon Neal taps it behind, but straight to Wilmot. Kicks out of defence. Holmes a chance to win it back. Not quite, competing with Day and out of play.
If I could just say about Holmes, his first instinct, get it, run, bounce. If he ran and kicked it, I reckon his forwards are in a better position. As he bounces it, Brisbane are getting in position to spoil it.
Umpire flings it in to Koning. Drops it. Fort picks it up. Tumbles the Lions up to the wing. Morris cuffs it up with the handball. Holmes there for the Cats. Away to Manor. Manor chips it short and Dempsey leads up to mark. Gives it off quickly. Back to Manor. Jink step around Levi Ashcroft. Good kick for De Koning. He takes it 40 out. A slight angle to the right.
Sean Manners the one who's just got going a little bit for the Cats. Only in the last few minutes. I think he's had 5 disposals this quarter. He's just starting to run through a little bit. You're right about Max Holmes. When you bounce the ball, as you know, your eyes go down and you might miss that lead of the forward. On that occasion, it was probably more luck than anything from Manor getting that one to De Koning. Important kick this. First goal of the quarter.
His drop punt is good. And the Cats keep the Lions at arm's length. 5:11:41 plays 5:2:32. Geelong lead by 9 points, 22 and a half minutes into the second term. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
For all that, 3 points difference to the quarter. Yeah. That's but it's still 4 shots to 6. Geelong, there's a few rush ones and that sort of stuff. Inside 50s this quarter's much more even, 10 to 12. But again, it's still in Geelong's favour. They've dominated inside 50 over the whole game, but there's so many players out though, they're not involved in this game. I am so staggered on some players.
The clearances have flipped this quarter though.
Yes, they have.
Geelong won 11-5 in the first quarter. It's 5-11 now, Brisbane's way.
Yeah, and the contested balls even. But if I could just throw in blokes like Rainey, haven't seen him. Cameron haven't seen. Neil, he gets about. Martin's only had the one possession. There's a lot of players who just, and I'm talking about the whole game, if you look at McCluggage, just really have not featured. It's been left to so few.
Cats by 9, time on second term, second qualifying final. Winner gets the week off in the home prelim. Back in the middle, spills to Lockie Neal, hand pass in behind Wilmot, invites Manor in, who intercepts and then shrugs a would-be tackle from Dunkley and hits up Bowes. Out on the lead, who marks true centre-half forward.
Yeah, fumble. That's all it took.
And Manor again, Nick.
Yeah, he's been really dominant. So that's 5. I think that's 5, as you say. It's probably come in the last 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah. How's his quick feet and speed around the ball?
He's a smart footballer too. He's very good IQ. Good footy IQ. Jack Martin, I don't think he missed from this one.
And the Cats, who led by less than a kick for most of this second term. Jack Bowes for 2 in a minute. And the Cats have their biggest lead of the night. Just like that. It's 15 points. Geelong 6-11-47. Brisbane 5-2-32. 25 gone second term finals footy on ABC Sport with Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
So often you and I, Mick, talk about the ability to win the ball in a contest in finals, but then still really efficiently, highly skilled, get the ball to someone in your forward line. Ultimately, that's the key to it. You've got to kick goals to win games of footy. And Manor's ability to turn what was probably a congested 50-50 type situation into a really damaging, beautiful kick inside 50 to a leading Jack Bowes. That was just brilliant play.
Oh, absolutely. And you look at the hand pass of Lockie Neal, they're built on that Brisbane. So you don't say, oh, look, it was a mistake. It was a mistake, but that's the way they play. And it's a high, against the bottom side, you'll get away with it.
Blitzarves in the ruck, tapping it down. Spills back towards Fort. Now Neal coughs it up. Martin there for Geelong. High kick to half forward. Cameron drops the mark. Ball hits the deck. Starcevic comes across. Gets a handball away towards Dunkley. And Lions a little fumbly all of a sudden. Even Neal leaves it behind. And he stays down. Cameron picks it up. Kicks inside 50. Humphreys can't take the mark. Bowes gathers for the Cats. Inside 50. He'll chip around the corner. Dempsey's in the goal square. Pops it through. He's got a couple. And the men in hoops are running rings around them at the moment. They lead by 21. 7-11-53. Plays 5-2-32. 26 minutes into the second.
I reckon right now, if Lockie Neal wanted his life all over again, he'd go, I've just hand passed us 3 times and Geelong have got the 3 of them and 2 have become goals. Really, I would say hand pass stuff that was expensive, exorbitant, and it had to be absolutely precise to even look like coming off finals football. So he's paid a big penalty for his side.
Gee, every minute matters in September, doesn't it? In the space of 4 minutes, it goes from a one-score game, Lingy, to a 21-point margin.
Absolute. We talk about it all the time. Every single moment, no matter what, in finals, you've got to play the moments.
Cats by 21, back in the middle, and Fort grabs it out of the ruck, tumbles a kick forward. Momentum totally with the Cats. Mullen intercepts, gives it to Humphreys, kicks down the wing. In the air, close, had his arms chopped, free kick. And Geelong are going forward again. Meanwhile, the Lions are hanging out for half-time. It's still 3 minutes away. Across the ground to Atkins. He continues the shift out to DeConey. Marks. Handball over to Stewart. The defender. A red chance forward. Goals! Geelong are in rhythm. And this ground is hopping. The blue and white on display. And the Cats lead swells to 27 points. 8-11-59. Brisbane 5-2-32. 28 gone in the second. Cameron Lang, Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Well, what a shift it's been in the last 5 or 6 minutes.
Just
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Yeah.
It's just gone from 6 minutes to 2.5.
Just looking at the tackling numbers this quarter, Mick, 24-9 Geelong's way. So the pressure that they are applying is enormous.
Turned it over.
And now the turnovers are happening. What you were talking about with Lachie Neale's handballs, others are doing it as well. There's the turnovers happening. And then Geelong are flying off the back of it. And now the scoreboard pressure's starting to mount.
What do I always say when the Cats are up and about them? The chant, it's on Geelong.
You know it's serious when the Geelong chant starts. It's reverberating around the MCG. Blitz up the clearance. Stengel. A basket catch as he runs back with the flight 45 metres out on a 30-degree angle right of centre.
What's going on here?
Oh, what's happened?
Oh, there's a free kick in the goal square down the other end of the ground.
Other end of the ground.
So it's going to go to Rayner. The mark will be set 3 metres out. Mark O'Connor, the offending party.
You sure?
I'm 100% sure. I can see the umpire at the city end of the ground.
It's a 120-metre turnaround.
Oh, 100. Well, it's a goal turnaround. What's the... Wouldn't you love umpires who explain it just for the public's point of view so they get it?
How about that? Cam Rayner pokes it through.
Oh.
And then he's bundled over.
He's getting another
and he's
one.
getting another free kick.
Oh, that was Zach Guthrie, and that was very silly.
Zach Guthrie came in and bundled over Rayner as he went to remonstrate and just let Mark O'Connor know what he'd done. And now he will get a second look at it. And this is enormous for the game.
If he turns the ball over 120 metres away and gives away a free kick, I'm pretty sure he's going to pay a free kick if you come rushing in and bowl the guy over.
That's right.
You got to read the room a little bit in those moments that this umpire is paying them by the book. And he's not afraid to blow the whistle. And
there was nearly nothing in it.
Just saw the free kick, what the original free kick was for.
Oh, even a second one. Oh, well.
So Rayner's going to get a second look here. And this will entirely swing the game. Rayner, 2-in-2 kicks. And the match might swing on those decisions.
I'm just saying Rayner had not touched the ball this quarter. 2 free kicks, 3 metres out.
8-11-59, plays 7-2-44. So it was 27 points. The momentum was entirely with the Cats. Stengel was about to go back and kick for goal to try and put it beyond 5 goals. A free kick went the other end of the ground for a gentle nudge in the back. Rayner kicks the goal. He gets a second, kicks another, and now it's 15 points.
I think, and I'll be accused of being biased, that umpire will be embarrassed with the first decision. That is one of the worst decisions you'll see. The second one, it was there. Zach Guthrie's one, that's definitely there.
But the rule is where the free kick is. That ball is 150 metres away.
It's a huge time to blow the whistle and impact the game in such a moment. As Lockie Neal gets the kick out of the centre square. DeConing slips over. Half back for the Cats. Crowd actively involved now. Stewart, hand pass back into the rubble. Brisbane extract it. McCluggage. Handball away towards Will Ashcroft. He gives it to Gallup. Handball out to Dunkley. Still at half forward Brisbane. Handball to Zach Bailey. Trying to fend off Stewart. Just got boot the ball. Trickles away along the boundary line. They're going to pay holding the ball. It's coming back.
I don't think they have. So this will be... This wasn't a free kick.
So the crowd, the players paid it, but the umpire didn't.
Yep, so now he's going to call it a ball up. Technically, it should have been a throw against Patrick Dangerfield for throwing the ball back to Tom Stewart.
But that's common sense, though.
Yeah, okay. Well,
common sense has stepped in.
And who's the umpire, Mick?
Yep.
Brett Rosebery.
It's got to be Brett Rosebery.
Right on the spot.
Well, who paid the other free kick? There doesn't mean a lot of common sense.
That might have been number 33, young Brent Wallace.
He'll never umpire another final again with that decision.
The boundary throw in here on the southern wing.
Watch the AFL jump to his defence, though, and say that it was the right call.
It is a massive swing. So a shot at goal for the Cats, having kicked the last 4, 27 points up. Instead, it's reversed, and 2 goals in the goal square for Cam Rayner to make the margin 15 Geelong's way.
Ray Chamberlain described it to us as a feel for it. Was that it? Neal kicks long inside 50 for the Lions, and the mark taken back there by O'Sullivan. Right back pocket. This game is alive again on the back of it. O'Sullivan repels. Long kick up towards the wing. No mark taken there by Gardner, out of play. Thrown on the Ward wing.
I think it's out. Is it out the full?
No, just touched before it went over the line.
Tim Hodges.
It's quite toxic between O'Connor and Cam Rayner. You can see the emergency umpires actually he's camped down, resting on a knee in the forward pocket, just watching them 100% of his time. So if something happens again between them, all the umpires will be notified.
For the boundary throw in, Lockie Neal getting involved. Hand pass to Will Ashcroft, kicks inside 50, punched away by O'Connor, close to the boundary line. Zach Bailey, hand pass looking for Morris. His handball knocked out of play. And of course, you can tell it's the emergency umpire because he's wearing the traditional uniform, which is the tracksuit pants.
Oh, wow.
So he's always got the tracksuit pants on the emergency umpire. We'll have a boundary throw in here, deep forward for the Lions. What a turnaround in the game. Geelong, it was by 27, now by 15.
Blitzhalves palms it down to the front. Hacked away there by the Lions. Onto it quickly. Stewart, he's dispossessed. Thought he deserved a free kick. Cameron shovels out a handball. Martin spinning. He's tackled to ground. Ball jars free. Picked up there by Archie. Off the Dunkley. Kick smothered. And the Cats come away with it. Blitzarves away to close. Now Martin off the back flank.
Kicks down the wing. Bouncing footy in front of Andrews. Collects. Hand pass Smith Starcevic. It is half time. And there is the response from a pro-Geelong crowd here at the MCG. It is a bumper crowd for a Geelong home game. Obviously here it is the only final in Melbourne in week 1. And what a turnaround. If you've just flicked on the radio, the Cats led by 27 at the half-hour mark in their second quarter. They were having a shot at goal to try and make it 5 straight and just about bust open the qualifying final. Instead, we saw some extreme intervention from the umpires in which, instead of giving Geelong the chance to have the shot at goal to make it 5 straight, they picked a free kick out of the goal square at the other end. The ball's been moved 120 metres and Rayner's goal, and then a subsequent free. The umpires are about to hit the boundary's edge. They might just listen in as they make their way off. And the 4-man team make their way down the huddle. There's a few patrons that have come for a close look. And the Oz kickers run out alongside them as they're about to take care of their work. So Rayner got the reversal, he kicked the goal, and then he was bowled over immediately by Zach Guthrie. He kicked 2 without the ball being returned to the middle. And as a result, instead of the Cats leading by 27, they lead by 15 at the half. 8-11-59 plays 7-2-44. Half-time in the second qualifying final. The goal kickers, Jeremy Cameron's got 2 for Ollie Dempsey, and then singles for Bowes, DeConing, Mullen and Stewart. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, well, we know Cam Rayner's got 2. He kicked them back-to-back, 2 for Kyle Lohman as well. And then singles for Fletcher, Jared Berry and Charlie Cameron kicked the first of the night for those of you keeping up with such things. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, boy, we've got a bit to pick apart. It's half-time. It is Geelong by 15.
We certainly do, but we can't get bogged down on umpiring decisions. We've got to talk more about the flow of the play and the way that the game's been going, and putting those 2 goals aside, for a period of time there, the Cats certainly took control of that quarter. And
almost like a little block of, I think it was about 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Just absolutely dominated every part of the game.
But it was probably a sustained period leading up to that, which was the pressure. The tackle numbers were huge in that quarter, Geelong's way, and then it eventually broke their way, and they were able to effectively kick the goals and go on that little run that was then halted by the decisions. Through the middle of the ground, the run of Sean Manor was really important. Ollie Dempsey was important as well. Lachie Neale started getting his hands on the footy, Mick, but as you said, a couple of those handballs were turned over quickly. Will Ashcroft,
3 in a row, Lingy.
Yeah, Will Ashcroft was trying to get dangerous. Some of the other matchups that were going on throughout the game, Hugh McCluggage just had 1 kick, 6 handballs, and Cam Rayner, apart from those 2 goals, had 1 touch prior to that. So the matchups were going Geelong's way a little bit, and the Brisbane Lions, though, will probably come into half-time thinking, gee, we have not played anywhere near our best. Geelong have been much better than us, but we are only 15 points down right now. So if we can flip that back and get our best football going,
10 shots,
we are well and truly in this game.
Yeah, you pay a penalty. You say 10. I just said 10 shots, 1 goal, 9. But that's the end of it. Like you half time, the score is what it is. It gets either built on or falls away. I'm just looking at the metres gained. It's Geelong have controlled that. They've controlled inside 50s. Interesting enough, the contested football that quarter was reduced to the fact that I think it was 34 to...
I think Brisbane won up by about
41. Won up by 5. 40. Now, interesting enough, that quarter there was a lot more contested football compared to the first quarter, which historically the first quarter is just trench stuff. So that built up there, and I reckon that's why Lachie Neale persisted with trying to be the creative player, and because of that build-up, he gave it away 3 times, and 2 goals came directly from the pressure by Geelong, being near the ball. I think that Brisbane are in the game because of 3 free kicks, 1 against Stewart.
1 Kai Lohman.
How many metres was that off the ball? And another, and 2 more, one more 120, at least 120 metres, and then
it is amazing
massive
when you think in a final that you've kicked 3 of your 7 goals to half time like that.
Yeah, from a long way off the ball, and look, I don't know whether any of them were there. Either of the 3 of them were there. I really don't think. Rayner is a big, strong man, and he fell over like a leaf, an autumn leaf. I don't know about that.
There's no way the first one was there. The one that was the 120 metre one. The second one, Zach Guthrie needed to read the room. You don't run in. The tempers are all up. The umpire's sweating on paying that.
He's paid the first one. He's going to pay the second. Yeah. But at the end of the day, Lingy, it is what it is. And as you say, it's now what sort of game plan and style. I'm intrigued by the fact that neither side are really employing an extra defender unless there's a good setup and they've got time to do it. It's not like we're going to do this all quarter. I think they're all scared stiff of dropping off that player and having an extra mid or whatever you want to do with the extra. And if it's an extra mid, we're going to get slaughtered. So therefore, we're not allowing that. It's sort of like both of them are daring each other. The intrigue in the box is Brisbane are persisting with high chance football. Geelong have been more methodical. Once there's a turnover mistake, they run the ball. They know who's in front of them. They get the ball in there quick. 19 shots to 9 says a hell of a lot.
Half-time, Geelong by 15 points. Just a little sample off the SMS. No name, no pack drill. But the PA at half-time as the umps walked off was much louder than any other time. That's a little conspiracy theory that maybe the PA's trying to drown out the noise from the crowd. Again, no name on this one, but the decision is on par with when Murley pitched one outside leg. And we ended up with neutral international umpires. So he's basically saying that decision's in the same park there. And he says, I think they were fair free kicks, though. A few short years ago, even just a touch on the back was a free kick, and these were much more. Jeff in Sunshine, Dangerfield just decides he's the umpire. Should be a Lions free kick for Dangerfield's throw.
Yeah, no,
which I think you called at the time, Lingy.
Agreed with that.
As you said. The Freo Cookster, I heard you talking pre-game about the high quality of the umpiring tonight. Well, I'm sorry, but Cam Rayner just played them like a fiddle. What an absolute disgrace. And from Simon on the York Peninsula, it didn't take long for contentious umpiring to ruin the finals. Well, I'd like to think it's not ruined. It's certainly a talking point. It's one that we will flesh out, but we've had a pretty entertaining game of footy and one in which Geelong are on top, and they deserve to be. They should probably be in front by a little more. 15 the margin at halftime. 8-11-59. They lead the Brisbane Lions 7-2-44 halftime in the second qualifying final. The news of the day coming up shortly. Plus, I'll bring you up to date with what's happening in the NRL tonight, the final round of the regular season. And the third quarter action is not far away. Finals footy continues on ABC Sport, but in the interim, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. Foreign Minister Penny Wong has suggested that former Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews should be mindful about the message he sent by attending a massive military parade in Beijing earlier this week. The coalition has furiously criticised Mr Andrews for going to the event and posing for a picture alongside several authoritarian leaders, including Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. The government has not directly criticised the former Premier, but Penny Wong says the federal government and embassy didn't send any senior representatives to the event.
I speak for Australia and for the Australian government. I don't speak for private individuals, but I would so hope that we all should be mindful of the message that our presence and engagement sends, as I certainly am.
2 men have been arrested over damage to the Anzac Memorial in Sydney's Hyde Park. Police allege 2 men were seen spraying a substance onto the walls and steps of the memorial just after midday yesterday. They were then seen walking off in a northern direction through the park. Police released CCTV and images of the men as part of a public appeal. The 2 men attended the Auburn police station just before 6 o'clock this evening, where they were arrested and have been questioned by police. The brother of Senior Constable Vadim Diva-Hotar says the slain officer brought joy to all who knew him. The 34-year-old was allegedly killed last month by police fugitive Desi Freeman in Porpunga during an arrest attempt and was farewelled today at a funeral in Glen Waverley. He died alongside 59-year-old detective leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson, who will be farewelled at a separate police funeral on Monday. Sasha Diva-Hotar urged the packed chapel to remember how his brother lived his life, not how he died.
My brother was the happiest person I knew, happiest person I think any one of us ever met. No matter what he was doing, he always had this smile, this contagious smile on his face. He experienced more happiness in his 34 years on Earth than most people would in 100 years.
Gaza's Hamas-run civil defence agency says more than 60 people are being killed in the latest airstrikes as Israel continues its bombardment of Gaza City. The BBC's Yola Nell reports.
An Israeli military spokesperson said that the army now held outer neighbourhoods of the city where satellite images show widespread destruction. The operation will continue to expand and intensify in the coming days, the spokesperson added. Israel says the city is a stronghold of Hamas, but its new offensive has brought international criticism. A famine has already been declared in the area. A UNICEF spokesperson said essential services were now collapsing in Gaza's biggest urban centre.
Thailand's parliament has named Anutin Chanvirakul as the country's new prime minister. Mr Chanvirakul is the third biggest political party in the country. He was overwhelmingly voted in as PM in a special sitting of parliament after the former incumbent, Pathongthana Chinawat, was removed by Thailand's constitutional court. Afghanistan has been rocked by 2 new powerful earthquakes after a devastating quake struck last weekend. The latest quakes, measuring magnitude 6.2 and 5.36, struck just hours apart in the country's southeast. The magnitude 6 quake on the weekend left more than 2,200 people dead. Elisa Caponi from Doctors Without Borders says it's very difficult to reach the impacted areas.
Well, the problem with the region is the complexity of the terrain, because you're looking at an area that is hard to reach already, given to the mountains. It's difficult to navigate this sort of terrain and reach the population in need.
A mining contractor has been fined $540,000 following the death of a 37-year-old worker at a Western Australian gold mine nearly 3 years ago. In October of 2022, Perth fly-in fly-out worker Terry Hogan was dismantling the head of a reamer cutting tool attached to a drill rig when he was struck by falling rocks and died instantly. He was working at the bottom of a ventilation shaft at the Hamlet Underground mine near Kambalda. Mr Hogan's employer, RUC Mining Contractors, pleaded guilty in July to failing to comply with its health and safety duty and was sentenced in the Kalgoorlie Magistrates Court earlier today. And Collingwood AFL star Jordan De Goey is free to play in the Magpies preliminary final in 2 weeks' time after being handed a fine for rough conduct in last night's win over the Adelaide Crows. This is ABC News.
September means finals footy.
He called it through for a magnificent goal.
But at ABC Sport, it also means we're counting down to the summer of cricket.
Mr Smith thumps that through cover point and away for 4.
Starting September 30, the Women's ODI World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
Plus Australia versus India in the men's ODI and T20s. The WBBL, the Big Bash, and the biggest rivalry in the game.
The Ashes.
The Ashes.
Stark rumbles in and bowls it down. He's bowling. First bowl.
ABC Sport and the ABC Listen app. Your home of cricket this summer. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
And the Cats, who led by less than a kick for most of this second term. Jack Bowes for 2 in a minute. And the Cats had their biggest lead of the night. Just like that. It's 15 points.
Humphries can't take the mark. Bowes gathers for the Cats. Inside 50. He'll chip around the corner. Dempsey's in the goal square. Pops it through. He's got a couple.
Across the ground to Atkins. He continues the shift down to DeConey. Marks. Handball over to Stewart. The defender. A red chance forward. Goals. Geelong are in rhythm.
Oh, there's a free kick in the goal square down the other end of the ground.
Oh, the end of the ground.
So it's going to go to Rayner. The mark will be set 3 metres out. Mark O'Connor, the offending party.
It's a 120-metre turnaround.
Oh, 100. Well, it's a goal turnaround.
How about that? Cam Rayner pokes it through.
Oh.
And then he's bundled over.
He's getting another
and he's
one.
getting another free kick.
Oh, that was Zach Guthrie, and that was very silly.
So Rayner's going to get a second look here. And this will entirely swing the game. Rayner, 2 in 2 kicks, and the match might swing on those decisions. So it was 27 points. The momentum was entirely with the Cats. Stengel was about to go back and kick for goal to try and put it beyond 5 goals. A free kick went the other end of the ground for a gentle nudge in the back. Rayner kicks the goal. He gets a second, kicks another, and now it's 15 points.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from a dramatic second quarter. Geelong did lead by 27. Instead, it's 15 at the half after those 2 late free kicks. And Brisbane have kicked 3 of their 7 goals tonight by really unusual free kicks well off the ball, in which has reversed Geelong possession and put Brisbane into a scoring position, and they've cashed in on all 3 of those occasions so far. It's finals footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, your call team. The umpires are back out. They're getting jeered. Tim Hodges is on the boundary, and we can check in with Hodgie. How are you, Tim?
Corbin, it is toxic down here. I reckon the MCG normally don't show those really controversial incidents on the big screen. I think they made an error by showing it, which has just incited this crowd. I've just gone for a bit of a wander around the concourse during the halftime break, in part because it's so damn cold. Just wanted to warm up a bit, but the crowd is irate. Like everyone is just at one, and because it is such a large Geelong crowd, just about 86,000 people here tonight, I've never seen such a just fuming crowd. Like, they are genuinely angry with how that played out. That has Brisbane back in this game when, by rights, the Lions have no rights at all to be even close in this game. It's been a complete blowout with 19 scoring shots to just 9. But as it is, after that one moment of madness, and it's just a 15-point ball game at the half.
Ordinarily, too, the criticism of the Geelong crowd is that they're a little tame, Lingy, that perhaps don't have the same sort of rabid fandom that the other supporter bases do. Well, they're proving those critics wrong, at least tonight.
No, that's right. Pay a few decisions like that and you get them going. Don't worry about that. They've still got plenty of fire in the belly.
The NRL tonight, farewell game for Daly Cherry Evans, not Darcy Cherry Evans. Daly Cherry Evans for the Manly Seagulls. They won. They beat the Warriors 27-26. So by a single point, so well done to Manly there as
in the finals. I don't know whether they actually still can make the finals.
No, they're out. So they're in 9th. They won't get there. They'll fall a point short. The game that's on at the moment is fascinating. The Roosters and the Rabbitohs. If the Roosters win, the top 8 is locked. If they lose, it opens the door for the Dolphins, who need to win big on Sunday. So the Roosters just need to take care of business. Of course, they're playing their chief rival, the South Sydney Rabbitohs. Early in the second half, it is the Roosters 16-6. So if the Roosters win, we've got our 8 teams in the final series. In the NRL, of course, with their final weekend being played, they're 2 weeks. They were 2 weeks behind us, but because we had the pre-finals bye, basically they'll finish 1 week after the AFL. Their preliminary finals will be on our grand final weekend in the NRL, and then a week after we're done, they'll play their grand final.
And I think Australia play the Pumas tomorrow.
Oh. In the, of course, in the rugby.
Yep.
Good luck to the Wallabies.
Absolutely. They've
turned a bit of a corner.
They've turned a corner. And
is your man going to stick around or what? It feels
no,
like
he won't. Even though he's the best coach around, Joe Schmidt. No, he's got family commitments, which I think most people close to rugby would understand. No, the new coach has been appointed, so he's got big shoes to fill. He's been outstanding, Joe Schmidt.
Just on that game, by the way, one last thing to note out of it. In the Seagulls-Warriors match, James Fisher-Harris scored the fastest try in NRL history. Daly Cherry Evans let the kick-off by the Warriors bounce. Jason Saab then fumbles and slips and drops the ball, and James Fisher-Harris goes through to score off the bouncing ball. So scored off the kick-off. There we go. Wow. A record tonight, the fastest try. Second half's just about upon us in the second qualifying final. Of course, the winner goes straight through to the prelim in a home final with the week off. Cats by 15 at the half. Back to Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
I know Mick likes me talking about how cold it is, but you can see on the scoreboard they actually put the temperature. It's down to 9 degrees. Feels like 7. I know I'm right behind the Brisbane Lions bench at the moment. Every player, as they come off, offered the hoodies because it's so cold down here and they're not used to it. And as they ran onto the ground to start after their halftime break, half the team actually had their jumpers on just to try and keep warm. So it is freezing cold down here for such a big crowd.
It's cold up here too, Timmy, I tell you. So it's I get it.
Second half underway. Geelong leading by 15 points. Atkins going after the ground ball. Runs into Dangerfield. Blitz halves. Gets rid of it to Atkins. Kick inside 50. Manamark's 49 out. Couple of little jab steps as he thinks about kicking. Now skips back off the mark.
Yeah, he did the right thing. Got back quick. Looking. Is somebody going to just open up? But he is within his range. Yeah, beautiful long kick of the ball. So now he goes back, settles himself, and takes the time that he's allowed to have a set shot.
Where's he been for 6 years? He is a seriously good footballer.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? 28 years of age. He got the Cats going in the second. Boot to ball from 50. It's a flower bag floating towards the goal line. Offhand, Stengel was sweating on it. Zorko punches it through. Cats lead by 16 points, less than a minute into the second half.
Lions immediately trying to put a bit of speed on the ball. Perry marks the kick out, goes down the line to Dunkley. Almost did a somersault trying to take that. Not a lot of give in the MCG turf. Short kick broken up by Dangerfield. Desperate lunge. Knocks it away to Smith. Hand pass to Atkins, takes a bounce, not a heap up ahead, and Bailey lays the smother, ball's out of play.
So Harris Andrews was set long, that's why Atkins didn't go there straight away long, but Tyson Stengel and a few of the small forwards are like, just get it to us on 50, and we'll do our work.
The crowd rolled up again. I think they're watching Cam Rayner off the ball, who's continuing in that tangle with Mark O'Connor. He's the deepest man forward for the Brisbane Lions, kicking to the punt road end from the boundary throw-in. Dangerfield desperate, lunges onto it but coughs it up. Zorko kicks down the wing. Dunkley marks, bangs bodies in the air with Guthrie. Hand pass away to Lockie Neal. He gives it to Berry. Handball to Fletcher. Here go the Lions through the middle of the G. Off to McCluggage. Kicks to the open side of the market. Half forward for Day. Now he looks inside 50. Is Rayner going to be the option? He's now out of it in the pocket. And Day's going to lay it up to full forward. Rayner leaping from the back. Ball spills down to Guthrie. And a free kick against Rayner. They'll love this. As he got over the back and into the back of... came from the back and chopped the arms of Stewart, who receives the free kick. Back pocket for Geelong.
He moves it out to Myers, back flank. He shorts it to Holmes. Cats by 16 points. Joining us late, Geelong led by 27. They had the ball at half forward. Stengel about to kick for goal. Free kick in the opposite goal square. Rayner goals twice after he was then bundled over. Kick up towards the wing, back with live play. Blitzarv's kick goes high inside 50. Dangerfield can't mark. Neal, that's Shannon Neal at half forward for the Cats. Back to Blitzarv, dribbles a kick inside 50. Picking it up there, Starcevic. Back to Andrews. Clearing kick for the Lions. Through the hands there of Holmes. Ball bobbling around on the wing. Blitzarv's goes in. He's wrapped up. And a ball up on the Ward wing. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Cats by 16.
Winner gets the home prelim and the week off. And on the same side of the draw as Adelaide for the loser. They'll have to go through Collingwood in a prelim if they make it that far. And that's here at the MCG. Ball on the wing and Geelong win it back through Atkins. Centering kicks good to Smith. He marks. Handball away towards Guthrie. Back edge of the centre square. Kicks down for Cameron. Hands to it. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Andrews tackled. Ball comes out. Up says keep going. Starcevic drilled in the tackle by Jeremy Cameron. More calls for holding the ball not to be. Then Andrews ragdolls Shannon Neal. Ball comes out to Starcevic. He's mowed down. And a free kick for a throw. And the Cats fans are saying at last as Stengel gets it against the boundary line. Right half forward for Geelong. Cats by 16 early in the third.
Stengel wide out. 4 minutes into the third. Sets it up towards the hot spot. Dunkley underneath it. Dangerfield halves it. Atkins picks it up for the Cats. Off the Blitzarves, who swings it on goal and swings it through. The Swiss Army knife unlocks a path to goal for the Cats. 9-12-66. Plays 7-2-44. 5 minutes into the second half. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's almost a repeat of most of the first half. Dominant by Geelong. Really, it's 4-1 inside 50s. It's just Brisbane just seem to be defending over and over and over, and the only penetration they can do is through maybe a ball coming out, maybe 2 or 3 hand passes, all coming off. At the moment, Geelong know this, and they're picking the second or third one off and forcing it back inside the back 50. It's only a matter of time before you score again. That's 19 score, 21 to 9. 21? Yeah, 21 to 9. That's a hiding as far as numbers go.
22 points, the Cats lead. Back in the middle, Bailey Smith, first telling touch. Kicks out to half forward. Blitzarves punches it deeper forward to Jeremy Cameron. Got a hand pass out to Myers. He runs into Starcevic. Ball sits up for Archie and can clear out a defensive 50. Lions with a bit to do. Margin at 22. Holmes keeps it alive. Handball to Guthrie, helped out of bounds. And Jeremy Cameron pushes him out.
Disappointing Cameron. He's hardly touched it all night, as in Charlie Cameron.
Yeah, Darcy Gardner's done a pretty good job on Jeremy Cameron.
He has now, yes.
He's moved over after he looked like he was going to destroy the game, Jeremy Cameron.
Charlie kicked the first of the night, and that's about it. Fort grabs it out of the ruck, down to Zorko. Sweeping hand pass in front of Zach Bailey. Short kick to Morris, keeps it moving. Handball to Will Ashcroft. Goes deep to Rayner. One out in the cage. Rayner's got it. Plays on goals. And lets the cheer squad know all about it. Kane Rayner is public enemy number 1. He's got 3. And Geelong's lead is cut to 16. And Cam Rayner more than happy to wear the black hat here tonight. 9-12-66 Geelong, Brisbane 8-2-50. 6.5 gone in the third term, and again the Lions hang about.
Yeah, and again through some really risky hand pass that come off because they're good players. They're very good players. We know that in the second quarter, one or two of those are picked off. Geelong scored from it, and I guess that's the way they play, and it's served them well. So Geelong need to keep that pressure up all the time.
How about the celebration, Mick? Just sit down to the Geelong cheer squad.
Back in the middle. Ball flicks out. Will Ashcroft picks it up for the Lions. Rushes a kick. Lockie Neal underneath it. Attacking edge of the square. Looks into the pocket now. Just dinks it short. Allows in Zach Guthrie. He marks for the Cats' back pocket.
Well, he's had a lot of turnovers, hasn't he, Lockie Neal? Both the foot and hand. That was another shocker, really.
Looks short of a gallop, doesn't he, coming back from that quad injury?
Well, he's got to chew off what it's practical.
Myers with the clearing kick for the Cats, up to the wing. Dunkley wins it, turns it over. Dempsey takes it for Geelong. Off to O'Sullivan, met by Starcevic. Takes him down, holding the ball.
Brilliant strong tackle by Starcevic. If O'Sullivan had got his hands free there, Geelong were out. They had supporting numbers. Big strong tackle.
Brisbane win it back. Cats leading by 16. Stabs it short, Starcevic, to Will Ashcroft.
The Norm Smith medalist. Kicks inside 50. Bailey Smith could have marked it, decided to whack it away. Turns out all right for Geelong. O'Sullivan knocks it down to Guthrie. Hand pass out to Dempsey. Dempsey goes long down the wing. Good mark, Dangerfield. Starting to impact the game. Takes the mark on the wing. Immediately looks corridor. Bowes the target and a tangle with Levi Ashcroft. Ball hits the deck. Bowes continues to hunt out after it. Collects on the hop. Hand pass in front of Jeremy Cameron. Close to the boundary line. He keeps the ball alive. Got boot to ball. Still on in the pocket. Manor pushed out now by Fort. A boundary throw in forward pocket for Geelong at the city end.
There's some very interesting play down there. Smart play by both or four players. Just knew that they had a little bit of time, but not a lot, and made the most of it. Kept the ball in the forward line, Geelong.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Cats. Shannon Neal knocks it down. Lester swats it away for Brisbane. Starcevic gathers to Neal in a cul-de-sac. Back to Dunkley. He will clear with the kick up towards the wing. O'Sullivan flies, lands heavily out the back. Humphries there for the Cats. Short kick for Mullen. Not the 15. McCluggage has got him. Wraps him up, takes him to ground. Ball up between wing and half forward. Cats by 16. 9.5 minutes into this third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Goal each in the term so far. Umpire Wallace tosses it up in the air. Fort palms it down. A fumble from Lockie Neal, and Will Ashcroft walks out with the footy. Geelong this year, they've lost only 2 games leading at half-time. They were protecting a 15-point buffer at the break. It's now 16. In Brisbane, they have come back from 4 half-time deficits to win this year. That's what they'll have to do again as Wilmot runs into Dangerfield, and he doesn't have much given it as he's tackled by the Cats champ to the ground. Third stoppage, same spot. The boundary throwing the ball up, and now a repeat ball up. Blitzarv's down to Dangerfield strong. Works his way through to Holmes against the boundary line. Hand pass along the ground to Myers. Handball inside to Smith. Long driving kick inside 50. Jeremy Cameron in the pack. Ball spills front and centre. Martin down there. Manor had it. Got it out to Jezza. Jezza goals!
Free kick, Corbs. Brisbane's way. Off the ball for a hold.
Gee, kicked it as well, and wait for the rest of the Geelong fans to realise what's happened here. The goal won't count. The free kick's coming back. Zorko tackled without it, and he's getting the free in the back pocket. Geelong by 16.
Drives it up to the wing. Fort goes up. There's another free kick. This time it'll go to the Cats. They're happy with that. O'Sullivan takes the free kick. Pokes it to Dangerfield. They lead it by 16. Danger's kick smothered. Well done by Dunkley on the mark. Knocks it down. Brisbane come away with it. Bailey to McCluggage. Releases Gallop. Galloping down the wing. Off to Rayner. Swings a handball to Bailey. Atkins has got him. The tackling champ. Holding the ball.
Good. Good because the umpire was fantastic on that. He ducked his head. Tried to wear the free kick. Get a free kick.
Atkins takes the advantage, goes out wide to Myers, short kick to Stengel, crowd actively involved, the Stengel kick knocked out of bounds, and Dunkley for the second time in a matter of minutes Effective work on the mark, staying in the game and forces the ball out.
Yeah, it was 2 times. Both Dangerfield first just didn't give himself the room to be able to kick, and their great smother by Dunkley, and then Stengel on that occasion, bit quicker trying to get the ball onto his teammate. Dunkley again, brilliant play. That's the moments.
Cats by 16, boundary throw in. Will Ashcroft, critical toe poke on it, looking for brother Levi. Wanted a free, didn't get it, and then Manor just aggressively goes and tackles Leicester out of play. Boundary throwing in front of the skinny race, closest to us on the northern side of the ground. That's the change rooms the Brisbane Lions are using tonight. Much difference between the two rooms, Lingy?
No.
Back to front, I think, that's all.
Yeah.
One has a skinny race, one has a thick race. That's about it for the boundary throwing. Taken out of the ruck by Blitzarves. Hand pass looking for Manor, just runs away from him and can't trap the Sharon inside the field of play.
Unlike down at the Cattery where they've got palatial suites for the home rooms and just the old shed
at the back.
Yeah. No hot water for the visitors. It's just the old Vic Park, Windy Hill days.
Well,
Geelong by 16. They've had teasing distance for most of the night. Blitzarves to Smith, to Myers, snaps it to full forward for the Cats. Out the back it goes. Leicester goes back, knocks it away. Shannon Neal picks it up. Handball back into the mark. Coming through, Starcevic gets it out. Away to Leicester, to Zorko. The brother-in-law pair combining. As Zorko handballs beyond the defensive 50, he was dealt with too. And get a free kick. Dane Zorko. So the free kick will be downfield and we'll go to Zach Bailey. And downfield free kicks have been the theme of the night.
This is where Brisbane really break down here. Geelong cover this area, but with one-on-one foot, here we go, so they're just not backing themselves. They're going backwards so far back, this could be even a score for them.
Levi retreats to Zorko and then miskicked it going all the way back to his co-captain in Andrews. He cleans it up in the defensive goal square and then the kick to Gardner. And Gardner, short kicking game along the boundary line, finds Archie. He looks corridor, daring kick, picked off. Nice work by the Cats, they win it back. This is Bose, got boot to border close. Hand pass to Bailey Smith. Baz on the run, kicks it. And the place is going bananas for Bailey Smith. The Cats lead up to 22 points once more. And the Cats just keep the Lions at bay. 14 gone in the third term, 10-12 to 8-2. Finals footy on ABC Sport, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
So, Mick, it was as you described. So, first of all, it was this side of the ground. Geelong cutting off that inboard kick that Brisbane wanted. So, Brisbane tried the expansive play to the open side of the ground, but it was slow and it was a little bit mistake-riddled. And then I think it was Jack Bowes who just read it beautifully, cut that kick off, and that's what created the opportunity for Bailey Smith.
Yep. All Geelong did was just shuffle their players across the ground. Didn't have to run across the ground. Just move your position from where you are, 20 metres, and you've cut them off the game. Because the slowness of the slow movement, and that just feeds that sort of play.
Back out to 22 points. Here's the margin. Bailey tapping it away to Dunkley. Hooks a kick and turns it over right onto the chest there of Holmes. And zips around Lohman. Hurries a low ball inside 50. Punched away by Leicester. Fletcher comes up with it for Brisbane. Loops a handball away to Levi Ashcroft. 1-2 with Ford. Another handball into the middle for Dunkley. Now Wilmot. He's tackled by Myers. Ball jars free. The Cats are there. Stewart's handball away towards Levi Ashcroft again.
You can see the way they both play there. If Brisbane got through, that's a goal to Brisbane.
Yeah.
But if Geelong had got through the other way, it's a goal to Geelong.
Yeah, it's very offensive-minded, isn't it?
22 points, the lead for the Cats. Restart on the wing. Levi Ashcroft gets it going forward for Brisbane. Stewart takes the intercept mark for Geelong across the half-back line. And look at the move here from O'Connor. Goes guarding away from Rayner and leaves Rayner in his wake. O'Connor spills the mark. Rayner comes and tackles him. He got him high. And the Bay in front of that are on their feet, giving it to Cam Rayner.
Well, Rayner let him run like a lazy forward, and that's what created the overlap there.
O'Connor long down the line after earning the free kick. Spills close to the boundary line, picked up by Shannon Neal, tackled out of play. So O'Connor went tearing away off Rayner. And the crowd got on their feet, started to get involved, and then O'Connor fumbles on the back flank, thinking, oh no, we're going to be the ones with egg on our face. And then Rayner got him high, and they thought, no, this is our moment. And the Cats fans were up on their feet, and a chance to give a little bit of payback to Cam Rayner, who milked a couple of free kicks in the second term.
Over the heads of both of the ruckmen, and picked up there by Berry for the Lions. Off to Zach Bailey, to Lohman. Taps it out in front of Will Ashcroft. Handball for Day. At half forward now, Brisbane. Bailey back for Will Ashcroft, inside 50. Moves it on to Lohman. In the pocket. Tight angle. Wants to kick it across the goal face. Looking for Cameron. Can't mark. Ball bounces in the pocket. Rayner's onto it. Tackled by Dempsey. Just gets it free. And now the Cats can clear a soccer up to the wing, and they're away through close.
Handball away towards Martin, defensive side of the wing. Long kick to half forward. Shannon Neal outnumbered. Andrews reels in the one-hander.
Gee, that's a good mark.
That's a brilliant mark. It's almost better than a good mark.
Oh, one hand.
I mean, and under the pressure, you drop that, it's only going to go one way.
Yeah.
It's rolling towards Geelong's goal.
22 points, 18-minute mark of the third quarter. This final feels hot right now. Second qualifying final. Geelong have been the better team all night. Brisbane staying in the fight as Gardner goes along to the wing, spills down off hands towards Leicester. Hurried handball to his teammate Neal, who's tackled straight away, and Lockie Neal will give the ball back to the umpire. Ball up on the wing. Tim Hodges on the bench.
Cam Rayner lost out to Mark O'Connor, but I tell you what he did do is give him a decent corky. O'Connor is on the bench at the moment, getting treatment to the left quad.
Manor extracts it out to Holmes. Cats coming corridor. Martin goes back to Holmes from 55. He eyes the goals and sends it home. This game is in the Cats' keeping. A new game high lead of 28 points. 11-12-78. Plays 8-2-50, 18 and a half into the third. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, I know they won't do it. Charlie Cameron has got to be subbed out. He's near next to useless. He can't chase. He can't find the ball. And he's allowing his Geelong players to be... So if you're going to come back from, what did you say it was, 28 points, Benny?
28.
You've got to change it up, because if you don't change it, you're going to get the same stuff all over again. And quite frankly, their forward line structure is being let down because Geelong are just streaming out of it.
And that margin comes with a new three-word moniker, new game high, 28 points, Geelong's lead. At the 19-minute mark of the third term, back in the middle, Mullen, first touch here for Geelong. Hand pass away to Atkins. He kicks inside the forward 50, intercept mark there for Zorko. He looks into the corridor, trying to link up with Bailey. He can't quite complete the mark, but handball away to Wilmot. Has to push aside Atkins. Sweeping hand pass out to half forward. Picked up here by Dunkley. He turns, looks inside 50. It'll get to his intended target. Gallop on the hop. Turns, shoots goalward. A goal saver on the line. And Jack Henry punches it through. Desperate effort, saved 6. And a minor score makes Geelong's lead 27 at the 20-minute mark of the third term.
Zach Guthrie taking the kick in. Kicks up towards the wing. Fletcher comes across, drops the mark there for Brisbane. Starcevic onto it. Tackled by Manor. Umpire crosses himself. Ball up on the wing.
It's tackle number 4 for Sean Manor. This quarter alone, some strong ones where Brisbane thought they'd broken it. Managed to hold on.
Tapping it down, Day. Will Ashcroft emerges with the football. Kicks the lines to full forward. Bouncing ball. Archie taps it on. Henry gets back. Traps the footy for the Cats. Now he gets a handball out. Rayner. He's sweating on it. He's getting booed by the Geelong fans. Breaks a couple of tackles. Snaps on goal. There would have been a good way to answer the jeers. Couldn't quite finish. Misses narrow. Cats by 26.
A good way, Benny. It would have been one of the better goals you'll ever see.
I'm amazed at this back line. If I could just jump in. Yeah. Geelong have got a spare forward that Brisbane have refused to pick up. They'll pay a penalty here because he'll fall at the back in a minute, and that'll be Stengel.
Cats by 26. Humphreys out of defence, but picked off by Andrews, who marks on the wing. Rayner almost playing his best footy of the night when the crowds got involved, and He was very quiet before that and has quite a 3-goal game that you're likely to witness as Lockie Neal marks, goes long inside 50, punched away by DeConing. Gallup tries to tap it down to Bailey. Atkins there to break it up, tackled by Berry. Gee, the tackles, they stick a little more in September. We'll have a ball up in the right forward pocket here for Brisbane. They are chasing the game. It is Geelong by 26, time on in the third.
Just a wee bit of momentum at the moment for the Lions. Lohman in congestion, flicks it out. Right there, Atkins carries it out of play. I say just momentum at the moment because the Cats have kicked the last two. Brisbane just doing a little bit of attacking.
Do you agree with the Rayner comment? I know it was a low, but he wasn't really cited in the first half. But
I didn't see him in the first half.
His best quarter of the game.
He's feeding off the energy of it. He's happy to play the villain right now.
From the throw-in, Day taps it down. Gallup goes and gathers the half volley, then loses it. Full forward here for Brisbane. Atkins is over it. Close, pinches it. Rushes a kick beyond offensive 50. Bouncing ball. Brisbane win it back through Andrews. Off to Wilmot. Wilmot will kick to full forward. Massive pack will form. Stewart punches it away. Bowes overruns it. Bailey soccers it on goal. Took a deflection on the way through. Minor score. Cats lead by 25. 26.
They can't exit their back 50 though at the moment. The Cats, the Lions have had a good little patch just locking this in. Try long to Blitzarv's Dangerfield combination.
Blitzarv's is up and marking. In front of the Brisbane bench, now up to halfway. Stengel the target. Wilmot arriving late, breaks it up. Ball hits the deck. Lester got it out back to Wilmot. Brisbane with it on the wing. Not a heap of options. Handball to Fletcher, trying the sharp 1-2. Got it back to Wilmot. Hand pass away to Levi Ashcroft. Now to Rayner. Right on cue. Kicks a torp off a step. Morris really called his name. Spills down towards Stewart. And he's going to be paid the mark.
Yeah, it said he got the first punch on it. I'm not sure about that.
Okay, Stewart flares it out towards Max Holmes. He's off and running. He kicks long down in the Dempsey direction. Who marks on his chest.
And he wheels and goes for the Cats. 60 from goal. Looks for Stengel at full forward. Lester darts in front of him. Marks at fullback for Brisbane.
He had two options and picked out the one Brisbane Lions player.
Yeah. Took the third of two options, as Dennis Cometti would say. Zorko kicks into the middle of the ground and turns it over, but Brisbane worry them out of it quickly. Will Ashcroft goes in. Holmes beats him to it. Handball out towards Day on the logo for Brisbane. His handball to Archie. 2 fumbles. Picks it up third time. Now kicks Brisbane inside 50. Morris plucks it from the sky. Sullivan slipped over and he's marked 35 out, slight angle to the right.
Well, these are the big moments in finals. Just a kick inside forward 50 for the Cats with those 2 open options we were talking about. Instead, straight to a Lions player.
Who kicked it?
It was Ollie Dempsey, who's usually a nice kick of the footy.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
This occasion, Brisbane go forward, 1-on-1. If Morris doesn't mark that, it probably gets swept away by Geelong. Instead, he takes the big mark. He hasn't had a big night at all. Morris.
Playing in his 5th final. His 4 last year, all 4 wins en route to the premiership. Logan Morris keeps Brisbane alive. Back to 19 points. 11-12-78 plays 9-5-59. The Cats lead at the 25-minute mark of the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
He's got a beautiful kicking action. Yeah. It's not overdone. He aims for the gold umpire's hat. And talking about gold umpires, he's calling for 2 players to go back. Then none of them are listening to him because you've got to have 2 in the goal square. But he is a beautiful kick. And he took that at his highest point. That was a very, very good mark.
Harris Andrews doesn't ordinarily spend a lot of time on the bench, but he's just come off in front of Hodgie at the moment. Is he here to be okay, Tim Hodges? What can you say with Harris Andrews?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was vision. There was just it was more than a conversation. It was quite heated between Harris Andrews and Cam Rayner. I'll let you call the play and come back.
Days rucking, palms it down to Bailey, fends off one would-be tackler, got boot the ball out towards the wing. And now his namesake Bailey Smith out after it, collects, just shoved aside Lockie Neal. Geelong back with it to Dempsey and now to Holmes, takes a bounce, hand pass to Myers, extra hand pass down to high half forward for Stengel, kicks for Jack Martin, who marks against the boundary line, left half forward for Geelong. Hodgie.
Well, I thought it was encouraging conversation between Harris Andrews to Cam Rayner. Then it got quite heated and a lot of finger pointing. I think Cam Rayner, this crowd would have to rattle anyone. And I'm just, Corbin, you're good at this stuff. Look, when would be the biggest venom towards a person at the MCG, more than what we've had in the last 20 minutes to Cam Rayner. It must be 60, 70,000 Geelong people here tonight, and they are baying for his blood.
Jack Martin from a tight angle. He misses everything to the near side. First one that comes to mind was when Virat Kohli gave a little hip and shoulder to Sam Costas on Boxing Day. If you remember, when he just brushed past him with a hip and shoulder, and he was public enemy number one.
I don't think that would have rattled Virat as much as it might rattle Cam Rayner. Berry in the back pocket. It's a good call out though, Corb. Berry with the kick up for Ford on the wing. Sticky fingers, takes the mark.
It's a good patch for the Lions here. Can they capitalise again? They can, with 2 minutes 15 to go, drag another goal out of this one.
Cats by 19. Kick up to a contested half forward. Levi Ashcroft coming through, dribbles a kick inside 50 for the Lions. Off the hands of McCluggage. Bailey onto the footy. That is Zach Bailey, who has Bailey Smith for company. Ball up, 40 out from the attacking goal for Brisbane. Fortin to Koning, neither decisive. Myers picks it up. Somehow gets a kick out to Dempsey, and the Cats are away off the back flank.
It's Manor again, who's been excellent, not just tonight but all season. Kicks back inboard for Geelong, and I'm Mosdin there, right on cue. Turns it over, so Gardner takes the intercept mark. Hand pass to Zorko, gives it off to Will Ashcroft. Darting run, kicks into the pocket, wanted Charlie Cameron, he waited for it. There's a free and a legal Shepherd. He's going Geelong's way.
I'll repeat what I said. If you've got another player sitting there, why wait?
We've got Sammy Marshall, who's their 19-year-old in his 8th game, yet to be activated, the sub for the Brisbane Lions. So free kick for Guthrie. Goes long to the wing, through the hands of Dangerfield, spills to Dempsey, hurried kick forward, big leap from Stengel from the back, force it down, Holmes hits it at speed, Holmes long kick downhill, Jack Martin back towards goal, never breaks stride, pops it through, and that is the story of the night. The Cats have had every answer. 12-12 to 9-5. 28 minutes gone in the third term. Geelong lead it. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse.
See the Max Holmes movement and gather and run.
Run's
has been massive in this quarter. He's had 10 disposals this quarter, Holmes, going at 100% kicking efficiency. 3 inside 50s. He's kicked the 1 goal and he's himself 331 metres gained. And
at this quarter,
kicks of the footy like that, it's not just blasting the metres gained. That was lace out to Jack Martin.
Well, he's done nearly 600 metres, and as you say, 300 this quarter. They bring themselves down, Brisbane, behind the ball. They really are all duck and no dinner at the moment. It's just if they don't get it, they give it to Geelong.
Back in the middle. Geelong by 25 again, closing in on three-quarter time. Lines out of the middle, Zach Bailey, away to Lohman. High snap kick inside 50. Day can't take the mark. And his former Gold Coast teammate Bose is onto it. Repels for the Cats to the logo on the wing. Close, wheels and goes. Kicks for Danger or Cameron. In front, Gardner Cameron. Well, Dangerfield claims it. Now he kicks deep towards full forward. Danger eyeing the goals. Dempsey socketed from the goal line with the half volley for his second.
That's freakish.
Side puts it into the back of the net. And the Cats lead by a new game high 31. He can do it all. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, that's just freakish because he read the place. Dangerfield for a start off to kick the goal square. That puts the backline players under massive pressure. And to work that hard from his position to come from a long way. There he is, long way back.
And the timing to just kick it, because I think it would have clattered into the post, wouldn't it, Mick, if that had kept going?
Well, you certainly take the guesswork out by
How about that, Ollie Dempsey? That's his goal, isn't it? Goal line to goal line. Just runs all day long.
Yeah, they're hard to stop, those sort of players.
Oh, and right there where he needed to be as the ball came in. And now Geelong, new game high, 31 points.
A lot of that's coming out of Brisbane's forward line, and they just can't hold the ball in there.
Will Ashcroft tries to soccer it forward. Lohman tackled immediately, tackled high, so free kick going his way. And Lohman to take it middle of the G. You've got to get something going for Brisbane. Kicks out to half forward. Charlie the target. Juggled effort not to be. Broke it up beautifully there by Myers. with the defensive act, and that is three-quarter time. How about the love for the Cats? 15 up at half-time. It felt like it should have been more. Well, they made sure it was more on the back of that third term. 5 goals to 2. And after leading by 12 at quarter-time, the Cats now 31 points up at three-quarter time, winning every term. 12 at quarter-time, 15 at the half, and now 31 at three-quarter time. And the Brisbane Lions, if they want a home preliminary final, have it all to do. They are playing catch-up. It has been Geelong's night, 13-12-90. They lead the Brisbane Lions 9-5-59. And incredibly, these Cats are on the precipice of a 15th preliminary final in the last 22 years. They are absurd numbers, and yet they're 1 quarter away from the Final Four. The goal kickers, as it stands at the moment, Ollie Dempsey has 3, 2 goals for Jeremy Cameron. They both came in the opening quarter, and then apart from that, they've got it done by committee. Smith, Holmes, Bowes, DeConing, Martin, Mullen, Stewart, Blitzarves, all with 1 each. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, 3 goals for Cam Rayner, 2 for Kai Lohmann, and then singles for Fletcher, Berry, Morris, and Charlie Cameron. It is three-quarter time. The Unley Cat. I am too scared to celebrate a Cats goal until time to know there isn't a free kick. So he's basically saying, until I know there's not going to be a free kick paid, I'll wait to celebrate. Sorry for the staggered delivery on that front. No name, no pack drill. Are these two teams a mile above the rest? This game has had everything, good and bad. And Damien says, evening, guys. This is why we shouldn't have a night grand final. Dewy, gets slippery, and it's very cold. It's not just worth it for a few fireworks from Damien. 0437 774 774. The thoughts of Lingy and Mick coming up in just a moment. It's three-quarter time here at the MCG. The Cats by 31. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Vote for your favourites in ABC Radio National's Top 100 Books of the 21st Century.
Need inspiration? We've got a list.
Voting has opened.
Look for Top 100 on the ABC Radio National homepage.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
He looks corridor. Daring kick. Picked off. Nice work by the Cats. They win it back. This is Bowes. Got boot to border close. Hand pass to Bailey Smith. Baz on the run. Kicks it. And the place is going bananas for Bailey Smith. The Cats lead up to 22 points once more.
Manna extracts it out to Holmes. Cats coming corridor. Martin goes back to Holmes from 55. He eyes the goals and sends it home. This game is in the Cats' keeping. A new game high lead of 28 points.
If you're going to come back from 28 points, you've got to change it up, because if you don't change it, you're going to get the same stuff all over again. And quite frankly, their forward line structure is being let down because Geelong are just streaming out of it.
Playing in his 5th final. His 4 last year, all 4 wins en route to the premiership. Logan Morris keeps Brisbane alive.
Goes long to the wing, through the hands of Dangerfield, spills to Dempsey, hurried kick forward, big leap from Stengel from the back, force it down, Holmes hits it at speed, Holmes long kick downhill, Jack Martin back towards goal, never breaks stride, pops it through, and that is the story of the night. The Cats have had every answer.
Close, wheels and goes, kicks for Danger or Cameron, in front Gardner Cameron, well Dangerfield claims it. Now he kicks deep towards full forward. Danger eyeing the goals. Dempsey socketed from the goal line with the half volley for his second.
That's freakish.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from a pulsating third term in which the Cats have pulled away again. They've won every term. They lead by 31 at three-quarter time. Cameron Ling, the legendary Cat, the coaching icon, Mick Moldhouse. Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Is this game over, Cameron Ling?
No, I don't think so, with Brisbane Lions' capability of their ability to score well and their attacking play. And Mick, you and I were talking about it through the quarter. There were moments in that quarter, and not just the 5 or 6 minute patch where Brisbane Lions had a bit of control of the game, but there were moments where if a ball went one way, it was a Brisbane Lions goal. If the ball went the other way, it was a Cats goal.
Yeah.
Now I know Brisbane, by playing like that, is running the risk of getting scored against. But at least, I suppose, when they're trying to chase down a score, they're willing to lose by
you must
more,
the final,
but to chase it down. So because Brisbane play like that, though, and they have showed moments of being able to score quickly and easily, if they get the first 2 or 3, this is going back on because of the way they play the game.
Yeah, it's too far gone for me. I'm Geelong all over.
I'll come back to you, Mick. Brisbane have made their sub. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Not yet.
You can't hear him just yet. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, Levi Ashcroft is slightly controversial, the line to be subbed out of this game. So a poor first final, unfortunately for him, ends at three-quarter time. That means Sam Marshall is in, so fresh legs for this final 30 minutes for the Brisbane Lions.
Cats by 31 points, so Levi Ashcroft out. Youngest man on the ground.
Well, yep, okay. That's just my opinion from a very, very long way away. I just can't see how Charlie Cameron has had any bearing except his man has been able to.
And now they're starting Charlie Cameron high. He
started high a couple of times.
Yeah, so he's going to try and lose his opponent, Zach Guthrie, and try and get back deep. Obviously, Chris Fagan thinking, Charlie Cameron, can he get me 2 goals this quarter and just give us a little sniff? But could go the other way.
It is Brisbane's worst performing quarter of the year, the final term, and Geelong have won all 15 games. They've led at three-quarter time. They've got a 31-point buffer. Final term underway. Cameron inserts himself off the square. That's Charlie. Knocks it away towards Fort, then to Neil. That's Lockie. Hand pass out towards the wing. Pack forms in a hurry. Umpire says keep going. Ball eventually comes out. McCluggage, the clamps on him earlier, got a handball away to Lockie Neal and then feeds it back to Lester. High up and under to half forward, and an intercept mark for Guthrie as he picks it off on the back flank for the Cats.
Who was he on there?
That was on Charlie Cameron, yeah.
I just didn't. No effort.
Guthrie goes back to Humphreys, who gives it off to De Koning. Goes back to Lawson running by. He'll kick out wide towards Mullen, brings it down to ground level. O'Sullivan mops it up, goes back to Mullen. Kicks a low ball very wide out for Dangerfield. Can't reel it in. With his fingertips out of play for a throw-in left half forward. Make that right half forward for the Cats.
I know it's a big statement. I reckon this game could drift right out because there's just no energy with Brisbane.
Do you think it's more likely the Cats win running away than Brisbane make it close?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Boundary throw-in. Spills down towards Bowes. High up and under towards full forward. A hand on it from Gardner. Knocks it down to Andrews. And Jeremy Cameron says, come here, as he tackles him to ground. It's already at 31 points, and we've got a stoppage deep forward for Geelong. Brisbane have beaten them the last 3 times they've played. They'll have to overturn a handy deficit here. Has Manor trying to get free. He's dragged down. Was he legged? Holding the ball.
No, that's fair call. The tackle stayed up. Oh, did drift right down late. Corbs, you were onto it with the binoculars, but it was a good tackle by Darcy Wilmot.
He'll get the free kick. The 21-year-old has played every game since making his debut. He goes back and across to Leicester, and now he'll come out of the defensive arc.
Feel like Brisbane need the first goal of this final term. Leicester kicks up for Ford on the wing and punched away by Blitzarves. Throwing coming. Young Sam Marshall into the game, carries it out of play at the last minute.
Big game player, by the way, Sammy Marshall, who's best on ground in the under-18s grand final last year for Sandringham.
Throw in on the members' wing. Blitzarves laying it down, then slaps it on. Bailey Smith out after it. Zorko beats him to the footy and gets a little shove in his back from Bailey Smith. Zorko throws the ball into Bailey Smith and calm down, boys.
So just a quick couple of changes here. So Jack Bowes is now on to Hugh McCluggage because Chris Scott's obviously identified Zach Bailey as the worry. Oshane Mullins moved to Bailey after that good third quarter he played.
Ford palms it down to McCluggage. He's bowled over. Bowes picks it up, kicks inside 50. Shannon Neal the target. Offhand spills through to Dangerfield. That explosive speed as he collects. Handball though picked off. Will Ashcroft, centre half back. Gives it to Wilmot. Brisbane back the other way. Zach Bailey looking for the give and go. Gives it to Neal. Doesn't get it back. Lockie, handball away to Starcevic. Short kick to Zach Bailey. Keeps on motoring. Oh, coming to get him, Mullen. Bailey under pressure. Got a hand pass out to Archie. Brisbane retain possession. Gives it to Dunkley. Short kick to Rayner. There's the response for Cam Rayner. After drawing a couple of dubious free kicks in the second term, kicks into the pocket and it's punched out of bounds. There's a boundary throw in forward pocket here for the Lions. Coming home to the city end, they are chasing the game. 31 points, the Cats' advantage.
So it's an interesting move of taking Mullen off McCluggage.
Yeah, it is. When you've got a bloke down like that so far.
Yeah.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Lions. Fort laying it down. Coming through Bowes. Just gets a kick away towards Cameron on his defensive 50. This is Jezza. He's tackled quickly.
You run the risk that if he goes to the other guy and it doesn't work, and then you let McCluggage off the chain.
Come back, yeah.
He's got his tail up then. Yeah. Ford tapping it down, but gathered by Smith. Away to Manor. Kicks the Cats into the middle of the ground. Andrews worked underneath it. Shannon Neal onto it. And the Cats are out. Zach Guthrie loops it back to Shannon Neal. Breaks the arc at 50. Kicks on goal. The real deal Neal. And the Cats are creaming the Lions. They lead by 37. 14-12-96. Plays 9-5-59. 1 foot in the prelim. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
He's had to work hard all night, hasn't he, Shannon Neal? Against Harris Andrews, he hasn't had a great night, Shannon Neal. Hasn't been able to mark the footy. He's had to compete against Andrews. Andrews has still been able to influence, but sometimes you've just got to stay in the game. Take your one moment that you might get.
Yeah, Andrews has only had 10 and 3 and he's had 7 marks, but not. He's gone 85 metres, Lee.
Yeah.
So I reckon Neal's done his job. If you're going to be picked up by Andrews and he's only gone 85 metres, and the scoreline says it's a 7 or 8, what are you, 6 in front, I reckon you've done your job.
Cats by 37 points now. Dunkley got it out towards Lockie Neal. Handball to McCluggage. Handball back to Dunkley. His hand pass in the middle of the ground meant for Ford. He's got a scrap for it. Attracts a crowd and the ball up.
It's Geelong all over the fallen ball. I'd love to know how many goals have actually come from turnovers.
Reaching over the top to Koning, taking a skin in the ruck, palms it down to Dunkley, who's tackled immediately. Ball up. Cats are 4-1 at the G this year. Dropped only one game. And that was to Carlton, would you believe? Doesn't fit in the form line at the moment when you see them 37 up, final quarter of a prelim. Fletcher off the back flank, wins the ball, kicks to the wing, and Archie illegally dumps Max Holmes. And the 100-gamer tonight wins the footy to his running mate and Bailey Smith, who marks against the boundary line.
Cats have kicked 8 goals, 5 from turnover, Mick.
Yeah, there you go. 8-5, it's over half.
Smith goes long to full forward. Jeremy Cameron down there. It's intercepted and Gardner picks it off for Brisbane at fullback. 37 points the lead for the Cats here. We are 6.5 minutes into the final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Gardner's done a terrific job on Jeremy Cameron since he's gone onto him.
Yeah.
Gardner to Wilmot, and he looks out wide, and Archie accepts. Cats by 37. Archie on the 45 infield to Zorko. Continues the switch, outer edge of the square, worn wing side. Neal takes it and kicks out wide. Will Ashcroft, bouncing ball, gathers half forward here for Brisbane. He'll kick on his left, and it's all the Cats. Jack Martin marks on his chest at fullback, and quickly sends it out to the wing for Stengel. Tells them all to just settle down. Geelong leading by 37 points. Pokes a pass for Jezza, who was hot early. Has drifted out of this game.
They can just take a little bit of possession here, Geelong. Not that they want to go into too slow a mode, but just allow them to reset the field the way they want it. So in case there's a turnover, they've got enough layers behind the ball.
Jezza short to Humphreys, and now Humphreys with the long kick inside the forward 50. Shannon Neal got it again.
He's just been persistent, kept at it, dangerous. Regardless of the fact that he hasn't a lot of position, he's still dangerous.
That was the key to it. We spoke about that before the game, didn't we?
Yeah.
The only way to beat Andrews is to remain in a dangerous part where he has to be with you.
Yeah, and the other thing about Andrews, he hasn't set up a lot of play because of that.
Shannon Neal. He's had to worry about Harris Andrews all night. Final quarter action. He gets a couple of looks at it. He misses here out to the right. But with every score, Geelong's game high lead grows. So 38 points, Geelong's margin at the moment. 8 minutes into the final term. And now the scoreboard and time running away from the Brisbane Lions. 8.5 gone, final quarter.
Wilmot pokes it over the top and turns it over. The Cats come up with it through Mullen. Away to Dempsey. His kick slews off the side of the boot. Now under pressure, Lockie Neal wins it though from his namesake Shannon Neal. Off to Wilmot, who doesn't know where to go. Gives it to Lockie Neal. He's bereft as well. He swings a handball back to Gardner. He'll just thump it out of there up to the wing.
Lockie Neal pulled up too.
Yeah, real sore, Corbs.
Well, Lockie Neal is down at the moment on his haunches, and the trainer has come over to him, and he's not in a good way, Lockie Neal.
So he went straight to the foot, ankle area.
Yep. As soon as he handballed that, it was before he handballed the ball, as he sort of had that little hitch in his giddy up and then decided to dish off a handball, and he's not right, but he's staying out there. The Cats are going inside 50. Smith finds close against the boundary line, who marks right half forward for Geelong.
Yeah, no energy by Brisbane. And yeah, they may have had some soft games Geelong, but they just seem to have so much room now to sort of up-tempo everything. They're really destroying Brisbane.
Close goes back with the kick. Thought about taking the look and then retreats to Myers, who marks further out. 60 metres from home, low trajectory kick. Spears a dart to Sean Manor.
I reckon that was to Cameron.
That was literally a bullet.
Yeah.
I've seen a replay of Lockie Neal. It was when he first got the footy. That was why he pulled up and turned around and went backwards, and then he reached around and felt the back of his calf sort of right down near the Achilles, bottom of the calf, top of the Achilles. It was no good.
He's still out there, though, which means it can't be the Achilles. But, yeah, you're right. It doesn't look good, though.
Sean Manor. What a story he is. The second-year Cat. The drop punt sails goalward. It's across the face.
It's coming from the ground now, Neil, I reckon.
It's a behind. The margin's 39 points Geelong's way. 10 gone in the final term.
Well, there's absolutely no reason to have him out there when you're 39 points down. They've got no hope of winning because they haven't got any hope of winning.
He's trotting straight towards Tim Hodges on the bench. Hodgie.
Well, it's taking him this long to get off the ground. Okay, it's taken like 4 to 5 minutes for him to actually move from one side of the ground to the other. He's now right in front of me on the bench. He's about to sit down next to Chris Fagan. His head is in his jumper. He's just let out a big swear word. I think he knows he's done something quite badly here. So this is going to be a big developing story for Brisbane's most important player.
Not just not done it. It feels a good... I mean, it really season over potentially.
Yeah,
he's done a soft tissue injury at this stage.
Oh, particularly if it's a calf.
Yeah.
Old man's calf, it's 3 or 4 weeks generally.
A Barassi medalist last year as the captain in the grand final in the premiership team.
So just coming back from that quad injury, we know it unbalances things, doesn't it? And sometimes it leads to an injury in a different area.
Hurried kick forward. Humphreys intercepts, gives it away towards Myers. His kick at turnover. McCluggage to Marshall. Marshall's hand pass finds Will Ashcroft, who's been zippy tonight. Kicks along the boundary line and just kills it out of play. Humphreys swats it out of bounds. Throwing on the wing, member side. Tim Hodges is down there. Hodgie.
Yeah, so the physio just came. We're right behind him. The physio came over to him with the strapping to say, let's strap that right calf. And Lockie just looked at it and said, don't bother. So I think he knows he's done something really bad here. So this is not good news for the Brisbane Lions.
He looks quite distraught on the bench as well. Looks disconsolate at the moment. Rayner swooping onto the footy on the wing. Handball away to Gardner. Gardner, his kick, a shocker. Cold turnover on the switch and Stengel marks. Centre half forward for the Cats. Looks deep. Manor getting back towards goal. Andrews there with him. Shoves Manor out of the way. Wants to take it out, Andrews. In the end, gathers it. Swings a handball away to Fletcher. Last line for Brisbane. Pokes a kick for Berry. Still inside the defensive arc. He shorts it for McCluggage. Lyons looking down the corridor. His kick doesn't get there on the full, but works out for Dunkley. Away towards Marshall. Kicks into the pocket for Brisbane. Lohman tumbling to ground, going back with the flight. He marks 25 out. He'll pick it up, play on, swing it through and have to come back.
They're going to make him come back.
He was celebrating as well.
Yeah, the ball ended up on the ground, actually forward of where the mark.
Yep, behind the mark
had been taken, and he picked it up and ran off with it. So the umpire's within his rights to reset that.
Yeah,
he can't take. Yeah,
I thought one of the umpires actually did call play on, and the other one came out from the outer zone and said,
certainly one said play on.
Yeah, the four umpires wouldn't get confused, though, would they, Corbs?
You've been such a proponent of it, Lingy, for such a long period of time.
Goodness. The quicker we get rid of that, the better. Swanee listening.
I heard he might have had the direct line to someone in this box today.
He's good man, Swanee. I think he's great for football.
Tight angle, drop punt, take two. Can't finish the second time. Geelong lead by 37. Lachie Neale seemingly out of this game with a calf injury. 14 minutes into the fourth.
Doesn't it turn the Lions' premiership hopes upside down? They're going to have to go the long way round the mountain, and they'll have to do it without their skipper. At least one of them. As the long kick from the Lions back inside 50 spills off the pack, and an easy goal for Zach Bailey. Tumbles it through. But the Lions are playing catch-up big time. They're in chase mode here at the G. And Geelong's lead cut to 32 at the 14-minute mark of the final term. So Brisbane 10-6-66. Geelong 14-14-98. We are 14 and a half minutes into this final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
The most obvious thing, and you know this on the field, is when someone kicks a goal like that and there's nothing from the teammates.
No celebration.
What that says is we know that we're done. That, okay, you kicked the goal. We're still too far. You know, if they thought for one moment they're going to win that game or can win it, the enthusiasm just goes through the roof. But that is just no.
They'd need a straight out of the centre bounce bang running goal to get them going a little bit.
What they need is an umpire to give another one out of the 10-yard square, and one of those dopey half-back flankers come and push him over.
I'm not sure I could take any more of those, Nick.
Restart in the middle. Tapping it down, Fort. Bose is tackled to ground firmly by Dunkley. Tim Hodges.
Yeah, the Lions trainer's just been to the rooms and come back. It's got a big compression bandage that Lachie Neale is just putting on his right calf now. So clearly done for the night. And there's going to be some pretty big scans in the next 24 hours or so in Brisbane when the Lions get home to work out whether his season's done as well.
Yeah, I just saw a close-up on the TV shots, Hodgie, and I think it might even be a device that allows you to ice that calf. It said hyper ice on the front. As Berry kicks long inside 50, and Jack Henry is back there to mark defensively for the Cats.
Nice little professional nudge there by Henry.
Been a good player tonight and throughout the season, Jack Henry. He's so important for them.
Outstanding. He's as important as Stewart, without a doubt.
Here is Stewart in the back pocket, long kick out of defence, and Will Ashcroft picks it off. He's played his role tonight, trying to run his way around Humphreys on the mark. Floats a hand pass down to Zorko, kicks inside 50, turnover, and here's Stewart again.
What they've managed to do now, Mick, from those that you were talking about at pre-game, the fact that Stewart, remember, he was shut down, went into the midfield, they're now happy to have multiple players do the come-off role.
And you've got to.
Yeah, it's not just, if Stewart's locked down, well, somebody else will do that role, and we're quite comfortable with that. 6
intercept marks for Stewart tonight. Long kick to the wing, spills down to Zorko, hand pass to Marshall. He retreats back to Will Ashcroft, tumbles a kick inside 50, bounces off the chest of Jack Martin. He's tackled, taken out of play by Lohman. And the boundary throw in about 55 metres out from the Brisbane goal. So Cats by 32. And there's 8 and a bit minutes left on the clock as the Cats are pushing towards a return to the preliminary final, a home prelim at that. While Brisbane will find themselves in a semi-final, a cutthroat semi next week.
Ward backhands it down. It ends up with the Koning. Nowhere to go.
Did the Cats ever have a home final, say, against the Gold Coast, or was it got to be played at MC?
No, it was announced before the finals that no matter who the opposition was, they wouldn't be playing it at GMHBA.
Yeah, okay.
Ford spiking it forward. Here's Bailey. Hard pressed against the boundary line. Goes back with the handball to Marshall. Tries to shrug a tackle. Back to Bailey, who rushes a kick towards full forward. Bouncing ball, Lohman zigging, zagging. Off to Dunkley. His rushed kick floats through. And again, there's a stifled celebration for the Lions as they cut it back to 26 points. Maybe the faintest of heartbeats. 18 minutes into the fourth. 14-14, 98, plays 11-6, 72. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Zach Bailey continues to be the one who in this second half has at least looked dangerous and has created some things. He's had the 5 disposals again this quarter. He had 11 in that third term, and he's had 27 for the game, which is big, plus a goal. He's the one who's tried to get them going a little bit and has created those couple of goals. Interested to see if they do get a goal here, Mick, straight out of the centre bounce.
Young Marshall's had more positions than Charlie Cameron already.
Just to talk you through the bracket, so Geelong are on the same side of the bracket as Adelaide. So Adelaide, along with the winner of Hawthorn or GWS, is on their side of things. Meanwhile, for Geelong, should they go on and win this game, they'll find themselves on the on that side of the bracket. So they'll get Adelaide along with the winner of GWS or Hawthorn. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, if they go on and lose this game, they'll be on Collingwood's side of things as a potential prelim, but standing in their way before that will be either the Gold Coast Suns, who beat them last start, or Fremantle, depending on what happens in those 2 elimination finals tomorrow, which of course you can hear right here on ABC Sport. 19 minutes gone, final term, Cats by 26. And we got our third repeat stoppage in the middle of the ground. Make it 4. Manners tackled in the middle. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
We thank Nick Brown from the Brisbane Media Department. So it's a heat compression device that Lachie Neale has on his right calf, and they have confirmed, which is pretty obvious to all of us, that he will take no further part in this game. He's just put the hoodie on, so Lachie Neale cutting a pretty forlorn figure, and his night is done, and I just wonder how much of September he'll take any part of.
Lions at half forward. Leicester, towering kick to full forward. Lohman flies high. Zorko Rove snaps on goal. Can't quite hook it back enough. It would have made it interesting.
Yeah, I was going to jump in, Benny, and say it's now 25 points. There's still 7 minutes to go in this game. It's not a total switch off yet. Geelong would want to just get control of the ball, possession for a little bit, just to make sure of this one.
Here's Stewart with a long kick to the contest at half-back. Spills down in front of Archie of the Lions. Hands it to Wilmot, trying to get a hurried kick away. Rolls straight to Myers. Still at half-back for Geelong. Hand pass away to Dangerfield. Long kick to Shannon Neal. One out in the cage with Harris Andrews. Andrews held without it. Free kick for Brisbane.
And so Dangerfield could have just used Stengel short then and just gone into that controlled possession mode, which the Cats want to do. If they can just burn a minute off the clock with possession, it'll take all the emphasis right now out of the game that the Brisbane Lions are just feeling a little bit.
Yeah. Andrews to Zorko and then kicks in the middle of the ground for Gallup. He marks, hand pass away to Zorko, lifts a handball to Wilmot. Wilmot feeds it further forward to Morris. Quick hands, finds Rayner. Rayner turns, looks for the sticks. Kick, heads goalward, it hits the post. Just as Brisbane are trying to get something going and a bit of momentum. They have not kicked 3 in a row all night. That's what they're trying to do here. Geelong by 24, time on final turn.
Say it again, that would have made it interesting.
Very.
Short kick in from Stewart away to Holmes in the back pocket. Holmes will send it up towards the wing. Fork goes up over the back. Berry gathers the footy for Brisbane. Pushed as he kicked, and he'll get a free kick.
And I can assure you the 5 minutes 40 there is to go is an eternity. If you want to just be able to think you're just going to kick long to a contest. Geelong have still got to play this out for probably another 3 minutes. Then it becomes a case of, well, it's too far.
Berry, forward of the wing, kicks towards centre half forward. Leicester goes up, the Cats are there, they're all at the fall of the ball, and there'll be a free kick. It'll go to Manor, and he gets up a little hobbled.
Oh, was that cramp? He's done a lot of work. Can they go into a bit of control possession here?
What a night for him. Sean Manor in his third final. Pokes it straight up the corridor. Connects with Bowes in the end. Hand pass away to Atkins. Inside 50 to Stengel, who marks it left half forward for the Cats.
Now you just pray that Tyson Stengel, if you're a Geelong player and you're tired, take your full 30 seconds.
Yeah, Geelong all day, though, have been able to find that type of 40-odd metres. Brisbane just drop in behind or get caught too far up the ground. And it's giving Geelong so many shots on goal.
Sean Managers came towards Hodgie on the bench. I think he grabbed one of those gels, though. Maybe a little bit of pickle juice. It's about to be treated that way, so that is good news from a Geelong perspective. Here's Tyson Stengel to close the show. The kick won't quite get there, and it's punched through on the line by Harris Andrews, and a rush behind. What do we say in the classics? A handy point. Makes it 25 to margin, a 5-score game. 23 minutes gone in the final term.
Cats win it back quickly, though. Onto it close. He'll kick infield. Atkins has got it.
There it is again. That 40-metre kick. Players dropping off. Too far outside 50. And I'd love to see, even today, I know we have marks inside 50, but how many marks are probably just on that 40-metre line, which most players are capable of kicking goals from. So it's so well structured.
Tom Atkins, the tackling leader in the AFL. He was the only Cat to poll a coach's vote in the round 15 defeat for the Cats. And he's got a goal here. He calls game and sends Geelong to a prelim final at the MCG in a fortnight's time. The Cats by 31. 15-15, 105. Plays 11-8-74. Soft draw. What soft draw? Tim Hodges on the boundary.
For the last few minutes of the game, Jai Clark has been given a chance to come on as the sub. Jack Martin has been taken out for the last few minutes. So Clark is just waiting to get a run. It's not going to be long, but it gives him a chance to get into this one.
What a crowd too. 86,364.
And they were making a bit of noise heading into half-time too, weren't they, Corbs, that crowd?
Actively involved. A couple of those dubious free kicks going against the home team. Yeah, they're going to go home a happy bunch, as you can imagine, yet again, as they look like they're headed back to the preliminary final. Hurried kick out of the middle for the Lions. Rayner soccers it further forward. Henry leaps up, grabs it, last line of defence. Hands it away to Dempsey. Hand pass to Stewart. He kicks to the wing, and the mark will be taken by Dangerfield.
12 goal kickers by the Cats too. That makes it hard to defend.
Yeah. Socks down Danger as well late in the piece. Getting ready for some party time here for Geelong. Long kick down the wing. Juggled effort. Mark to Stengel. Stands in front of the pack and rips it down. 25 and a half gone. Final term. Cats by 31.
He's looked better up the ground, Stengel. I know he can kick goals from near the pocket, but he's so much more dangerous up the ground.
Shannon Neal trying to take a pack mark. Not to be. Hits the deck. And now Shannon Neal has it whacked back in towards him. We'll have the ball up here about 55, 60 metres out from the Cats' goal. Geelong by 31.
Umpire puts it to the sky. Fort knocks it back boundary side. Ball tumbles out.
Just looking here at the stats. Brisbane have had 50 more disposals than Geelong for the game. A lot of the footy, but a lot of that's been under pressure, I reckon, into repeat handballs.
So much under pressure.
Fort slapping it down. Bailey Smith spins in the Dunkley tackle. Handball away. Fletcher coughs it up. Half forward here for the Cats. Close fighting after it. Ball trickles out of his grasp, and we'll do it again. Nearly 27 minutes into the fourth. The Cats lead by 31 points.
Boundary throw in. Half forward for Geelong. Close, hits it at speed, trickles a kick inside the forward 50. Dempsey toe pokes it further afield. McCluggage locked up.
Jai Clark's been subbed on, as Hodgie told us, but with the play stuck on that side of the ground, I'm not sure he's going to get a run. He's just still patiently sitting on the bench.
Only 2 and a bit minutes left on the game clock. Comes down to Dangerfield, centering kick. Close takes the mark. He claimed it. And the ump said it was touched on the way through, so the umpire says it'll be my ball. And a forward 50 stoppage for the Cats. Up it goes. And they add another one to the tally here. Jeremy Cameron threw his arms out looking for a free, not to be. It's held to Leicester, and the umpire says ball up in the pocket. The punt right into the ground. 28 minutes gone. Final term. Cats by 31.
Held skyward. Blitzarves backhanding it down. Dangerfield just ballistic in his approach. Gets rid of it out to Smith. Very wide out. Hooking it, drop punt back central. Blitzarves hands to it. Down at ground level. Close goes after it. And there's a high free kick. It'll go to Close.
Yeah, the swinging arm of Darcy Gardner. He knew it straight away. Just clipped Brad Close high. Close's attack on the footy was good. We mentioned how much work he does for his teammates to shine. He is the workhorse of that Geelong forward line.
He'll make it 13 if he gets this. 13 goal kickers. It's quite remarkable in a final. You won't get that against the bottom sides, but going into a final series with 13 goal kickers, coming out of a final.
Cats have done it by committee here tonight, as you just heard from Mick Malthouse. Virtually directly in front. This is close, and the game isn't. The Cats lead by 37 points against the reigning premiers. 29 into the fourth. 16-15, 1-11. Plays 11-8-74. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, it's probably been a disappointing game in the end. I thought that pressure early, but Geelong had the ascendancy for virtually the entrances in the first quarter. It was 17-5 or something. It was quite dominant. Just didn't put the score on the board. And as the game's gone on, the times that Brisbane have looked any good is when they've been able to move the ball and not be intercepted. But Geelong generally have been able to negate, stop, hinder Brisbane coming out of the back line, coming across the centre line, just can't get any freedom. So it's a real credit to Geelong the way they've balanced up.
Repeat stoppage back in the middle. Bailey Smith tackled with it. So Cats by 37 points. And Melbourne in the MCG is headed for two home prelims as Myers soccers it forward, taken by Blitzarves, hands it back on the outside, and the kick to Stengel from Clark is good. And Stengel marks. He's not going to wait. He hooks it across the body, and the kick misses. Just to deny the Cats fans one last chance to roar. They'll have to wait for the final siren. It is Geelong by 38 points. They are on the doorstep of what would be a 15th prelim in 22 years.
Long kick in from Starcevic. Out towards the wing and off hands, out of play it goes. The Cats by 38 points.
Just on those numbers, by the way, that'll be 10 in 15 years under Chris Scott. Incredible. 15 years as coach.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
2 out of 3 years he takes them for the last 4.
Amazing coach.
Blitzarves taking it out of the ruck. He's dispossessed and caught holding the ball. And the free kick will go to Dunkley. He pokes it short to Will Ashcroft, who feeds it forward to Berry. And the Cats again take up residency in a prelim final. It's near permanent. 15 times in 22 years, they win by 38.
The greatest team of all, we are Geelong. We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
So the Cats, they take down the line 16-16, 1-12, plays 11-8, 74. It was 12 points at quarter time. It was 27 points, 27 minutes into the second before Rayner was controversially awarded a free kick. He booted a goal, got a second immediately after, booted another. It was 15 at the half. They blew it out to 31 at three-quarter time, and they win by 38.
Tradition, stand up and fight. It's always our ambition throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
Well, if you wanted a signature win, how does the reigning premier sound in a qualifying final where you win every quarter? 12 at quarter time, 15 at the half, 31 at three-quarter time, and 38 in the finish. And the prelim team makes it back again. They get their mail delivered there on preliminary final night, and Geelong will be back there again. I think it'll be Friday fortnight as well, by the way, so I'm pretty certain the Geelong game will be the Friday night and the Collingwood game will be the Saturday. And the reason for that, so in the past they haven't reseeded them, and because Collingwood beats number one, they become the number one. That's not the case this year because of the qualies being Thursday, Friday. So both elimination teams play on the Saturday. So as a result, the break, it's basically set up for 7-day breaks into the prelim. So Adelaide will play Friday night next week against either the Hawks or the Giants. If Adelaide win that, their opponent becomes Geelong, so they get the 7 days into the Friday night.
Makes sense.
And then the other elimination final will be played on the Saturday. That'll be the Brisbane Lions against either Fremantle or the Gold Coast. The winner there gets a 7-day break to play Collingwood in an MCG game on the Saturday. So that's not confirmed at this stage, but that's my understanding, and a couple of clubs I've had my ear low to the ground.
Beautifully explained.
Have basically indicated that is their understanding on how it is going to work. Full time here, 38 points, Geelong's win. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, your initial thoughts?
Yeah, it was a pretty complete performance. Obviously, the scoreboard still said it was tight at different times, and you can never count out the Brisbane Lions because they're a high-quality team. They're the reigning champs, and they do score really well. But it felt, with the rhythm of the game, like Geelong had it in hand for most of the night. There were some crazy moments, of course, which I'm sure we'll get to go into at some stage. But the thing for me, Mick, that I noticed, purely looking at the stats here, and stats can lie and all that, is the top 5 players for the Brisbane Lions stats-wise were big numbers. Zorko 35, Neil 32, Dunkley 30, Will Ashcroft 30. A lot of those were all really quick, under pressure handballs almost. Oh, I don't want to, you can have it, you can have it, you can have it. Whereas Geelong on the other side, on the other hand, despite such a dominant game, the highest possession winner was Ollie Dempsey with only, and I say only in inverted commas, 25 disposals. And then Holmes, 23, Stewart, 22, Bailey Smith, 20. So they weren't the huge numbers, but they were just highly efficient with their disposals, as opposed to the Lions, which a bit of overuse, perhaps because of the amount of pressure Geelong brought.
Oh, there's no doubt, Lingy, you're spot on. There was so much overuse, but now I've been saying for interesting. I was talking about an AFL player or person. It may well have been Greg Swan saying today that he said, "Oh, the best 6," and I said, "I think that was yesteryear, Swanee. I reckon it's the bottom 6. Let's have a look at these bottom 6. Charlie Cameron." 2 disposals for the Marshall. Game. Now Marshall, okay, he was a sub, yeah. Morris, Day, Gallup, Gardner, right, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and throw in Lohman. They just didn't get it. He was effective.
Shannon Neal, Oisin Mullen did the job on him.
Magnificent job. Was thereabouts all day.
Sam De Koning, and then Mark O'Connor does his job on Cam Rayner, except for that minute of madness.
But none of those 6 would be, if you said, "Oh no, they fit into the 12 to 15," you go, "Oh yeah, it's not stats, it's the way they played." So Geelong clearly had the better bottom 6. Look, I know I tend to get a fix on blokes, but unless you've sometimes just got to be harsh. Charlie Cameron has lost the ability to find space with his speed. He's not kicking goals, and this is not just today. This is all. They have to seriously look at him next week. They'll play. They probably won't drop him. It's probably odds on they'll go. No, we'll go again.
The trouble was
Neil won't play.
You highlighted too with Charlie Cameron about why you thought he should have been subbed. Wasn't the fact he wasn't getting it impacting? It was his opponent who was
just running off him all day.
Zach Guthrie had 4 intercept marks, so he was out marking him and then running off and creating
300 metres.
Yeah, so that it's if you're not winning the ball,
which Neil, look, you can't say that
Shannon Neal.
You cannot possibly say that Andrews had. He was good, but he didn't have a massive bearing. He had to spoil a lot today, as distinct from marking a lot today. And we know that Neil didn't do a look. He's playing on arguably one of the better key backs, but he was still effective.
A huge win for the Cats. They win every quarter en route to a 38-point victory and book their place in another preliminary final, and it'll be at home back here at the MCG in a fortnight. They're coming your way, Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms.
Right on cue, Corbin. You can hear the noise as they come in. Max Holmes leads the victorious Cats in. We'll take the song. We'll try and speak to Sean Manor, we've been assigned, and then we'll hot-foot it into next door. I sort of think the biggest story out of tonight, as great as Geelong have been, and they advanced to the preliminary final, I think the fallout for the Lions, for Lachie Neale, for an awful night, really. We'll try and get the fallout from the Lions next door as well. Mark Blitzhavs and Sam DeConing, the last of the Cats in. They go arm in arm and they're going to belt this out. This is a big one for Geelong. Now, I might just head back to you. We've been told to go and grab the players, so give me 60 seconds and I'll grab Sean and have him for you in just a moment.
They're a mature bunch, aren't they, Geelong? So just go and get him when the song finishes, and we'll go straight back to Tim Hodges when Sean Manor's available. 38 points, Geelong's win. They're through to Geelong's winning margin. They're through to another preliminary final.
I know we're about to talk to him, but so Sean Manor's had 15 disposals. That is one of the most high-impact 15 disposal games you see. He ripped the game away from Brisbane, particularly in the third quarter, with some of that fast footwork around the stoppages, his ability to break and then hit targets.
If you said to me how many he'd had, I would have said 28.
Yeah, it's such a massive impact on the game, and it's players like him, like Brian Myers, like even Zach Guthrie down back, Jack Bowes, I reckon, had a really good night as well. Don't need lots and lots of the football. They are just constantly trying to impact the game. Whatever the team needs, whatever the situation needs, they're there to impact. And Sean Manor had 9 tackles as well. Throw that in with the impact on the game. Only knocked off by the tackling king, Tom Atkins, with 10.
We've seen a bit of turnover in this Geelong team too. So they won a flag in the not too distant past, obviously in 2022. Only 12 premiership players. So that means there's obviously 11 new faces as part of that, and Sean Manor's one of them. So they continue to turn them over and find fresh faces. And what do you look at this team as? I mean, people are probably so used to seeing Geelong clearly in the pointy end of the season, all the numbers we've just run through. But what's the story of this team, do you think? Maybe we'll put that question to Sean Manor, who's inside the Geelong rooms after the Cats book their place in the prelim. Tim Hodges.
Sean has been good enough to join us straight away. We really appreciate your time. I'll ask you a first question, then I'll try and fix your audio. Hey, well done. That was awesome. What a great moment for you and for the footy club.
Yeah, no, that's as good as it gets, isn't it? That's what you play footy for, and it was nice that we had the fans turn out as well. So we've obviously the job's not done, which is we know that, but we'll enjoy this for sure.
So many punters thought that 6 lean weeks coming into finals wouldn't be the ideal preparation. Gee, you blew that apart. That's just about the best footy you've played all season. Do you feel that?
Yeah, no, we don't buy into that. We've spoken about it for as long as we can now. We don't get to pick the draw, and we just play what's in front of us. And we spoke about just getting ourselves ready for finals and playing that brand that would win us big games like this. And I think we built into that in the last couple of games. Like City were an informed team, so that was a big win, and I think that gave us great confidence coming into Brisbane Lions. They've been the reigning premiers, and they made us earn that. That's for sure.
And your own form, and to do it out on a qualifying final stage, Friday night, 86,000 people there. I mean, you're still pinching yourself how well this is going for you.
Yeah, no, I'm bloody lucky. I know. I've just, a bit of fortunate to land at such a great club that plays in so many big games like this. And I think, we're set up pretty well throughout the year. We opened gather round, obviously Easter Monday, stuff like that. So, 86,000 is pretty cool. And I'm sure hopefully we'll get a few more at the next 2 games, hopefully.
It's going to be big. Hopefully these headphones work. If not, I'll swap them with mine. I'll head you upstairs. We've got a very excited Geelong Cat, Cameron Ling, upstairs. I'll give you my headphones.
All right, I'll try not to carry on too much. I apologise if I do. Shawnee, have you got me okay?
Lingy.
Excellent. Well done tonight. Sensational performance. Let's get the controversial one out of the way, shall we? The little moment of madness down in the goal square where Cam Rayner kicks the 2 goals back-to-back from 2 interesting umpiring decisions. What was the feel at that stage? Was apart from probable frustration about what had happened, was there any panic and worry that, oh, hang on, we might have blown this a little?
Firstly, hailing, how bloody good's that, mate? That's a good one. No, great question. I just come on the bench and, yeah, it's not ideal because we worked really bloody hard to get 4 or 5 goals up in front, and we just felt like we had the game going our way, which it's 2 minutes. So I'm not actually sure what happened for either of those free kicks, but it is what it is. It's just one of those things where you said, we come in obviously at half time then and said we'll smile and move on because you can't do anything about it. It's in the past. So we knew, I think, in the past couple of games against Brisbane, after half time, third quarter, they usually get the jump on us, try to keep the ball off us a little bit, and I think we absolutely nullified that this time and kept our lead. And I think, Paddy Dangerfield set the tone there. I got 2 intercepts and end-in goals, so it's a bloody great feeling.
You certainly did. You lifted in that third quarter. You mentioned Paddy Dangerfield. We mentioned you in the call multiple times. Thought your impact around contest and ability to get out of congestion and still be able to execute that skill so well. Just first of all, well done on doing that.
Thanks,
but in that third quarter, when the heat is genuinely on, and there were times where would Brisbane get through you guys? Would you guys get through? Talk us through how hot and how hard and intense a third quarter like that is in a big final.
Yeah, it's as tough as it gets, really. I've mentioned how good they are across the board. I guess a few of them come in a bit underdone as well, so we kind of thought we'd try to exploit that in the second half. We knew that not many teams can go with us, so we tried to do that and just try to get a bit of speed around the contest. We've obviously, we got some in and under nuts, but we got Baz and Max. When we get them going, it's pretty hard to stop. So I just try to play my role. I've got to go up and put a block on, or if I get the footy, it's pretty nice. But it's full credit to the boys. I'm allowed to, play a little bit of a fun role and do what I do, but. It's, I guess defensively, if we can stop them scoring, like you mentioned, we get the game on our terms and kick away, hopefully. And, to be fair, I think they kept it pretty close, but, we settled in the last quarter.
2 of the big matchups did go your way, Geelong's way, I mean. I thought it was a superb job that Ian Mullen did on Hugh McCluggage, and apart from the moment of madness we said before, Mark O'Connor's job on Cam Rayner was superb. You must be so happy for those 2 guys.
Mate, no, it's incredible. Like they've done it for the past, pretty much the whole season. They're hopefully starting to get their credit now because it's, big games, but they do it every week. We actually spoke to Mark O'Connor about it throughout the week, and just the mindset you got to be in to be play a role like that. It's pretty draining, he was saying, and it just made you appreciate it a little bit more because, footy's pretty fun when you're playing offensively and getting the ball a lot, but when you've got to worry about putting time into a great player first and stop them getting the ball, but then, try to help out attack as well. It's pretty draining. So it's amazing that they go into it week after week, and hopefully they're going to have big roles to play in the next couple of weeks as well for us. And we'll keep trying to keep getting involved in the game. I think Osheen kicked his first goal, which was absolutely magical, and we've been getting into it for a while now. He's got 3 years in the system, and he gives them off a lot, but it was nice to see one go through.
It was a pretty special moment for him. Another person we were giving a bit of a shout out throughout the game was Shannon Neal. It wasn't a monster night. He didn't kick his 4 or 5 goals like he's been kicking late in the year, but the job to be able to just limit Harris Andrews' influence on the game and then step up and kick that really important goal late. Yep. How did he go about it? What was the direction with him and learning from last time when Harris Andrews did get the better of him?
Yeah, it's a hard role, isn't it? He's, big shoes to fill, and he's done an amazing job this year. Obviously, it's nice when you kick 4 or 5 goals, but we value the stuff he does off the ball a bit more. As you said, Harris is, All-Australian for a reason, and he's a great player. So I think it was probably 0-0, to be fair. They both had their moments, and obviously Scratch kicked the one late, which is really nice to hear him and his confidence. But I think he's got to take, full confidence going into next week. He obviously missed last game of the year against Richmond, and to be fair, like as you said, he didn't kick all the goals, but it's the little things that he does. His body positioning, he's bringing it to ground. That keeps us small forwards in the game, and I think we got a few goals off that. Even his ruck work inside forward 50, he plays a massive role. So it's we're so proud of him, and he's another player that we're going to need hugely over the next couple of weeks.
Do you know what the next week looks like, Sean, now that you've got a week off?
No idea. I think Desi and our high performance team will send that out later tonight, but I think it'll be probably a couple of days off and then get back in on Monday. I think programming will resume. I think our VFL boys are playing against Collingwood tomorrow, so we'll get up there, do a bit of recovery and watch that, because we know it's a squad mentality that gets you through to hopefully the grand final, and we'll really buy into that. We've got some boys right on the fringe and keep putting pressure on the spots.
Rest up well, Sean. Congratulations. We'll see you back here at the G in a fortnight in a preliminary final.
Beautiful. Thanks, heaps, guys. Really appreciate it.
Well done, Shawnee.
Sean Matter in the victorious Geelong rooms.
I'm just thinking, if the VFL's playing tomorrow, could they have been better served almost by not bringing Jai Clark on? He might be able to back up anyway and play in the VFL, but it might have been better for him that he could have just played in the VFL tomorrow and don't bother getting him to have a run around.
Just to run out and just feel the crowd.
Yep.
You think that was worth it?
Oh, well, he's dressed and stripped ready to go anyway.
You want to play.
You got a kick?
Yeah, just
got a kick.
Score involvement?
Hit lace out.
I'd rather press my claims in the VFL tomorrow.
And the VFL is
it's only a
scratchy.
Yeah, it's not part of the official league, so it's.
That's what I thought they'd been eliminated. That's why I just got confused when.
It's like those tour games in cricket where there's 16 players playing and anyone can bowl and people come on and off the ground. So I think that'll be the same with this.
Definitely
this
like to play then tomorrow. You could get a heap of touches.
They might be looking for a few extras if you want to run down there. So it reminds me, remember when they did the practice games during COVID where they were just random 12-a-side games on various venues?
Nick, I'm not sure Benny still get a kick.
Right, Ling.
Stumpy. Can you make a little bunny rubble out of a forward pocket? He'd hog it.
I was thinking the other end, maybe go and take the kick-outs and
well, that's one way.
Run out of the square.
Yeah, one way to build the
run
stats
out
up.
of the square every time.
Yeah, foot over the line. Give me the stat.
Short to the pocket too, because
why did they have those way back in the 70s and 80s?
Chris Scott and his Cats are into a 10th preliminary final in the last 15 years. As Hodgie did mention, Brisbane as much of the story as anything too, given what it means for them and their premiership hopes. As the reigning premiers, a lot of people, myself included, had them as the 1 seed leading into the finals. Feels like, that confidence is rocked a bit tonight. The big question for them was obviously health. As to whether they were healthy enough, given the injury concerns that they had. They've lost a couple of guys for the year already, and they lose their skipper tonight in Lockie Neal, who appears to do a serious lower leg injury, a soft tissue injury. We'll have more on that in the Brisbane rooms shortly. The question that I posed to you, Lingy, before we went down to the room. So what is the story of this season, do you think, for Geelong and this iteration of the Cats under Chris Scott?
Yeah, it's a great question, because this, to me, speaks to just how good Chris Scott is as a coach. I mean, that's stating the obvious when you're saying 10 preliminary finals in 15 seasons and all of that. But what he's able to do is stick to his fundamental and foundational way that he wants a team to be prepared and played. But he's able to adjust and mould the way and the tactical part of the game and game plan type stuff to the cattle that he has on the park and available to him. Where do their strengths lie? So this year's version has more elite runners through the middle of the ground than he's had in previous seasons. So he relied probably in the premiership year on, Dangerfield and Selwood, hard, in and under, burst, like just power, all that, but not necessarily elite high-end aerobic runners. Isaac Smith was brought in for that particular reason, to support that a little bit. But now this year's one is Bailey Smith and Max Holmes are running machines. Ollie Dempsey, we saw him kick that soccer goal from the goal square, but he's just as likely to pop up in the defensive goal square. Is an elite runner. Jack Bowes is an elite runner. So, and we know Mark Blitzarves is, of course. Grind Myers, as much as we think he's a clever little half forward, he's almost the best runner at the club.
Yeah.
I'm talking about aerobic runner at the club. So now they're prepared to play, or they want to play, a more expansive game, a faster game, a more high energy and flowing game, because they've got the players that can play that way. 3 years ago, they couldn't have played this exact same way. And I think that's brilliant by him to be able to do it. Not to embarrass Mick, but Mick did the exact same thing when he realised what he had at Collingwood with Swanee and these guys, shifted a little bit of the way that they played to suit them best. That's brilliant coaching. Brilliant coaching.
So when you look at tonight, there's 6,000 metres to Brisbane under 5.5. That's significant, playing the reigning premiers who have got proven midfield running power. So you've done them over by a tenth or more, 600 metres. The significance of that can't be underestimated. I know we had a shot at Holmes about bringing the ball back and not delivering it properly, but
He exploded the game open, though, for a patch there, didn't
Well, it was
he?
only once or twice he actually gave the ball back. The rest of the time, 600 metres or something.
Yeah. Cats by 38 points. They're into the preliminary final, into the Brisbane rooms in defeat. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, Sam Day has drawn the short straw. He's come over to join us. We appreciate your time, mate, on a very difficult night for the footy club. That didn't go anywhere near how you wanted it to.
Nah, Cats are too good for us tonight. They beat us at the contest and then, obviously got their running game up and going. They were very fast tonight.
And the second half, and especially the last quarter, was there, feeling a sense of helplessness that it was just slipping completely out of your grasp?
I guess we probably tried to take the game on a little bit more, so that opened us up to some turnovers and then they just went back the other way and scored on us. So not so much helplessness, but just, it's all or nothing at the end when you're trying to chase down a big lead.
What's been the theme since you came into these rooms, met with the coach, just try to work on getting this club up for next week in a cutthroat semi?
Yeah, we haven't had the chat with Fags yet, but I imagine that'll be it. Yeah, just get back to the process during the week. As cliche as it sounds, we've got another big game next weekend.
And your co-captain, Lockie Neal, it did look good at the end with a calf injury. Do you know any latest there?
Haven't heard any of the details on that. No, I had the heat on there, so I'll wait to see what the medicos say.
We've got Sam for a couple of minutes, guys. I'll send you upstairs. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Sam, bad luck tonight. It was a tough night. It certainly was against two very good teams going at it. I suppose you can see some of the competitive, incredible players that you play with each week. How do they dig themselves out of this? What have you noticed from players like Hugh McCluggage and these types of players who will just be able to steel themselves and get themselves going again on Monday and Tuesday?
Yeah, I think just the experience that they have, they've built it over the last 7 or 8 years since Fags has got here. The guys know their processes and what works for them. I think they'll just go back to the drawing board, keep working like they do during the week, and we'll be up for a big one next weekend.
Sam, just I'm not going to talk about the past, the other club, but just in the way you feel comfortable playing with Brisbane. What's the dimensions of forward, ruck? What's expected on the forward line?
At the moment, especially with Ty and Logs, a bit smaller of a forward line, but just trying to get the ball to ground as a big key. We probably didn't kick the ball too well to us big boys tonight, which didn't help. And then they just rebounded really well off their mocks or off our contest. As a forward, we're just trying to get the ball to ground and bring our smalls into it, but we didn't do that often enough tonight.
And your ruck work?
Yeah, ruckwork's just get in there and compete. They had two big boys, mobile ruckmen, but the big guys. Just trying to complement 40 and what he does, and then get around the ground and use my agility a little bit.
This is an observation. I just thought that the forward line tonight, when you did bring it to ground, Geelong were able to really just take the ball without a lot of resistance. It just appeared Charlie Cameron and Rayner, Bailey when he was down there, just didn't seem to have the energy. Well, I don't want to say energy, but maybe the will. I know that's damning, but Geelong really just cut you apart from the back half. I'm not blaming the big boys because I know it's hard to be in the air and on the ground, but would that be a worry? Because when I've seen Brisbane play and they've been beaten, it's those three players I mentioned just haven't contributed.
Yeah, I guess we'll probably have a look at the tape a bit better and see what happened there. Maybe we were just a little bit reactive tonight rather than being proactive, and they were very good at getting front and centre and, obviously taking the ball straight back out from wherever we kicked it. So we just need to go back to the drawing board and be a bit more reliable so the guys know where to get front and centre.
Okay.
And then, hopefully give us a better contest and not get outmarked as much.
Okay. Honest, who do you want to play next week? Come on.
As an ex-Gold Coaster, I wouldn't mind having a good
I thought that might have been the case. Yeah.
But no, it's going to be a massive game over there. Freo obviously had a big last round to get in there, so I'll watch with interest.
So will you watch together?
I think a few of the boys will get together and watch, and makes sense to scout the oppo.
Of course. And what time will you get back?
We're out in the morning, so not too bad. Okay, we'll get back around lunchtime and then have a couple of days off and recoup and go again.
Well, all the best to you, mate. You've had an amazing career.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Happy birthday for tomorrow as well, Sam.
Good get. Thank you.
33 tomorrow. Sam Day just played in his first final tonight. Unfortunately, it didn't go the way that he would have hoped, but they get another crack at it next week. That's how the system works. They'll be at home, as you touched on there, Mick, either the Dockers or the Suns.
Yeah, he's been an amazing footballer. I know he has set the world on fire, but he's been a good pickup given they lost Danaher, Hipwood's patchy and now injured. But I remember when he was a very, very good footballer and he dislocated his hip. That put him back a long way. But he should look back in his career and be very proud of his career.
The Lions, does it change your opinion of them tonight from what you saw in terms of the end goal as to what they're capable of?
I didn't think they'd win it anyway. That's only my opinion. I thought once they'd lost Danaher from last year, they played a soft side in Sydney. It's very difficult to back up, very difficult to go 1-2, as we all know here. So it's probably reinforced my thoughts.
I thought they were a very good team. I thought they were a chance. They probably, given the health of the list and how hard it is to back up, that's what I thought they had to win tonight.
Yep.
You win tonight, you get the week off plus a Queensland, a southeast Queensland, nice weather preliminary final, and that was their shot. I don't know. I still rate them very, very highly. Lachie Neale's injury worries me. And maybe some of the health of the other players. I thought Hugh McCluggage was well held, well beaten. He didn't cover the ground real well. So is he sore? I don't know. I could just be making excuses here, but they just didn't have that run and really great coverage of the ground that I'm used to seeing from the Brisbane Lions.
When you win, the coach goes, well, everyone goes, well, the coach did it and he was fantastic. The other coach, they lost, he's no good. I don't want to point that here, but I am still amazed that when McCluggage was into it and being beaten badly, you either put him in a spot that he forces the player to not feel comfortable or confused. And the confusion one is there's easy targets at Geelong. There's Smith's easy target because he's not happy with someone running around with him. Well, you just have to go to your way and run with him. Then you find the tagger's got to go, have I got another target here? But Smith will take you to the football.
Yeah.
So it's you can't put someone on him if he was horribly slow and you go on Smith, well, Smith's going to burn you off and actually dampen everything. But McCluggage has got enough running power to run with a player like that, even if it's just at stoppages, and throw some doubt. And I didn't see that tonight. I didn't see changes that were going to create the game. I said before about Stengel, he come up the ground, got a lot of possessions from this part of the ground, and I'm pointing to the wing, back into the forward line. Charlie Cameron, I fair to him, if he found any foot grass outside the front 50, I'd be very surprised. Locked himself in there.
Yeah.
You've got to move the players around because they were under the pump from the word go with a number of shots that Geelong had, which was, I think, 10 for 3. You can't live through a final series like that.
No, so Cobbs, Charlie Cameron kicked the first of the game.
Yes, give me.
Approximately 2-3 minutes into the game.
2 minutes in.
Yeah. 2 minutes into the game. So from that moment onwards, for the entire rest of the game, he had one handball.
Wow.
Yep. And 1 metre.
You can't have one of your best, most dangerous players. Mick's right. Like if you're well held deep, and okay, it's not perfect, just get up the ground or get to a stoppage. Create a bit of chaos with your movement and your speed and your tackling pressure to create something. Didn't happen at all.
So we got our preliminary final hosts, Collingwood and Geelong. I'll take you to the finals picture in just a moment, but back to the Brisbane rooms and Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
It's just, I've never seen this. Like, you'll hear nothing because there's no one left. The entire rooms have been packed up. That means, and you guys have been in these rooms, they have sponsor boards everywhere. They've all been taken down. They just want to get out of here as quick as possible. Charlie Cameron's, I can see in the corner, has already showered. Got the trackies on.
He had them on before the game.
Be nice, Mick. Harris Andrews and Ryan Lester, the last of the Lions, I can see. Can't see Lachie Neale anywhere. So just repeating the news, so he missed a month with a quad injury and in that last quarter felt the right calf. The fear is that it's gone. So that's going to be some very big tests for the two-time Brownlow medalist in the next 24 to 48 hours. To determine whether he's any chance to play any more part in this September campaign for the Lions. Certainly from what we saw in that final term, it doesn't look good at all. And, that's probably going to be the biggest storyline. I will say there were a lot of banged-up lines. There were a lot of strapped-up lines, like from Will Ashcroft, who had a lot of strapping on his leg. Jared Berry, we know, who came back into this team for today, and even it was alarming when Danny Daly, we spoke to pre-match, said that shoulder could go again at any stage. Hugh McCluggage had a lot of strapping on his knee as well, so it's just obviously a dirty night for this footy club, but they are going to be some sort of watch leading into next week. And can you imagine, as Sam Day said, imagine if it is a Brisbane Gold Coast Q Clash semi-final next Saturday. That would be something for footy in Queensland, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Chris Fagan, appreciate all that, Hodgie, not just that report, but all your work throughout the night. How am I going? Tim Hodges in the Brisbane rooms. Chris Fagan is on my mind because he's just sat down at his press conference. Let's pick it up with Chris Fagan.
Lockie, looks like he's done a calf, so that's not a good thing. He's a pretty tough sort of guy. He can usually play through those, but he couldn't, so I'm not expecting great news there.
Was he hoping it was a cramp or something? Because he obviously stayed out there initially. What was sort of
Lockie would do that. He's pretty tough. He would try to keep going, but in the end he couldn't, so, yeah.
About the severity.
So that was Chris Fagan.
I don't know the severity, because you need to get a scan to find that out. But he's not. As I said, he's a pretty tough guy. It takes a lot for him to come off, so I suspect it's something significant.
He obviously felt right to go from that quad he had coming into the game. He felt ready.
Yeah, there's no issues with the quad. It's a calf.
So it's a calf. That's pretty emphatic. Chris Fagan talking about the soft tissue injury for Lockie Neal. So doubtful that he'll play any further role in this September campaign.
And that's a big blow, of course. You lose one of your very best players, your leaders. It's a huge blow. I expect the Brisbane Lions to bounce back. So often we say it every year, the losing qualifying final team looks bad because they just got beaten, and often the winning elimination final team looks sensational because they've just won the game.
Never win, don't they?
Yeah, so I expect the Lions to really respond. And McCluggage, he won't have too many games like that. Oisin Mullen was superb, but McCluggage is an out-and-out star. He'll respond, and he'll have to step up now with...
Well, Bailey's going to have to come up and play more game time in the middle.
Yep.
So, look, as bad as he was, Neil, 32 possessions, I know he gave a lot away, but he keeps getting it.
Yeah, yep.
So the one thing we know out of these qualifying finals is that we've got our brackets, we've got our sides of the draw. So what this basically means is these are the grand final combinations that we can possibly have. Tomorrow we'll obviously eliminate two teams, but we know for sure on one side of the draw it is going to include Collingwood, the Brisbane Lions, Fremantle, or the Gold Coast. So one of those teams are going to play in a grand final. It's either Collingwood, Brisbane, Gold Coast, or Fremantle. On the other side of the draw, which looks like a pretty tough bracket, you've got Geelong, who have the week off in the home prelim. You've got the minor premiers Adelaide, and you've got GWS or Hawthorn. So they're all over there on one side of the situation. So we know for sure Geelong have a home prelim in the week off. Collingwood have the home prelim in the week off. The Cats game is likely to be the Friday night in week 3. The Collingwood game is likely to be the Saturday in week 3.
And as always in week 3, the Saturday can be a twilight in order to get an interstate team home.
Yep.
But if it was two Victorian teams going at it, is that even possible?
No, it's not now.
No.
So there's every chance that might be like a twilight
Saturday twilight.
So they're over there with Brisbane, the Dockers and the Suns. So they'll have an interstate opponent on the Saturday.
Because they have to give that interstate opponent the opportunity to sleep in their own bed on the Saturday night.
You're talking prelim?
Prelim.
Yeah. Well, would Hawthorn not play? Could Hawthorn not play Geelong?
Yes, they could.
Well, there's your two Melbourne-based sides.
That'd be your Friday night.
Friday night.
Yeah, but maybe they will consider flipping that.
But they won't.
They won't.
They won't. They want the 7-day breaks leading into the prelims as a minimum. So there's a reason these games are slated on the week 2, Ben, if you take us through it. So semi-finals next week.
So Adelaide will take on either GWS or Hawthorn at 7:40pm next Friday night, Australian Eastern Standard Time. And then on this Saturday, the Brisbane Lions against Fremantle or the Gold Coast at the Gabba, 7:35 Australian Eastern Standard Time.
So that means 7-day breaks for the winners of the semi-finals to play in prelims here at the MCG. It means the last 3 games of the year are going to be here, and we'll be in this box for it on ABC Sport, which is a great thrill. But the MCG is hosting a pair of preliminary finals, which probably appeared a little unlikely at the start of the weekend. I know some people would have tipped it, but both the Pies and the Cats will be here in week 3, and the other teams will be left to fight it out. Elimination final day tomorrow. I actually love this structure, by the way. I like that we start with the qualifying finals, the 2 elimination finals, bang, bang on the Saturday. Quick tips here. So, first of all, at Sydney Showground, Hawthorn making the trip to a venue they've never won at. They're 0-8. They play the Giants, who, of course, are on their own redemption arc. Both teams that got knocked out in semi-final weekend last year. They went out, one of them's going to go out 1 step earlier. Who do you like, the Giants or the Hawks?
I know that maybe rolling it a bit with
the Hawks.
Kelly, Hogan and Stringer. That is true, Mick. That is 100% true. But I've got to tip the Giants, don't I? Their best football has looked better than a lot of teams. Their worst footballs look pretty damn ordinary, though.
Yeah.
But I'll go with their best form and tip the Giants.
Yeah, I think the Giants... The only worry is bringing in 2 key forwards that have been out with leg injuries, and that's Stringer and Hogan. Kelly, does he make a big difference? 4 years ago, he thought he was a superstar. He's now... I reckon he's probably 15th to 20th player. I don't really see him as a... Because he's in and out of the side, and he can give the ball up just as much as some of the blokes out here tonight. We're giving up, but I'll lean GWS. And I think that's going to be a cracking game. This will be a cracking game.
Why are you going, Mick? Fremantle, Gold Coast?
I just think the home Fremantle. I've been quite impressed in the way they've been playing recently, and I think the caveat to that is that Bolton and Young going through the middle help Brayshaw and Sarong get numbers through the middle, because they're going to have to do that against Gold Coast. They've got sensational midfielders.
I'm on the Freo bandwagon with that one, Corbs.
Heave-ho. What a night for your Cats, Lingy. We'll be here to watch them in a preliminary final in a fortnight. Thank you to you.
Thank you, Corbs.
Always a pleasure to share it with you. Thank you to you, Mick. Nice to see you fighting fit and full of health. And
thank you, Corby.
All the best to you and Nanette as well. Appreciate you being here tonight. Well done, Ben. Well called. Appreciate all of that. To Tim Hodges downstairs, to Stuart Hollywood Baker, to Anthony Furchie, who's here from our ABC Socials team. Check out all their work at ABC Sport. And, of course, the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. So a pair of MCG preliminary finals, Collingwood and now Geelong, the first 2 teams through to the Final 4. Good night from the MCG.
And Corbin Middlemash from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of BBC Stumped.
Wow, what a catch! LBW, first ball.
Tremendous catch, tumbling forward. From the BBC World Service, in association with ABC and Akashvani, this is Stumped.
Hello and welcome to Stumped, your intercontinental hit of news, features and debate from the quirky world of cricket. I'm Alison Mitchell in London, where South Africa's men are now touring for a white ball series, which is the last international cricket of the English summer. They're back in the country as World Test champions, of course, so good memories for them having won that title at Lord's back in June.